You're lying here, eyes open in the dark, still holding on to the day. The weight of it pressed into your hips, knees drawn up just enough to feel anchored, but not quite released. Your body remembers how long you've been standing, how tight that grip has been at the base of your spine, the low back braced like a wall against something that's already passed. You're wired but tired, not quite ready to let go, even though every part of you is begging for rest. This is not failure. This is not weakness. It's your nervous system still doing its job, keeping watch, scanning for danger, even when the threat has long since gone. Many people find this kind of quiet wakefulness familiar. The body exhausted but mind racing, muscles holding tension they don't even know they're carrying. A deep physical fatigue with nowhere to land. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But tonight, you are here and this moment is yours. And what we're doing isn't about forcing sleep or pushing through fatigue with willpower. It's not about trying to calm down. It's about giving your body permission, again, to stop fighting and to release the subtle but persistent effort of being on alert, and to let go of that faint resistance you've been holding in your pelvis, your hips, your lower back. There is no need to change anything about how you feel right now. You don't have to become someone else. And just notice what's already here. The warmth of the mattress beneath you. The way your knees press slightly into each other as they rest. Your hands resting gently by your sides, not clenched, but not yet fully soft either. We begin with breath, just one simple anchor. Not to fix anything, not to control it, but to let yourself settle into the rhythm of your body's own slow release. Let the next inhale come in softly. No rush, no need to fill up completely. And then, as you exhale, let it stretch longer than the inhale. Not forced, not strained. And just allow the out-breath to be a little bit fuller, a little bit slower. You don't have to make it long, just let it be long. There's no right or wrong way. Just notice how your body shifts when you breathe out like that. How even just one longer exhale can feel like the first signal of safety. This is not a trick. This is biology. Your breath is a direct line to your nervous system. The long, slow exhalation is the body's own built-in brake. A quiet message. The danger has passed. The air leaves you slowly, and with it, some of that held tension slips away. One more time now. Inhale through the nose, softly, and let the exhale go a little longer. Feel how your ribs soften, how your belly gently drops, how the muscles around your diaphragm release just slightly as you breathe out. You don't need to do anything else. And just keep breathing this way, slowly. In through the nose, and out through the mouth, longer than in. And let each exhale be a little deeper, a little more complete. As if your body is finally saying, I can stop guarding now. Let your breath find its own rhythm, not fast, not slow for show, just natural. Just enough to remind the nervous system that you're no longer under threat, or that there's nothing here that needs defending against. And no one watching, no emergency incoming. Your body is safe. Now let your awareness drift gently downward, just a few inches at a time. Not searching for anything, not forcing attention anywhere, and just letting it settle like dust in quiet air. I start with the space around you, the room itself. You may not be able to see much, but you can feel its shape. The way the walls stretch up and meet the ceiling. How there's a door at some distance, closed, unguarded. No sound from outside, no sudden movement inside, just stillness. A silence that isn't empty, it's full of safety. Let your eyes stay open if you want, but don't strain to see anything. And just let them rest in the dark. Let the retinas relax into absence. And notice how even without light, your body knows where things are. And how it remembers the outline of a lamp base near the bed. The corner where wall meets floor. A shadowed shape that's just furniture, nothing more. This is not about visual clarity. It's about orientation, not searching for threats, but simply knowing you're in a place that holds you. You don't have to stay alert. You can stop scanning. The room isn't waiting to surprise you. It's only holding space. And so are the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath your feet. Now bring attention back into yourself, but not as an observer, not like a detective looking for problems. Just a quiet return, like coming home after walking far in the rains. Feel where you're touching the bed, or the surface of the mattress pressing against your hips and shoulders. How it gives slightly under you, but supports all the same. Not pushing back, not fighting, just being there. This is not a temporary thing, it's real. The weight you feel, it's not just gravity. It's safety. Your body has been holding itself in readiness for hours, maybe even days. But now, slowly, it can let go of that effort. Not all at once, but one small release after another. Let's begin with the jaw. You may not realize it, but your teeth are clenched just slightly. The muscles around your mouth and under your ears tight from holding tension. Like a tiny knot you've carried since morning. Now imagine letting that go just a little. Not forcing anything open, but allowing the softness to return. The tongue relaxing on the floor of your mouth, no longer pressing against teeth. Your jaw dropping just slightly at the hinge. And as it does, feel how some of that tightness in your neck begins to ease. Let each exhale carry a little more release. You don't have to fix anything. Just notice what happens when you stop fighting against the feeling. Now bring attention to your eyes, those small muscles around them. How they've been squinting, scanning even in darkness. The lids still holding tension, as if ready to open fast at any sound. Let them soften now, not by closing completely, but simply relaxing into the dark. No need to see anything anymore, no one watching, nothing to fear. And just let your eyes rest, like two quiet lights that have finally been turned off. Now feel your shoulders, how they've been lifting toward your ears all day, almost like a habit. The traps tensing without permission, the upper back tight from carrying invisible weight. Let them drop now, not hard, not fast, but slowly, as if you're letting go of something heavy that's been resting on them for too long. Imagine your shoulders sinking down into your back, not falling, just releasing their grip. And with each exhale, feel how the tension in between your shoulder blades begins to loosen. How space opens up where there was pressure before. And now move to your hands. The fingers curled slightly inward, as if still gripping something. The palms pressing into the bed, or maybe even lifting off just a little. But not relaxed yet. Let them be heavy now. Just let go of that faint resistance. Let each finger unclench, one by one, slowly. Not in a hurry to get there, but giving yourself time. And notice how, when your hands are no longer braced, how the blood flows more freely into them, how they feel warm and full again. Now bring awareness down through your chest. The ribs expanding slightly with each breath, then releasing back in. But underneath that movement, there's a small area of tightness just below the sternum. A place where you've been holding tension from stress or worry. Maybe even fear that hasn't left you yet. Let it be here for now. Don't push it away. And just breathe into it gently. And on each exhale, let your belly soften. Not by forcing it to go flat, but allowing the muscles to relax just a little more with every out-breaths. Letting the tension in your abdomen ease, as if you're finally letting go of that knot inside. That tightness you've been carrying like an invisible backpack. That tightness beneath your sternum, it's not gone, but it doesn't need to be held anymore either. You don't have to force it open or make it disappear. Just breathe into it. Let the air move through that space like water finding its way around a stone, and with every exhale, let the muscles there soften just slightly more, as if you're untying one small knot in a long-forgotten rope. The breath is not fixing anything, just letting the body know it's safe to stop guarding. Now feel your hips, how they've been locked tight since before you lay down, like steel bands holding everything together from standing too long. Your pelvis still braced, resisting the idea of release, as if any looseness might mean you decollapse. But you're not going to fall. The bed is beneath you, solid and patient. Your body has already chosen safety by lying here. So let that tension in your hips begin to yield, not all at once, but like a river slowly wearing down stone over years. Each breath chipping away just one grain of resistance. Let the weight shift slightly between your sit bones. Feel how they press into the mattress, not fighting it, not pressing back, but simply resting. Let that pressure be enough. Your pelvis can now let go of its posture from earlier. No need to stand tall when you're already lying down. No one is watching. There's no performance here, just your body and the quiet understanding that it doesn't have to do anything. Now bring attention to your lower back, how it arches slightly upward, as if still bracing against a load, like it's holding something upright even though you've been reclined for hours. Let that curve soften, not by flattening out, but by allowing gravity to help reposition the spine, letting each vertebra settle one into the next, not forcing alignment, just giving space so the tissues can breathe. The muscles there have worked hard all day, supporting your torso, maintaining balance even when you weren't moving. But now they don't need to stay on duty. Let them release in waves, as if heat is rising from deep inside, loosening fibers that haven't been given permission to relax since morning. And with each exhale, feel how the lower back begins to sink into the mattress, just a little at first, then more fully, like clay yielding under gentle pressure, not sinking down entirely, but allowing itself to be held. You don't have to hold yourself up anymore. Now notice your legs, how they're bent slightly at the knees, still curled in close, as if you've tucked them away from the world, like a protective gesture even while lying down. The muscles along the front of your thighs, quads and hip flexors are tight from standing or walking, maybe even from sitting too long with one leg crossed over the other, holding tension without meaning to. Let that tightness begin to ease, not by stretching, not by forcing anything open, but simply by giving permission to be heavy. Let your knees drift just a fraction lower into the bed. No need to press them down hard. Just let them rest where they are and feel how the back of your thighs begins to soften, how that deep muscle behind the knee, your hamstring, relaxes slowly, like a wire that's been pulled too tight finally being unfastened. Your calves aren't gripping anymore either. The tension in those small muscles along your shins releasing, as if they've just remembered what it feels like to be still. Now let your feet go, not by wiggling or flexing, but by allowing them to fall slightly outward at the ankles, letting each toe uncurl one by one from their tight grip on nothing. No need to push off anything anymore. The soles of your feet are warm now, pressed into the surface beneath you, and they don't have to do anything except be there. This is not about fixing. It's not about becoming something new. This is about returning to what was always already true, that your body can rest, that it doesn't need to earn this moment with effort. You're not being lazy, you're being honest. Honoring the fact that you've carried too much, too long. Now feel how your whole spine feels, how each vertebra has shifted just slightly in alignment as everything else lets go, no longer resisting gravity, but allowing it to help settle you deeper into the mattress, like sinking slowly into soft earth after a long day. The bed is not hard, it's giving beneath you, supporting every curve of your body with quiet consistency. Imagine that support spreading through your entire skeleton, not just under your back and hips, but all the way down through your pelvis, along your legs, up to your shoulders, like a slow wave of safety moving through bone. There is no need to fight it, no reason to pull away. You're not falling, you're being held. Now let's go deeper into the feeling of weight, not as burden but as presence. The kind of weight that means you are real, that you exist here in this moment, grounded, whole, unbroken, not fragile, but strong precisely because you've allowed yourself to be soft. Breathe again, and on the out-breath, let your body feel heavier, just a little more, like sand slowly filling every space between muscle and bone. You don't have to carry it, you're just letting it settle into place. This isn't sinking into nothing, it's settling into yourself. Now bring awareness to your breath, not as something you control, but as an echo of what's already happening inside. It's slow now, almost imperceptible, but steady, rhythmic, not forcing anything in or out, just letting it move on its own, like a tide returning without warning. The longer exhale is still there, the body's quiet signal that danger has passed. Notice how your chest rises and falls with such ease, not because you're doing it right, but because the breath no longer needs to be worked for. It just happens, as if the nervous system finally decided, enough. We don't need to survive tonight, we've already made it through the day. Let's stay here a little longer, just in this feeling of quiet fullness. There is nothing outside this space that demands your attention. The room is still. No sound breaks through. Even silence has softened around you like dust settling after a long storm. You don't have to listen for danger anymore. Nothing here needs protection. Let the edges of awareness blur slightly, not by losing focus, but by letting go of needing to hold everything together. The boundary between your body and the room begins to dissolve, not in confusion, but in ease, like steam rising from a cup of tea, warm, quiet, dissolving into air. Now feel your hands again, but not as separate parts. Feel them connected to the rest of you, part of one continuous field of softness spreading through arms, shoulders, chest, back, hips, legs, all woven together by breath and weight and stillness. Imagine that whole body, every muscle, every nerve ending as a single piece of fabric, slowly relaxing after being pulled too tight. Not torn, but simply returned to its natural state. The weave is not broken, it's just been stretched beyond recognition. Now it's breathing again. Let the tension in your face release further, not by forcing it open, but by noticing how even the smallest movements, like a slight shift of the brow or a softening beneath the eyes, are already happening without you having to do anything. The body is remembering its own language. There's no urgency here, no deadline, you're not late for anything. You don't need to arrive anywhere, just be in this moment, with your knees drawn up, hips locked only by habit, not need, your breath steady, your thoughts quieting like footprints in sand after the tide comes in. Let the pressure of your body on the mattress grow more real, not as weight, but as belonging, as if you were always meant to be here, pressed into this surface, held by it, cradled by it, not alone, not separate, just part of something larger than effort or strain. Feel how even your skin begins to soften, not from anything happening outside, but because the nervous system is finally saying, you are safe. You don't need to protect yourself anymore. No one's coming. Nothing will take you by surprise. Let that truth sink in slowly, like a stone falling through water. Not fast, not dramatic, just quiet and sure. The body knows what it needs, and right now it needs nothing but this: stillness, wait, breath, time. Your hips still hold the memory of standing, shoulders back, jaw tight, feet rooted to the floor. But now you're not on duty anymore. The lock isn't necessary. You don't need to keep everything upright just because it's been that way for hours. Let your pelvis soften from its own weight, not by pushing down, but by allowing gravity to take over like water filling a basin. Feel how the space between your hips and spine begins to open, not wide, not dramatic, but gently, slowly, as if the body has finally decided, this is where I stop resisting. This is where I begin to rest. The muscles in your lower back are still holding, just barely, but they don't need to be on watch anymore. They can let go of the task of keeping you upright when there's no one watching, no one demanding posture. Let that tightness loosen from within, like a knot slowly coming undone after years of being tied too tightly. It doesn't have to vanish all at once. Just relax enough so that each breath becomes a little more space between effort and surrender. Now bring attention to your legs, not as limbs you use to walk or stand, but as parts of the whole body that are finally allowed to be heavy. Let your knees stay drawn up, not because they're protecting anything, but simply because it feels right now, because your body has chosen this shape for safety. Your thighs press into the mattress with quiet persistence, like roots settling deeper after a long dry season. The skin on your inner thighs is soft, warm, no longer tensed against imagined threats. Let them just be, no purpose required. Feel how your feet are resting, arches slightly raised, toes curled inward not from tension, but from habit of being upright for too long. They don't need to grip the ground anymore. The floor isn't slipping away. You're already where you belong, here in bed, supported by layers beneath you. Let those arches drop, slowly, as if your feet are sinking into soil that knows them, not falling, but returning. Now let's go back to the breath. It's not a command anymore, just an echo of stillness. Your lungs expand with such ease they don't even feel full, just present, like air passing through open doors in an empty house. The inhale is light, barely there, and you're already letting it out again, longer than before, as if the body knows this is the only thing that can slow down time. There's no need to rush forward. You don't have to get anywhere. Let your attention drift slowly through your arms now, down from shoulder to elbow, past the crook of your arm, along the soft underside where skin meets muscle, not touching anything except stillness. Your hands are resting near your chest, not clenched, not reaching, just there. Let them be vessels for weight instead of tools. The fingers begin to release their grip on nothing, on air, on thought, on memory. They don't need to do anything. They can just stay. Your forearms feel warm now, like sunlight through a window that's been closed too long. Not hot, but alive with quiet heat. That warmth spreads deeper into the joints where bones meet, where tendons stretch and relax in rhythm with your breath. There's no need to hold them straight or taut. Let your wrists soften, just let go of the idea that they must be firm. They can sag gently, like fabric after being hung out too long. Now feel your shoulders, the ones that have been hiking toward your ears all day, carrying invisible load, bearing stress from conversations not spoken, decisions postponed, thoughts never released. Let them drop, not just downward but inward, as if the muscles are remembering how to fold rather than rise. The space between your shoulder blades begins to open, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through. Not wide, but enough so that air can move again. Your neck is long now, not because you're trying to make it longer, but because there's no reason to pull up anymore. Your head rests gently on the pillow, not too high, not too low, just where the weight of your skull meets support. The base of your skull feels rooted in stillness, as if the vertebrae beneath have decided, enough tension. We are not going anywhere. You don't need to look around. Now let's go deeper into that sensation, the quiet pressure between body and bed. It's not just weight, it's a kind of meeting, like two things coming together after being apart too long. The mattress yields slightly under you, not because it's soft, but because it knows how to hold without fighting back. You're not sinking, just fitting. Feel the way your spine curves now, not straightened by effort, but shaped naturally by gravity and support. Each vertebra rests in its place like a stone in a wall built slowly over time. There's no need for correction or alignment. It's already where it should be. The lower back, that tight spot that held tension all day, is finally allowed to breathe. Not because you've changed anything, but because the nervous system has decided this is not fight or flight territory anymore. This is rest. Your belly, your abdomen, is no longer clenched from anxiety or anticipation. It's soft now, not flabby or loose, but relaxed, like a cloth that's been folded and left to sit in quiet for hours. The muscles beneath your skin are no longer holding up the world. They don't need to protect anything anymore. Your breath moves through it easily, rising gently, falling with ease. Let your entire torso feel like one continuous surface of softness, not separate from your arms or legs, but woven into them by stillness and weight. Imagine that if you were to lie flat on the floor right now, this same feeling would be there, just as real. But here it's deeper, because the bed is holding you in a way the floor never could. Now let's think about time differently, not as something moving forward, but as something already settled. You don't need to reach for sleep, you're already inside it, not asleep yet, but on the edge of it, like water just before it flows over the lip of a dam. There's no hurry. The night isn't counting down. This moment is enough. Your eyes are closed, but not because you're forcing them shut. They're resting. Your lids feel warm and heavy, not from tiredness, but from being allowed to stay still. No need to scan or check. You don't have to see anything. There's no threat behind the dark. It's just darkness, like a blanket that doesn't hide anything, because nothing needs hiding. Let your thoughts come now, not as commands or demands, but as visitors who have wandered in and are already leaving. A memory of something said earlier today, it floats through without landing. Another thought, the kind about tomorrow's tasks, comes in like fog rolling across a field, and then lifts again just as quietly. They don't need to be stopped. They don't need to be pushed away. You're not trying to empty your mind. You're simply letting it rest the way your body is resting. There's no need for control here. No need to fix or improve. You are not failing because you can't stop thinking. You're succeeding because you're staying with this feeling, the softness, the weight, the breath, while thoughts come and go like birds passing through a clearing. Now let your awareness move down again, not searching, just resting with each exhale, letting the body sink further into place, like a stone sinking through slow water, not toward any destination, but because it's where things belong. There's no need to remember anything, no instruction to follow. You don't have to be good at this. You don't have to succeed in falling asleep. Just stay here with the quiet weight of your body on the bed, and the feeling that you are not alone, even though it's just you in the dark. The room is holding you. The walls aren't closing in, they're simply there, unmoving, silent, not watching, not judging, not waiting for anything from you. You don't need to be present for them. You're already here in body and breath, without needing to prove it. Let your skin begin to feel more like a boundary that's dissolving into stillness, not because you've lost yourself, but because the sense of separation is softening. Like warmth spreading from inside out, not rushing, but arriving slowly, naturally. There's no edge to define anymore, no line between you and everything else, not confusion, just ease. Your knees stay drawn up slightly, not because you're holding on, but because your body knows this shape holds something like comfort. The curve of them is a quiet shelter, a soft cove where tension can pool and dissolve instead of building. Your hips are still tight from standing too long, yes, that's true, but now they aren't fighting the weight of your day. They're just resting, letting gravity do its work without resistance. No need to force them open or relax them in some dramatic way. And just let the pressure between your legs soften, as if it were a muscle you forgot existed until now. A quiet, unnoticed presence that's finally allowed to be still. Feel how the mattress presses into the backs of your thighs, not pushing back but holding, like a hand resting on your lower body without needing to move or adjust. The bed isn't trying to shape you, it just lets you be as you are, and that is enough. No correction needed, no posture to fix. You don't need to straighten up or sit taller. Your spine can slouch slightly now, not from fatigue, but from trust. Let the lower back feel like it's being cupped by a warm hand, one that doesn't squeeze, doesn't guide, just exists beneath you. Now let your hands come into awareness, not because they need to do anything, but because they're part of this moment too. Your fingers are relaxed at first, not curled in or clenched for balance. The knuckles aren't tense. The tendons under the skin aren't taut with preparation for action. They're just resting, like small animals that have stopped watching and begun dreaming. Let them sink further into the bed, letting the weight of them be felt by the mattress itself. Not as a demand on it, but as an invitation to hold. And your arms, they don't need to reach anywhere. No one is waiting for you to lift or gesture. They can just lie where they are, palms up or down, doesn't matter, because there's no task left to perform. The space around them feels quiet in a way that isn't empty. It's full of stillness, like air after rain has settled. Now let your attention drift deeper into the sensation of being held, not by anything grand, but simply by the fabric beneath you and the structure of the bed frame behind your back. Your body is not floating. It's not suspended. It's grounded in a way that feels both light and secure, like roots spreading slowly through soil, no urgency, no effort, just growing into place. There's a quiet pressure at the base of your skull where it meets the pillow. Not tightness, just contact. The surface is soft enough to yield slightly under you. You don't have to adjust it. No need for precision. Let that point of connection stay as it is, the only part of you that matters in this moment. Your feet are still on the bed, heels pressed down lightly, not gripping or pushing, but present. The soles feel warm, not from blood flow, but from being allowed to rest without expectation. No one needs them to walk anywhere. They don't have to be ready for anything. Let that warmth grow slowly, like a fire fed by embers rather than fuel. Now let your breath move through the whole of you, not just as air going in and out, but as something that carries weight with it. With each exhale, imagine that every inch of your body is releasing a tiny bit of tension, like dust settling after a storm. Not all at once, just slowly, one layer at a time. You're not trying to get anywhere. You don't need to arrive. There's no destination in this breath. It doesn't have to be deeper or slower. It just needs to be continuous. A river moving without rushing, because it knows where it's going, back into stillness. Let your awareness rest now on the feeling of being fully supported on all sides, not by a person, not by an idea, but by matter itself. The bed beneath you is holding you not out of obligation, but simply because that's what beds do. They accept weight. They don't judge how much or why. You are lying exactly where your body wants to be. And the walls, they're still there, not closing in, not pressing forward, just being. The same way your hips are just resting, your feet are just feeling warmth, your hands are just letting go of effort, so too is the room holding its shape without needing you to notice it. There's no reason for you to stay alert here. No one is waiting, no voice in your head saying, "Remember this." You don't have to preserve anything. Letting go isn't losing, it's returning. Like a leaf that finally stops resisting gravity and lets itself fall into the soil where it belongs. Now let the sense of being expand slightly, without effort, without direction. Not thinking about yourself as separate from the bed or the air or even the dark outside your window. The boundary between you and what's around isn't hard. It's soft, like a membrane that breathes with you. Your skin doesn't feel like armor anymore. It feels more like an envelope, something that contains warmth without trying to keep anything out. You aren't hiding from anything. Nothing is coming in. No threat has crossed the threshold of this room for hours. The night has already passed the point where danger could arrive unannounced. You are safe not because something happened, but because nothing needs to happen now. There's no reason for urgency, no call to action. Your body knows this, and it is beginning to believe it, not with thought, but through sensation, through weight, through stillness. Let the muscles in your jaw loosen again, even if they've been tight all evening. Not forcing them open, just allowing them to feel their own softness. Let the tongue rest against the floor of your mouth without needing to push or press. No need to speak, no need to swallow. Just let it be still. Your eyes are closed, not because you're tired, but because they don't have anything left to do. The lids aren't holding back light, they're just resting like shutters after a long day of keeping watch. And the room, it doesn't care whether you stay awake or fall asleep. It has no desire for your attention. It simply is, just as the bed is, and the air is, and your breath is. Now let's slow down even further. Let each pause between breaths stretch just a little more, not to create tension, but to deepen stillness. The space between inhale and exhale becomes longer, not because you're holding, but because there's no need to rush in again. You don't have to pull air into your lungs as if it were an emergency. Let the silence after each breath grow, like a small pond that reflects nothing yet feels full with quiet. There's no story here, no narrative, just this moment, the weight of you on the bed, the warmth under your skin, the slow rhythm of breathing that doesn't need to be improved. Your body is not trying to recover from anything. It's not working toward healing or restoration. It's simply doing what it does best, resting when given permission. And you're giving it permission now, not with words, but by staying still while your breath continues. There's a quiet kind of fullness in this state, a depth that doesn't require light to feel real. You don't need to see anything to know where you are. The dark isn't threatening. It's simply the shape of safety when everything else has settled. Let your thoughts drift again, not as intrusions, but as clouds passing through sky. They're not yours to keep. You aren't responsible for them. Just let them move on like birds that don't land in trees they don't recognize. No need to guide them away. No need to pull back from them. They come and go without leaving marks. And when the next one appears, maybe a memory of footsteps down a hallway or a phrase said during a conversation, you can let it pass through like wind over water, not disturbing the surface, not creating ripples, just flowing past. You're not trying to stop thinking, you're just choosing not to follow it. That's all that matters. Your body doesn't need you to fix anything. It doesn't want you to solve problems or plan tomorrow. It wants you to stay right here, where the breath is easy, where the weight feels like comfort, and where time isn't moving forward but simply being. The weight of your knees pressed into the mattress isn't resistance anymore. It's not a brace, not an anchor holding you upright. It's just pressure. The kind that settles in slowly like snow on a roof, soft and unbroken by wind. You don't have to lift them. They aren't trying to stay up. They're resting where they are, curled slightly inward, as if hugging the space between your body and the bed, not defending it, just holding it with quiet care. And beneath that curve of bent knees, the hips, which were locked tight from standing too long, are beginning to relax, not in a sudden way, but like water slowly finding its level in a basin. There's no need to force this open, no reason to pull the muscles apart or stretch them out. They are already softening just beneath your awareness, like leather that has been worn down over time and finally stops resisting shape. The tension is not gone, it's just being held differently now, released into space rather than locked in place. You can feel it, a subtle letting go where the pelvis used to be clenched against fatigue. It doesn't need to be complete, only enough so that your body no longer thinks it must guard this part of itself. Let your hands rest on top of your thighs, palms up or down as they want, no rule, no form. If you're holding them flat, notice how the fingers are beginning to uncurl from their grip. not because you told them to, but because the body knows what it's been carrying all evening. A small, constant effort to stay present, to be ready for something that never came. Now there is nothing demanding your attention. No need to hold anything. Your hands can just lie where they are, light on skin, warm with blood and stillness. And when you breathe out, let the sound of it rise softly from your chest, not loud, not needing to be heard, but present in the quiet like a low hum under floorboards after someone has left the room. It's not an effort, it just happens. And with each exhale, more of the day slips away, like dust falling from fabric that no longer needs to stand upright. Now let your feet find their own place on the bed. If they're curled or pressed flat or hanging off the edge, just accept it. No adjustment needed. The soles are not required to press into anything. They can be still, even if one is slightly lifted, even if both rest at different angles. There's no ideal position here, only what feels true in this moment, what your body says is okay. Let the arches of your feet soften, as if they've been holding their breath for hours and are only now allowed to let go. The tendons beneath them don't need to stay taut. They can relax into the curve where muscle meets bone, not fighting gravity, but allowing it to settle in like a slow tide moving inland. And with that release, just slightly, you may notice a warmth spreading through your calves, rising up just enough to feel like comfort rather than fatigue. Your lower back is still curved against the mattress, not because you're trying to protect it, but because it's simply where it belongs. It doesn't need support or correction. The spine isn't asking for alignment, it's asking only for permission to be as it is, to rest in its own shape, even if that shape includes a slight inward curve from hours of standing on hard floors. Let your belly drop with each exhale, not forcing it down, not sucking it in, but letting the muscles beneath the skin release their constant vigilance. They don't have to hold anything anymore. No need to brace against pain or fear. The diaphragm can move freely now, rising and falling without resistance. And when you inhale, let that breath come slowly, not because you're waiting for it, but because there's no urgency in your lungs. There is a quiet rhythm between the ribs, like two hands brushing across each other after someone has stopped speaking. Not touching, not grabbing, just passing by. That's how your breathing feels now, not frantic or forced, but gentle and steady, like rain on leaves that doesn't need to be noticed, only felt. And if you notice a part of yourself still clinging to the idea of being alert, to the fear of missing something important, you don't have to chase it away. You can just name it silently. This is stillness. Then let it go, not by fighting, not by judging, but simply by shifting your attention to something else. Let your shoulders drop just a little more than before. Not like they're collapsing, but like they've decided they don't need to carry the weight of the world anymore. They aren't guarding your neck or protecting your throat. They are just there, on your back, held by gravity, carrying nothing. Feel how your arms hang from them, loose at the joints, not taut with tension. The biceps unclenching like hands finally letting go of a stone they were holding underwater for too long. There's no reason to keep them up anymore. No need to lift anything. You are not being asked to do anything. And your neck, let it settle into the space between shoulder and head. Not leaning forward, not pushing back, just softening at the base of the skull where muscle meets bone. That spot behind the ears that used to stay tight when you were standing too long. It doesn't need to be alert now. It can just rest. Let your jaw soften again, even if it's been clenched for hours. Not because it wants to open, but because it no longer feels like it has to close tightly against everything. The teeth are not grinding. The tongue is still in the mouth, not pressed forward or pulled back, but simply resting where it was meant to be. There's no need to speak. No one is listening. Your eyes may feel heavy, not from exhaustion, but from having been open for so long without a reason. They've seen too much, too many flickers of light, too many shadows that didn't matter. But now they can close fully, not because you're tired, but because the night has claimed this moment and is holding it gently. And in this stillness, something shifts not in thought, but in sensation. A kind of slow release deep within the core, like a door finally opening after being sealed shut for hours. Not dramatic, not sudden, just steady. You don't need to notice it to feel it. The body doesn't require you to name it. Let your breath continue slower than before, not because you're trying harder, but because there's no reason to hurry in. Each exhale lasts longer than the last, like a sigh that keeps unspooling into silence. And between them, those quiet spaces after each release, the room feels deeper, not darker, deeper. There is nothing here to respond to. No sound demands your attention. The air moves quietly through the space around you, not rushing in or out, but just being. Like a breath that isn't yours, yet still belongs to this place. You don't need to be ready for anything. You aren't expected anywhere. There's no schedule, no demand, just this moment, unclaimed by time, untouched by story. Your body doesn't have to prove it's worthy of rest. It already is. Let the weight of your hips sink into the mattress more fully, not pushing, not forcing, but allowing gravity to do what it does best. Settle things that don't need to be lifted. The bed isn't resisting you. It's holding you back with soft pressure, the kind that says you are safe here, not through words, but through touch. And as your body settles deeper into the surface beneath you, like a stone sinking slowly into mud, not fighting its own weight, not trying to stay up, you might begin to notice something subtle: the warmth of your skin against fabric. Not hot, not cold, but steady, like memory returning after long absence. That feeling of being held without effort. The air in your lungs doesn't need to be filled with purpose. It's just there, cool and quiet as a river at midnight. No one is watching how you breathe. The only witness is the space around you, and it isn't judging, not even noticing. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You're simply staying right here, with your breath slowing, your body releasing, your awareness softening into this moment that doesn't require action. Your hips still hold the shape of standing, locked, not quite released, like a hinge that forgot how to swing. But now it doesn't have to move. Now it can simply stay where it is, heavy with permission. The muscles along your lower spine are tired, not from strain, but from holding themselves in place too long. They don't need to brace anymore. There's no one watching whether you're upright or not. No reason to keep the pelvis taut against gravity. Let that tension unfold like a curtain slowly drawn back after years of being shut tight. Not with force, just by allowing it to uncurl bit by bit in the quiet between breaths. Your knees are still slightly bent, not because you're preparing to rise, but because they've come to know this position as a kind of safety. The curve under your thighs is soft now, not tense or ready for movement, but simply there, as if your body has learned that staying here in this half-reclined shape doesn't mean surrendering. It means resting, letting gravity take the weight it's always been meant to carry. The fabric beneath you, your sheets or blanket, isn't just something you lie on. It's a surface that remembers every time you've come back to rest after being out of balance. It holds your shape, not with force but with quiet endurance. You don't have to be still for it to know how to hold you. The fibers aren't asking anything, no adjustment, no correction, no judgment about whether you're lying right. They just let you sink into them slowly, like water finding its level in a basin. Feel the way your hips begin to slide, not down, not falling, but sinking deeper into that soft resistance of mattress and cushion. Not because anything is pulling you under, but because the body knows how to settle when no one is watching. The pressure where your pelvis meets the bed grows heavier, slower, like a stone placed gently on soil, not dropped. There's no need to push or pull, no effort required. Just letting go of the idea that you must stay in control. The muscles around your lower back are unclenching, not all at once, but one slow thread after another. The ones that used to fire up when you stood too long, when you carried something in your mind or in your body, now soften like wet clay left on a shelf. There's no reason for them to stay alert anymore. They don't have to be ready for anything. You're not being asked to move, not even to think. And with that softening, there's a kind of warmth spreading through the core, not heat, not excitement, but something deeper, more patient. A quiet hum in the bones where your pelvis meets spine, like the first breath after long silence. Not loud, not noticeable at first, just real. You don't need to invite it. You can't even name what's happening. It just is. Now let your hands rest where they are, not clenched into fists, not pressed flat against fabric in case something might move, but simply lying on top of the blanket or sheets, palms up, fingers relaxed, not reaching for anything, not holding on to anything, just being there. The skin between your knuckles is soft now, no tension in those small joints that used to tense when you were standing too long waiting for something to happen. They don't need to be ready. Your shoulders, they've been climbing all day, like birds trying to stay above the wind. But now they can sink, not collapse, but settle into a place where gravity doesn't have to be fought. Let them drop down from their own weight, not because you're tired, but because your body is learning how to let go of needing to protect itself. The space between shoulder blades, that narrow strip of muscle that used to stay tight when you were standing too long, like a knot tied around your spine, now begins to open. Not wide, but just enough to feel like air can pass through it again, like a door left slightly ajar after being shut for hours. Let your breath go on its own now, not guided by thought, not shaped into anything, but just flowing out as long and slow as the moment allows. The exhale doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't have to do anything special. It only needs to happen. And when it does, feel how the body responds, how the ribs release, how the diaphragm settles deeper into its resting position. There's a kind of silence that lives in the space between breaths, not emptiness, not absence, but presence, like the moment after a wave recedes and the shore holds still before the next one comes. Not waiting, just being. And in this place, your body feels less like something you're managing, and more like something that's already been taking care of itself all along. You don't have to remember how to breathe. You don't need to relearn what it means to be safe. The nervous system knows these things better than words ever can. It doesn't need a checklist, a ritual, or a rule book. It just needs one long exhale after another, each one longer than the last, not because you're trying harder, but because your body finally believes that nothing here is an emergency. The walls around you aren't holding anything back anymore. They don't have to. There's no threat waiting beyond them. No noise, no movement, no demand. The air in this room isn't charged with urgency, it's just present. Still, it doesn't need your attention. You're not required to respond to it. Let your awareness drift along the edge of sensation, not searching, not pulling anything into focus, but simply noticing what is already there, like a hand resting on a table without touching anything, not looking for texture, but feeling it anyway, through the softness of skin, through memory, through stillness. The warmth in your lower back, it's not spreading outward, it's settling inward, like a quiet fire banked under ash. No flame, no smoke, but steady heat where you've been holding yourself too tightly for hours. And now that pressure is being returned, not by effort, but by release. Your legs are heavy, not because they're tired from walking, though they may be, but because they don't need to be ready anymore. They don't have to lift anything, don't have to carry you anywhere. The muscles in your thighs aren't fighting against gravity, they're letting it take them down, deeper into the bed. Your feet, if you can feel them at all, let their weight press gently into the mattress. Not pushing, not clenching, just resting where they are, as if they've been waiting for this moment, not to go anywhere, but simply to be held. There's a kind of safety in stillness that isn't about being motionless, it's about being allowed to stay. The body doesn't need to prove it can rest. It just needs to know it's okay to stop trying. Let your hips release more fully into the surface beneath you, not with intention, but simply by allowing their natural weight to find its place in the bed. No correction needed, no adjustment, just letting go of the habit of staying upright when no one is watching. And as that happens, feel how the rest of you begins to follow, like water finding a new path through soil. The shoulders drop further, the jaw unclenches again, the hands spread out not in surrender but in permission. You're not giving up anything. You're just returning something to your body, to this moment, to stillness. There's no need to hurry, no reason to be anywhere else, not even awake. The mind can drift into quiet spaces without needing to hold on. And the body, your real body, is already there. It's been resting all along, just waiting for you to stop trying to manage it. The weight of your hips isn't a burden anymore. It's not something to be carried. It's part of being held by the world around you, the bed, the floor beneath it, the air that moves gently through the room. You don't have to lift yourself from this place. The earth is already supporting you. And if you notice, your breath has slowed again, so deeply, so naturally, that it doesn't even feel like breathing anymore. It just is, like a river flowing without needing to be noticed. You are not being asked to do anything, not to relax, not to let go, just to stay where you are, with your knees drawn up slightly, hips locked in stillness, eyes closed or open, doesn't matter. What matters is that the body feels safe enough now to stop pretending it needs to be ready. Your hips are no longer locked, not because you've decided to release them, no decision needed, but because the weight they've been holding has finally found its home. The mattress yields beneath them, not with noise or resistance, but softly, like a quiet agreement between body and surface. There's no need for correction now, only surrender, not in defeat, but in deep alignment. Your lower back is still warm, yes, that same heat, but it doesn't burn anymore. It settles deeper, like stones sinking into riverbed mud. Not moving, not trying to rise, just being there. And as your spine curves slightly under its own weight, the natural curve you've been bracing against all evening, it begins to feel less like effort and more like release. The vertebrae aren't fighting gravity anymore. They're letting it guide them into place, one by one, quietly settling back where they belong. Your knees are still drawn up, yes, but not in protection. Not because you're trying to make a small space for yourself. They're just there, as if your body has decided that this position, this slight curl, is the only way it knows how to say I'm here and I don't need to be anywhere else. The muscles around your thighs are no longer braced against standing or moving. There's a softness in them now, not weakness, but quiet ease. Like fabric after being washed too many times, worn down not by use, but by time, until it just feels right to lie still. You don't have to hold your knees up anymore. They can stay where they are, no need to push or pull, no demand for form. The bed holds them as much as you do. And the space around you, it's not empty. It has depth now, not in sound, but in presence. A quiet kind of fullness that doesn't crowd, but fills gently like air after a storm has passed. You don't need to fill it with thought or motion, just let it be. Let your awareness rest against the walls without needing to measure them. The ceiling is not above you, it's part of the room holding you in. Not by force, but by quiet continuity. There are no edges here that demand attention. No corners waiting to catch your focus. Nothing wants anything from you. The silence isn't loud with absence. It's full of air, of stillness, of time passing without a reason. Let your breath slow further, not because you're trying, but because the body knows how. You don't have to make it happen. Just notice how the exhalations stretch longer now, not forced, not stretched in effort, but natural like water finding its level. The out-breath is no longer just a release, it's an invitation to let go of what has been held too long, to allow the body to say, I've done enough, and you don't have to answer. Your hands, if they're still curled slightly at your sides or resting on your thighs, let them open slowly. Not like unclenching a fist, but like petals unfurling in low light. No rush. The fingers don't need to do anything. They can just be soft, not floppy, not limp, but alive with the quiet weight of rest. Like moss growing where no one sees it, slow, steady, undemanding. You're not required to use them, not to hold onto anything, not even your own body. Your jaw, you might not notice it until now, but it's softer. The tension that was always there, The slight pressure behind the ears, the low hum between teeth is gone. Not because you've pushed it away, but because your face has simply remembered how to be still. Your tongue rests flat against the bottom of your mouth, not because you're trying, but because no one needs to speak. No story must be told tonight. The silence is enough. And even when the thought comes, I should remember something, you don't need to answer. Just let it drift like dust in a sunbeam, present, then gone. Your shoulders, they were up before, tucked forward or pulled back against invisible weight. But now they're not rising anymore. They've stopped trying to guard you from what isn't there. The space between your shoulder blades is open, not wide, but soft. Like the air between two hills after rain has passed through. There's no need for strength here, no reason to be alert. Your skin feels light against the sheets, no longer tight with anticipation, not even aware of its own boundaries. And your feet, if they're still curled slightly at the toes or pressing into the bed like tiny anchors, they don't have to do anything anymore. They can just be. The soles are warm now, not from movement, but from being held in place. Like roots in soil, no need to grow, no need to stretch, just resting where they are. And if you feel a slight ache or tension somewhere deep in the arch, don't pull it free. Don't try to fix it. Just let it be part of the quiet, a memory of standing, of walking, of being ready before the world was. Now, that's not needed. Your belly, it used to clench when you were tired or anxious. Not because something was wrong, but because your body had learned how to brace for more. But tonight, even that tightness is softening. It doesn't need to push out against anything anymore. The breath moves through it easily, no resistance, no contraction, just space. And as the air fills and leaves again, you feel less like a container and more like a presence passing through form. The room still holds you, not in any dramatic way, but with its quiet gravity. You're not being held by anything except what's already here. The bed beneath your hips, the floor under the bed, the air around your body. And that's all you need. No one has to tell you it's safe. The nervous system knows, because the muscles are down, because the breath is slow, because there's no tension in the face or hands or legs. You don't have to be awake for this. You don't even have to remember it tomorrow. This moment isn't meant to be preserved, it's meant to be lived. Just as you are, not trying to change anything, not fixing yourself, just being where your body is and letting the rest come in, quietly, slowly, without demand. At the edge of your awareness, it can drift now, not into thoughts, not into memories, but just along the surface of sensation, like a leaf floating on still water. No direction, no purpose. It doesn't need to land anywhere, just exists in motion that isn't moving toward anything. Your body is no longer trying to be ready, it's already here. And as you feel yourself sinking, less into the bed, more into the moment, the space between breaths grows wider, not because you're holding your breath, but because it doesn't matter anymore. The pause is part of the rhythm now. A quiet place where nothing needs to happen, where stillness isn't a gap, it's full. There's no need for effort, no reason to be anywhere else. You don't have to return to anything, not even to yourself, not in any urgent way, just stay here. In this soft weight of being, your hips resting on the mattress, your knees drawn up slightly, your eyes open or closed, doesn't matter. The body is already at peace. You're not escaping from anything. You're just arriving where you've been all along, not in mind, not in memory, but in this moment, where breath moves without force, where weight feels like home, and where the nervous system finally says, yes. Oh, this is enough. You can stop trying now. And if another thought comes, the one about what's left undone, or how long you've been lying here, it doesn't need to be answered. Just let it rest in the quiet like a stone dropped into deep water. It sinks. It doesn't break anything. It just goes away. The darkness isn't empty. It holds your body without asking for anything back. The air is still, not because nothing's happening, but because everything that needs to happen has already begun. You don't have to be aware of it all. And just let the heaviness in your limbs feel like belonging. Let the warmth in your lower back feel like memory returning. Let your breath move without needing a reason. And when you notice, just for a second, that your body is not holding anything anymore, not tension, not fear, not even effort, you can let that feeling sink into place, not as an achievement, but as a return. You're not doing this right or wrong. You're just being here. Your knees still rest slightly bent, not for comfort exactly, but because the body remembers how to hold itself when it's been standing too long, how the hips lock just a little tighter than necessary, as if waiting for a signal that never comes. The weight of that stance is still there, not in force, but in habit. And now, with no reason to stand, you can let go of that ghost posture, not by pushing it away, but simply by noticing how the pelvis begins to release its grip, like a hinge finally unclenched after hours of resisting movement. The tightness at the top of your thighs softens, not all at once, but in quiet pulses along the back of each leg, as if something long held has decided it's safe to settle. Let the hips ease their tension just a little more with every breath, not because you have to, but because they can now. The muscles don't need to stay alert. They've earned rest. You don't have to will them loose. You just let them be unforced. And in that space between effort and letting go, the body finds its own way down. Feel how your lower back gives a little more of itself into the mattress, not pushing, not bracing, just surrendering to gravity like it's been waiting for permission. The spine isn't straight anymore, it's softening at the curve where it meets the pelvis. That small dip at the base, it's no longer holding up your weight. It doesn't need to. You're already supported. Your hands are still resting near your chest, fingers relaxed but not quite open, just as they were when you first laid down. Let them be that way for a moment, not trying to become anything else. And then let the fingers begin to uncurl on their own. No need to guide it. Just notice how the knuckles loosen one by one, like beads releasing from thread. The palms soften, not into emptiness, but into space where nothing is needed. Your shoulders, they've been carrying something all evening, something not visible, not named. But now, with every exhale, there's less of that weight pressing in. They don't need to lift or hold anymore. Let them drop. Not like a stone falling, but like cloth unspooling from a hanger and settling on the floor. Slowly, without drama. The jaw, you might not have noticed it until now, but there's a softness at the sides of your mouth, where tension had settled into the corners. The tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not clenching, just present. Let that stillness grow, not because you're doing something right, but because you're allowed to be quiet. Now shift attention down, not to fix anything, not to improve, but simply to observe how the body is already at peace, even if it doesn't know it yet. The soles of your feet, they're pressing into the bed with a kind of light pressure, just enough to feel contact, not gripping, just holding on in the softest way possible. And as you breathe out again, let that pressure ease too, not gone, but softened like sand beneath water, where each grain settles deeper and quieter. The legs, they're not straight. They're curved slightly, knees tucked up toward your belly. That's okay. The body knows how to protect itself in this position, not because it fears danger, but because it remembers what comfort feels like when you've been upright for too long. Let that shape stay. Don't try to change it. Just let the muscles at the back of your thighs release their grip, one layer at a time, not all at once, but as if the breath is guiding them down, like water flowing into an underground stream. Now feel how the weight of you, the fullness of being, settles deeper into the bed with each exhalation, not just sinking, but returning, like roots that were buried in dry soil, finally finding moisture and beginning to stretch downward again. You don't have to reach for rest. Rest is already here, under your body, around you, beneath the floorboards. It's been waiting not for a signal, but for permission to be felt. And now, as you breathe, let the air move through you without effort, not rushing in, not forcing out, just flowing, like a river that has found its path after years of being blocked by stones. The breath doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be. And when it is, the body remembers what it's like to not have to do anything. There's no task left to finish, No list, no deadline, no voice in your head reminding you that something must still be done. That part of you, the one that keeps counting down hours, checking clocks, measuring how long you've been lying here, can finally stop. You don't have to prove anything by staying awake or by falling asleep. This moment isn't a test. Let the dark hold your body without demanding anything back. It doesn't want your attention. It doesn't need your story. It just wants you to be still, and it's letting you. Your spine is no longer trying to stay upright. It can bend where it needs to, soften at the lower curve, release at the middle, let the upper back uncurl like a leaf that has stopped resisting wind. You don't have to hold yourself together anymore. The body knows how to keep itself whole, not through tension, but through quiet integration. Now imagine the space around you not as empty, but as full of stillness, full of weightless presence. Every inch of air is carrying your breath back and forth without effort. The ceiling above isn't pressing down, it's just there. And so are the walls. They don't need to be guarded against. You're already inside them. Let that sink in, not as an idea, but as a feeling. You are held by what's around you, not by hands or words, but by presence. The room is not neutral, it's attentive. It holds space for your body without trying to change it. And because of that, the nervous system begins to believe it's safe enough to stop scanning, stop checking, stop preparing. There's no need to be ready for anything, not even for tomorrow. You don't have to wake up feeling fresh or strong. That isn't required. Just being here, exactly as you are, is enough. And if a memory surfaces, the one about the meeting that didn't go well, or the call you meant to make but forgot, it doesn't need to be named. It can just float near the edge of awareness like mist along a field at dawn. Not threatening, not urgent, just passing through and then dissolving into silence. The body knows how to let things go when they're no longer needed. You don't have to clean up every thought, every worry, every unfinished thing. They can rest too, like stones in a deep riverbed. They aren't forgotten, but they're not driving anything either. You now feel your breath, not just as air moving through lungs, but as a quiet rhythm that's beginning to slow down even more. Not because you've decided to relax, but because the body has already begun its own descent into stillness. The pauses between breaths grow longer, gentler. You don't have to fill them with anything. They're not empty. They're full of potential. And in that quiet space where there's no need for sound, no demand for movement, something shifts, not suddenly, but steadily, like a tide pulling back over sand, revealing what was always beneath. Something ancient and simple. The body is not broken. It just needed time to remember how to be still. Your legs are heavier now, not in burden, but in belonging. The way they rest against the bed feels like homecoming. Not because you've arrived somewhere new, but because you're finally allowed to stay where you already are. The hips, that place where tension used to gather, where standing so long left its mark, they're not fighting anymore. They're just breathing, just resting. And with each exhale, the muscles around them release a little more, not all at once, but in waves, like ripples spreading across water after something small has fallen into it. Your lower back, you can feel it now, the warmth that's come up from deep inside. Not heat exactly, more like presence, like memory returning to its place. It doesn't need to be remembered, it just needs to be felt. And so let it be. Let the warmth sink deeper into the tissue. Let it move through the bones like quiet light through glass. Feel how your knees still carry the memory of standing, not as stiffness, but as a quiet weight, the kind that settles into bone after hours of holding yourself upright when no one was watching. That pressure isn't resistance anymore. It's just there, like the way roots press against soil without needing to explain why they're anchored. Your hips are locked, not because you're trying to stay strong, but because the body has learned to hold its ground even when the ground doesn't require it. But now, that lock is loosening, not forced, just allowed. Let your knees soften their angle ever so slightly, just a fraction of an inch forward into the bed's embrace. Not pushing, not pulling, only letting. The space between them isn't empty. It holds the shape of release, like air filling a bell after it's been struck and gone silent. There's no need to correct or adjust. Just notice how your pelvis begins to open, not wide, not dramatic, but in that quiet way bodies do when they realize they don't have to brace for impact. Your lower back, still humming with the warmth from earlier, is now beginning to settle deeper into the mattress. Not sinking down as if falling, but melting in like wax on a stone table, slowly yielding, quietly becoming part of what supports you. The spine is not rigid anymore. It's no longer trying to be straight for someone else's benefit. It can curve with ease, like a riverbank shaped by time and flow. Let it rest where it wants, not because it's broken, but because it's finally being given permission to simply be. Now feel your hands not as instruments of grip or control, but as soft things that have been carrying weight for hours. The fingers aren't clenched. They're just resting on the edge of the bed like leaves drifting into a stream. Let them uncurl, not by will, but because there's no need to hold anything anymore. No one is asking you to pick up a phone, open a file, close a door. You don't have to be ready for any signal, any demand. The hands can just rest. And if your palms feel cool, like they've been holding off the cold of the day, they can still warm themselves slowly in their own space. Not forced, just waiting, like stones that were lying under a stream, gathering heat from sunlight over time. There's no rush to become hot, no need to prove anything about temperature or strength. They're already being warmed by the body's quiet return inward. Now bring your attention down past the pelvis, past the hips, to the lower legs and feet, not as tools for walking, not as things that have been carrying you through hallways and meetings and rushed decisions, but as parts of a system that has now stopped needing to move. The ankles are soft where they meet the bed. No tension in the tendons. No pressure against the arches. They don't need to be firm or steady anymore. You're not going anywhere. Let your feet spread, just slightly, like roots unfurling underground. Not wide open, but enough so that the outer edges of your heels can release their grip on the mattress. The skin over them isn't taut, it's just there, soft and present, like moss growing in a quiet corner where no one walks. And if you feel any small pulse, any flicker of energy still trying to rise, the body already knows how to let it pass through without taking hold. You don't have to stop it. You don't have to name it. It's just movement in the dark, like dust drifting past a moonbeam. Let it go where it wants. There is no place for it to land but silence. Now feel your breath, not as something you control, but as a tide that's moving through a valley already shaped by stillness. The exhale isn't long because you're trying to lengthen it. It's long because the body has begun to believe, deep in its fibers, that safety is real, that there's no need to rush back into action. No one will come knocking. No urgent voice will call your name. And so, with each out-breath, something deeper softens, not just muscles or joints, but memory, the memory of being on edge, of needing to be sharp, of having to show up even when you weren't ready. That version of you, the one who stood too long and never sat, can now rest in the same way your body is resting, not with triumph, but with permission. Let that feeling move through you, not as a thought, not as a decision, but as a shift in pressure beneath your skin. Like warm oil sinking into wood, it doesn't rush. It just settles where it's needed, without fanfare or demand. Now imagine the bed, your body on it, as something older than sleep, not a piece of furniture, but an ancient container that has held countless people who were too tired to walk anymore, who had no energy left for pretense. The mattress isn't soft because of foam or springs. It's soft because time and stillness and weight have all gathered here over years. It remembers what it means to carry a body without question. And you're not just lying on it, you're being held by it. Not in the way a hand holds something fragile, but in the way earth holds roots, with patience, with depth, with no expectation of return. The bed doesn't need you to wake up better tomorrow. It only needs you to stay right where you are and let go. Feel how your body is not just sinking into the mattress, but becoming part of its quiet rhythm, like two pulses syncing over time, not forced, not adjusted, just aligning as if this has always been possible. And in that alignment, there's no need for a final release, no need to get to sleep. You're already there in the space between breaths where nothing is asked of you. The mind isn't racing. It's not trying to fix anything. It's just resting. Like a bird on a branch, wings folded, head tucked under its own feather, no longer waiting for flight. Let your awareness drift, like smoke rising slowly from the edge of a fire that has gone out. No destination, no purpose, just movement through stillness. And if you notice the outline of your shoulder blades pressing into the bed, they're not trying to be flat or firm. They're just lying there like stones in a shallow pool, waiting for water to cover them again. You don't have to stay awake long enough to understand this. You don't have to remember it tomorrow. The body already knows how to carry its own quiet. It doesn't need your attention to prove that it's safe. It just needs you to stop trying to control the way it feels and let it settle on its own. So rest just as you are, not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, but because you're allowed, because this moment isn't a transition, it's an arrival. And if your thoughts come back, the ones about what still needs to be said or fixed, they can stay at the edge of awareness, like birds on a wire in early morning light. You don't need to shoo them away. They aren't here to disturb you. They're just passing through, looking for nowhere in particular. You are not responsible for their journey, only for your own breath and how it slows down into the quiet between heartbeats. Let that silence grow, not because you've created it, but because it's been waiting all along, beneath everything you've carried today. And now, after standing too long, after thinking too much, after holding yourself together when no one was watching, you don't have to be anything. You just are, and being is enough. The weight of your legs, the softness in your hands, the way your chest rises and falls with less effort than before, all of it is not a sign that you're falling asleep. It's a signal that you've already arrived home. Your breath begins to move not towards sleep, but towards stillness, like a river slowing into a pool after years of running through rock. You don't have to go anywhere. The body knows the shape it needs to hold now, the one that doesn't fight against gravity, only leans into it. Your knees remain slightly drawn up, as if your legs are remembering how to curl around themselves like they used to when you were small and warm under blankets. There's no shame in this position. No need to straighten or correct it. It is not a posture of weakness. It's the body speaking its truth. I am tired enough that I don't need to stand anymore. Feel how your hips are still tight, yes, but now notice they aren't locked with effort. They're just holding their shape, like stone in water, resisting flow without resistance. No need to force them open or soften them. Just let the weight of your lower back press into the mattress like a hand pressing gently against a closed door, only not to push it open, but because the space behind it is already empty and you don't have to go through. Let your attention drift down, not with urgency, but with curiosity, to how your pelvis rests on the bed. Not floating, not taut, just settling, like sediment sinking in a glass of water that's been left undisturbed for hours. The bones are no longer trying to protect anything. They're not guarding against fatigue or judgment or the next thing that might come. They are simply resting where they've always belonged, on this surface, held by gravity and time. Now imagine your legs, not as limbs you use, but as objects that have been carrying you all day through floors, stairs, rooms, conversations, decisions. Each one has its own memory. The way your right calf tensed when you stepped on a rough patch of sidewalk. How your left thigh trembled just slightly after standing in place too long during that meeting. You don't need to erase those memories. You only need to let them rest. Let your feet relax, not by doing anything, but by noticing they're already soft. The toes are not curled or gripping the air like they were earlier when you stood on cold tile. They aren't trying to push off from anywhere. They're just lying there, like roots beneath soil that don't need to reach for water because it's already around them. Your ankles, soft now, relaxed, don't have to be firm or steady. You don't need your balance anymore tonight. No one is watching you walk. No one needs you to stand up straight or show strength. The body can afford to surrender its vigilance, even briefly. Let the space between your feet soften like cloth left out in a breeze until it folds into itself. Let your calves unclench, not dramatically, but slowly, like muscles that were once tight from holding something they no longer carry. There's nothing here for them to support, no load, no task. Now let your thighs, the front and back of them, soften with the same quiet intention, not because you're trying to relax, but because the effort has already passed. You've walked enough, stood long enough, fought hard enough inside yourself to be seen without being broken. Let your hips soften, not by pushing down or forcing openness, but simply by allowing their weight to fall deeper into the bed, like a stone dropped in water that sinks past where light reaches, until it rests at the bottom of its own gravity. Your spine, long and curved along the mattress, is not trying to be straight. It's not trying to hold anything upright anymore. It is just following the shape of your body as it lies down. There's no need for a straight back when you're already lying on something that has held hundreds, maybe thousands, of people who didn't care about posture, only rest. Feel how your lower back presses into the mattress like a hand pressing flat against a surface to make sure nothing is hiding beneath. But not to search, just to settle, to say, I am here. I don't need to be anything other than what I'm becoming. And now let that pressure deepen, not with force but with time. Let the weight of your upper body sink into the bed like a leaf falling through still air. Not rushing, not resisting, just arriving. Let your shoulders drop, not because they're tired, but because there's no one left to carry their burden. No demands, no expectations. They don't have to be high or tense or ready for anything. They can just lie down like stones in a stream that has slowed from rushing into stillness. And when you feel them sink, just slightly, into the mattress, notice how your arms follow. Your hands are not clenched, not waiting, just resting, palms up, fingers relaxed, as if they've forgotten what it means to grip anything. Let your wrists soften, not by relaxing muscles, but by noticing they're already soft, like old leather that has been worn down by use until it yields easily under pressure. They don't have to be strong or steady or capable of holding things. They can just be. Your elbows, bent slightly now, rest against the bed like two small hills where your arms meet your torso. Not needing to reach, not trying to push anything away. Just resting in their own curve, as if they've always known how to fold into themselves when no one is watching. Now let your forearms lie flat, not forced into any shape or position, but simply allowing the weight of them to rest on the mattress like a book left open and forgotten on a table. No need to turn pages, no urgency to read, just presence. Let your hands stay where they are, palms up, fingers loose, as if you're offering nothing but yourself to the air above, not asking for anything in return, not waiting for approval. You don't have to do anything with them now. They can just be part of the quiet weight that holds you down and keeps you safe. And your chest, the space where breath moves through, doesn't need to rise high or push forward. It doesn't need to show strength or courage. It can rest low, like a valley between two hills. The ribs aren't trying to hold anything in. They're not protecting the heart from being seen. They're just letting it be. Let your breath move through that space with less effort than before, like air moving through an open window on a quiet evening when no one is home. No need for deep, dramatic pulls, just small, soft movements between ribs and lungs, as if the body has remembered how to breathe without trying. And as you feel each exhale lengthen just slightly, you might notice that your jaw isn't clenched, not even slightly. The muscles around your mouth are not tight or pressed together. Your tongue is not resting against the roof of your mouth like it was earlier, when your thoughts were loud and running too fast. Let your mouth stay open, not to speak, but because you don't need to say anything anymore. Let your lips part just enough that air can move freely through, not needing to close them for control or dignity. Just letting the shape of your face fall into softness, like clay left out in rain, until it settles into its true form. Your tongue is not pressing forward, not retreating. It's lying still at the base of your mouth like a small thing that has stopped trying to explain itself. There's no need to articulate anything tonight. No one needs you to speak. You can just be quiet, not in silence, but in fullness. And now let your eyes, still open, still resting in the dark, stay soft, not focused on anything specific, not searching for meaning, not trying to see a shape or pattern, just allowing the space behind them to remain empty and clear, like windows at night that don't reflect light, but instead show only what's outside. You don't have to watch. You don't need to look ahead. Your vision is not in service to action anymore. It can just be still, open, unguarded. And if a thought comes, a fragment of memory, a line from a conversation you had earlier, a worry that hasn't left, you don't need to push it away. Just let it float near the surface like a leaf on water, not attached, not held, not followed. It can drift by without your permission or resistance. Your shoulders, those quiet hills at the top of your back, are not pressing forward, not hunched up toward your ears like they've been all day. They're not guarding anything anymore. They don't need to be alert. There's no one waiting for you to stand taller or speak louder. Just let them sink, not because you have to, but because they can. Let the muscles along the sides of your neck soften, the ones that held tension like a wire stretched tight between two posts, now loosening just enough that the weight behind your ears feels lighter. Your head isn't resting on anything hard anymore. It's not cradled in fear or anticipation. It's just here, supported by space, by air, by gravity. And as it settles, you might notice how the back of your skull gently presses into the pillow, not forced, not clinging, but simply letting itself be held like a seed beneath soil, where no light is needed and nothing has to grow. Your hips, still locked from standing too long, are beginning to understand that they don't need to carry everything. The tightness in the front of your pelvis, the way it's been holding on like a door shut against something unseen, is slowly unraveling. Not with force, not with effort, just by letting go one breath at a time. Let the bones beneath you feel their own shape again, not as containers for stress or strain, but as solid things that belong to your body and nothing else. They don't have to prove anything. No need to keep them stiff in case something comes. The ground is still there. The bed hasn't moved. You're not being asked to stand. So let the muscles around your hips release their grip, like hands unclenching after holding a breath for too long. Let the tension melt down through your inner thighs, past the knees, and out into the soles of your feet. Not all at once, just enough that each new exhale pulls some of it away. Your legs, they've been braced against time, against decisions made earlier today, against things left unsaid, are finally allowed to rest. The tension in the backs of your thighs, the kind that builds when you stand too long with your weight on one foot, is softening now like wax under a slow flame. Let it drip down through your calves, past the ankles, and into your feet. Your toes are not gripping the mattress or curling up from habit. They're just letting go, like roots sinking deeper into damp earth after rain. You don't need to push back against anything anymore. The floor beneath you is steady. There's no threat in stillness. And as your body begins to shift, you might notice how the space around you, this room, this dark shape of a place where you've been lying for hours, isn't shrinking or closing in. It's not holding its breath. You don't need to keep an eye out for danger. The walls aren't leaning forward. The ceiling isn't lowering. There's no pressure building from above. Just air still, quiet, unoccupied. And you're not being watched, not judged, not expected to perform or respond. Your presence here is enough. You don't have to be useful tonight. Let your attention drift slowly, gently back into the weight of your body, not as a task, but as an invitation. Feel how each part meets the mattress, the small curve of your lower spine where it rests against the bed frame, the slight hollow beneath your waist, the way your hips press down and create their own soft indentation in the surface. It's not about perfection. It's not about alignment or posture. It's just contact. The kind that happens when you're no longer trying to control how you lie. No need to adjust or reposition. Just let your body be what it is right now, slightly bent, slightly curled, a little off-center, and know that this shape is valid. This position isn't wrong because it's not straight. It's true because it's yours. Now imagine the mattress beneath you, not as something hard or unyielding, but as a kind of deep memory of support, like a slow breath returning after a long silence. The material has held many bodies before, some restless, some still, some weeping, some sleeping without dreams, and each one was met with gentle pressure, soft giving. You're not the first person to lie here in darkness, feeling too much and too little at once. But you are the first one who is now letting go of that tension, not by fighting it, but by surrendering into its opposite. Wait. Let your body feel how gravity works differently when you stop resisting it. Not like a force pulling you down, but like something reaching up to cradle you. Like air rising around you and holding you in place not with strength, but with care. You're not falling, you're being held. And the bed, this quiet vessel of softness, isn't just supporting your shape. It's responding. The fabric is settling beneath you as if it has known this moment was coming for a long time. Now let your breath deepen, not by trying to make it deeper, but because there's no longer any need to force anything. Your lungs don't have to work harder. They can just be open, like two slow-moving doors that were never meant to stay shut. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're counting or controlling, but because your body knows what it needs. A little more release, a little less effort. And as each breath moves through you, let your awareness follow, not rushing ahead, not searching for results, but simply staying with the quiet rhythm of letting go. Let your hands, still open, still palms up, feel their own softness again, not needing to do anything, not even hold space. They're just there, resting like two small animals that have found shelter under a tree after rain. No purpose beyond existing. No demand on anyone else, just rest. And when you feel the faintest twitch in your fingers, the way they might remember how to move if asked, let it happen without resistance. Let them shift slightly as if testing their own weight, then let them settle back again. You don't have to keep them still. They can move a little if they want, but no need to guide them, no need to correct. Your belly, the place where tension often settles like dust in the corner of a room, can now relax fully, not because you've done anything right, but because there's nothing left to do. The muscles that were clenched all day from stress or fatigue are not fighting anymore. They're not bracing against fear, against urgency, against being seen. They're just soft, like cloth left out overnight in the damp air, unwound, unpressed, no longer needing to be taut. And your lower back, the small of your spine where so much strain has built over time from standing or sitting with poor posture, is not trying to hold itself up anymore. It's not propping you through the day. No one is waiting for it to stay strong. So let it soften just a little more each breath. Let the vertebrae rest in their own alignment, not by force, but because they're allowed to be where they naturally belong. Your feet, those anchors at the end of your limbs, are not pressing into anything. They don't need to push forward or prepare for movement. The soles are flat against the bed, feeling every texture beneath them, the weave of fabric, the grain of wood if you've ever laid barefoot on a floor, the quiet resistance of padding. You can feel each point, heel, ball, toes, not as something that must carry weight, but as part of your body's map of sensation. And now, let yourself feel how much lighter you are when you stop fighting to stay upright. Not because you've become weaker, but because you're allowing the truth. That rest is not failure. That sinking into softness isn't surrendering, it's coming home. Your skin, so sensitive all day from nerves and movement, is no longer alert for danger. It doesn't need to react or protect itself anymore. The surface of your body can just be still, like a river after the storm has passed. No ripples, no tension, just the quiet flow beneath. And as you lie there, not moving much but being deeply felt, let your mind do the same thing. Let it stop trying to follow thoughts or push them away. Not because they're bad, but because you don't have to manage anything tonight. You can just be present in the feeling of your body, the warmth that builds slowly from within, like embers after a fire has died down. Your breath is slowing, not by effort but by surrender, each out-breath longer than the last, like a tide retreating over sand that has forgotten how to hold its shape. The air moves through you with less resistance now, as if your lungs have learned their own rhythm without needing permission from your mind. You don't need to teach them anything. They know what it means to be still in motion. And so do the muscles around your hips, the ones that held tight all day like iron bands wrapped too long against a wall they were meant to support, not carry. Now those same muscles are untying slowly, one fiber at a time, as if some quiet signal has finally reached them. You can let go, not collapse, just soften. Let the pelvis lower into its natural curve without lifting or pressing back up. The bones beneath your skin aren't trying to stay firm anymore. They're just letting gravity do what it does best. Your knees are still drawn slightly upward, not out of need, but from habit. The body remembers how to protect itself even when no threat is near. But now that protection feels unnecessary, almost like an old coat you wore through winter long after the cold passed. You don't have to keep holding your legs in place. They can settle where they are, no adjustment needed. Feel the space between them, not forced or squeezed shut, but open and loose, like two halves of a fruit left on a table too long, beginning to separate by their own weight. The skin there is warm now, not tense from clenching, but full from blood flowing freely again after hours of restriction. You can let that warmth grow deeper. Your lower spine, once so guarded, is no longer working overtime just to keep you upright. It's been doing extra labor all day, bearing the strain of standing too long, carrying a posture built on endurance instead of ease. But now it doesn't have to do that anymore. There's no one watching, no deadline approaching. The bed is holding your back as well as it can, softly, unconditionally, and you're not expected to perform. Let yourself sink into the mattress like sand in water, slowly and without protest. Not falling, but being received. As if the surface beneath you has been waiting all night for this exact moment. A body that no longer resists its own weight. Your legs, long limbs shaped by walking, standing, carrying, now feel less like tools than parts of your living map. The tendons behind your knees are not taut from strain, but relaxed into silence. Your calves don't need to brace for motion anymore. They can just be, soft, heavy, unneeded. And when you notice a slight tremor in one thigh, the way muscles sometimes release after being held too long, it doesn't mean anything needs fixing. It's simply the body letting go of what it was asked to carry all day. Let that ripple pass through without catching it or naming it. Don't stop it. Don't speed it up. Just let it be part of your quiet unmaking. Your feet are still flat on the bed, but they're not pressing down. The soles aren't seeking grip, nor are the toes curling to brace against something invisible. They're just there, the arches relaxed, the heels sinking slightly deeper into whatever surface lies beneath them. If you were barefoot right now, you'd feel every subtle variation in texture. A thread lifted here, a patch of fabric worn thin there, maybe even dust gathered under an old edge. But you don't need to know those details. You're not exploring the room with your feet tonight, only feeling what they remember about stillness. Your hands are open again, not because you've decided to be relaxed, but because their muscles have finally unlearned tension. The fingers aren't curled into fists, nor clamped around a memory of control or urgency. They lie gently in space, as if floating slightly above the bed, just resting like driftwood after being washed ashore. And your arms, not folded against yourself for warmth or defense, but stretched out slowly and silently from your shoulders, no longer needing to guard your torso with tight muscles or crossed limbs. The joints are loose now. The elbow bends without resistance. The wrist floats in air as though it forgot how heavy things could be. Your chest is rising and falling not because you're forcing breath into lungs, but because your body knows when to breathe again, deeply, quietly, without needing approval from thought. And that's enough. That's all there ever was to rest, a return to what the body already knew before it started pretending otherwise. Now let this feeling spread, not like fire through dry wood, not with force, but slowly like moss growing in shadowed stone, soft and unhurried. Let it move from your hips down into your thighs, then into your knees. No rush, no pushing ahead, just letting go where you are. And if there's a place that still holds on, a small knot of muscle near the base of your spine or behind one shoulder, the body knows how to release even those places in time. Not through willpower, but by presence, simply staying with it until the tension realizes no threat is coming and can finally let go. You don't need to guide this process. You just need to be here, aware enough not to resist, soft enough not to fight back. The air around you feels still tonight, not because there's nothing happening, but because everything has slowed down into its own quiet language. The breath moving through your ribs, the blood pulsing softly in your temples, a faint warmth rising from deep within your pelvis like steam beneath soil after rain. There's no story to tell here, no event that needs explaining or fixing. Just this body lying on the bed, not performing anything except existing. Your skin is quiet now, not alert for danger, nor seeking reassurance, but simply receiving what's there. Pressure from the mattress, warmth radiating up through your back and hips, the slight coolness of air brushing along your forearm where it rests outside the blanket. And no need to react, no need to respond, just feel. And as you do, let the weight of all that has been carried slowly settle into deeper ground. Not lost, but released. Like stones sinking through water until they come to rest on a bed far below, still whole, but no longer burdened by surface currents. Your mind isn't working anymore, not trying to think ahead or ruminate over what's already past. It's not pushing away thoughts, nor holding onto them either. Just listening. To the silence between breaths, to the quiet hum beneath your bones, to the slow shift of blood through veins that no longer need adrenaline. You are not responsible for anything right now, not even being awake. You're allowed to be still, even if you're only half asleep already. And this softness in your hips, these legs releasing their grip on gravity, this quiet surrender beneath your spine isn't weakness. It's the body remembering how it was meant to rest, not by force or effort, but by allowing itself to fall into what is true and natural. Let go of any idea that you should be doing more, should have finished something, thought through a problem, made decisions about tomorrow. None of that matters tonight. What matters now is this breath, this stillness, the way your body fits perfectly into the shape of its own bed, the curve where it's been waiting all along. You don't need to earn rest. You just need to stop resisting it. And so you do, just a little more with each exhale. And then another. And another. As if time itself is slowing down, not in protest, but because there's nothing left to rush toward. Your shoulders aren't lifting anymore, not from strain or posture, but simply letting gravity take over. They sink deeper into the mattress as though they've found a place where they no longer need to carry anything. The space between your shoulder blades, once tight with tension, like two hands pressed together too hard, is now open and relaxed. No more effort there, just room for air and silence. Your neck, it's not stretched or stiff from holding up the head all day. It's just resting where it belongs, the spine curving gently into its natural alignment without needing to be corrected. And your face, those muscles around the jaw, under the eyes, near the mouth, are no longer clenched against fatigue or anxiety. They aren't trying to smile or frown or hide anything, just relaxed. The corners of your lips are soft, not smiling, not grimacing, but resting in their natural position. Your jaw is no longer holding on to the day's tension, not clenched against stress, not braced for a sudden sound, just resting, soft as cloth left in sunlight. The muscles beneath your ears are quiet now, uncurled from their habitual tightness, like roots loosening after rain. You don't need to adjust them. There's no reason to tighten again. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pushing forward, not retreating, just present in its own place, not speaking, not tasting. And just being, and that stillness spreads inward, down through your throat where it meets your chest. A quiet descent like water seeping into dry earths. Your hips are still slightly tucked, yes, but the lock is beginning to soften. You can feel it not as a thought, but as a shift. The pelvis releasing its grip on gravity's pull, surrendering slowly, almost imperceptibly. The bones beneath your skin aren't resisting anymore, not pushing up or forward, not trying to stay upright in a body that no longer needs to stand. They're letting go of their duty, one small millimeter at a time. There's an opening here, between the sits bones and the base of your spine, where tension used to gather like sand in a sieve. Now it's empty, not because you've done anything, but because you haven't fought against what wants to happen. The legs, they're not just lying still, they're beginning to know that rest is possible. The muscles along the backs of your thighs are no longer holding their breath. They aren't waiting for a signal to move or bracing for impact when you might need to rise again. They're simply breathing with you, long and slow, in time with the quiet expansion beneath your ribs. You can feel it, warmth pooling deep within the crease behind your knees, not heat from exertion, but the kind that comes from blood finally allowed to flow without resistance. It's like sunlight moving through a closed room after someone has opened the window just enough for air to move. Your feet, they're still curled slightly inward at the toes, yes, but that grip is loosening too, not forced open, not yanked straight, just letting go, as if each toe were remembering how it feels to be free of pressure from shoes or daily strain. The soles are no longer stiff with readiness, no need to push off, no need to walk through the next hour or the next room. They're simply resting against the mattress, feeling its shape beneath them, the give and curve where your body has settled into place like a stone in riverbed. Not sinking, not floating, just fitting. You don't have to do anything with that weight. It's not heavy, never was, but it is real. And it's allowed to be there. No one needs to carry it for you anymore. Your hips, your pelvis, your lower back, they've all been holding the day's load like a secret. Now they're releasing it, not in waves or drama, but quietly, like water dripping from a leaf after rain. The tension that used to live between your sacrum and your spine, it's not gone. But it's no longer fighting. It's just letting go of its claim. And so you are sinking deeper than gravity alone would carry you, not into the bed, but into yourself, into a place where rest isn't something you earn or achieve. It's already here, waiting beneath all the layers of alertness and effort. There is no need to find it, no route to follow. You don't have to travel anywhere. You're not moving towards sleep. You're simply stopping resisting wakefulness. This isn't a performance, not even close. It's not about how many breaths you take, or how long your exhales last, or whether you feel calm at this moment. The only thing that matters is this: the way your body fits into its own space, like a hand sliding into a glove that was made for it all along. Not too tight, not too loose, just right. There's no pressure to be more relaxed than you are. No need to get there. You're already here. In this moment, in this stillness, with your knees drawn up just enough to cradle the lower back, your body is not trying to fix itself. It's not asking for permission to rest. It's simply allowing what has been waiting. Your breath, it's not faster now or slower, but more present. Not something you're doing, but something that happens through you. The air moves in and out as if guided by a rhythm older than thought, older than memory. Each exhale isn't forced. It just comes long and even, like wind passing over a hillside at dusk. You don't need to control it. You're not steering the breath. You're riding with it. And inside, there's a quiet warmth rising again, not from effort or willpower, but from deep within your core, where blood has pooled after being held back for hours. It's like the earth beneath stones slowly warming after nightfall, slow, steady, unhurried. No rush to reach full heat, just being, letting it be. Your belly, it's not rigid anymore, not holding in thoughts, not clenching against anxiety. The muscles there are soft, yielding under the weight of your breath. They aren't pushing forward or pulling back. They're just breathing, expanding gently with each inhale, releasing fully on the exhale, as if they've forgotten how to tighten and don't remember why they ever did. And beneath that, deep in your lower abdomen, the space where tension used to gather like storm clouds is empty now, not because you've cleared it, but because there's no need for resistance anymore. You're not trying to protect anything. There's nothing left to defend. The body knows this, even if the mind hasn't caught up yet. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to be aware of everything happening in your body. In fact, you can let go of that awareness too. It doesn't matter if you notice a shift or not. What matters is that it's happening anyway. The nervous system is down-regulating not because you're trying to help it, but because you've stopped fighting against the truth. This moment is safe. you are allowed to fall. There's no alarm clock coming for you, no one calling your name across a room, no voice demanding attention, no task waiting in the morning, just time, slow and soft, not scarce, not rushing toward anything, it simply is. And so your body, your whole self, can begin to dissolve into that space, not vanishing, not disappearing, but letting go of its need to be seen or heard or noticed. You don't have to matter right now. You're not required to do anything important. The world will keep turning whether you're awake or asleep. Your skin, it's still warm where it touches the sheets. Not too hot, not cold, just there, present, receiving. There's no effort in being sensitive, no need to react to temperature, pressure, texture. Your body is simply letting itself be touched by the world, not fighting back, not pulling away. And as you lie here, knees drawn up slightly, hips unlocked from their long-held vigilance, there's a softness spreading through your lower back, a kind of yielding that isn't weakness, but surrender to gravity, to stillness. The spine is no longer trying to stay upright. It's just resting in its natural curve, as if it remembers how it should feel when no one is watching. You don't need to be strong anymore. You're not on duty. You're not being evaluated or tested. No one is checking your performance. There's only this, the slow fall of breath into stillness, the quiet settling beneath your bones, the way your pelvis begins to feel less like a fortress and more like a cradle. And you are no longer holding on, not even slightly. You're not trying to be calm. You're not trying to sleep. You're just being in this body that has carried you through long hours, through stress, through fatigue, and now it's allowed to stop carrying, to rest. There is no effort here, no striving, just the soft release of muscles that have been working too hard for too long. The shoulders aren't lifting, not even subtly. They're just falling into the mattress, into space, into silence. And your arms, they don't need to be ready. You don't have to reach out or pull in. Your hands are loose now, not clenched into fists, not pressing into palms. Just resting on the blanket, fingers gently curved, as if they've forgotten how to grip anything at all. Your knees still draw up slightly, not out of tension now, but because the body remembers comfort, the shape it once made when curled into itself for warmth, for safety long before responsibility taught it to stay open and exposed. That curve isn't a defense anymore, it's a retreat, a return home, and in that softness between your thighs, where pressure used to build like steam behind closed valves, there's no heat now, no trapped energy, just space. The kind of quiet that doesn't need words to be real. You don't have to name it. You don't have to believe it. It just is, held in the hollows and contours your body has learned by heart. The blanket lies over you not as a barrier, but as something like skin, layered, familiar, accepting. Your legs aren't stiff against it anymore. They're sinking into its weight, letting the fibers cradle your calves and shins, holding them like they've always belonged there. Not resisting, not adjusting. No need to shift or reposition because nothing is asking for anything. The bed isn't a surface to be controlled. It's a kind of ground, not earth, but still steady. And beneath you, the floor. Not felt directly, not in any way that demands attention, but present. A distant hum of stability, like the sound of something deep and slow moving far below your feet, unseen, unbothered by what happens on top. Your pelvis, once rigid with posture, locked in place like a hinge forced too tight, is no longer bracing itself against gravity. It's not trying to keep balance or hold up the upper body anymore. There's nothing left to carry, no load, so it leans into its own shape, the way bones naturally fit together when given permission. The sacrum softens, the hips release their habitual clench, and your lower back, where tension used to gather like a knot in a rope, unravels slowly, not all at once, but piece by piece, like a thread pulled gently from fabric until nothing remains but slack. And with that slack comes a new kind of awareness, not sharp or active, but deep and passive. A sense of being held not just by the mattress, but by everything around you, the air, the walls, even the silence itself. It's not an idea. It's not imagination. It's simply what happens when your body stops trying to prove it's still awake. You're not falling asleep in a rush. You're not chasing sleep like a prize. There's no destination, no goal of getting there. Instead, you're being carried by the weight of breath, by gravity, by time that doesn't care how fast or slow you move through it. The room isn't empty. It's full, not with noise, but with quiet presence. A stillness that fills every corner, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has stopped demanding your attention. Your hands are still open, not relaxed in the way people describe relaxation, like a pose, but unarmed. They don't feel like they need to grab or protect. The fingers aren't curling inward, nor are they reaching outward. They're just there, resting on top of the blanket, palms up as if waiting for nothing at all. And in that openness, the space between your fingertips, there's a kind of quiet invitation. Come in, it seems to say. Stay. No conditions, no expectations. You don't have to do anything with them. You don't need to write or type or push something away. They are not tools anymore, just parts of you that are allowed to be still. Your shoulders, once so high, so ready for impact, are now lower than they've been in years. Not because you're forcing them down, but because the muscles beneath them have forgotten how to stay tight. The trapezius isn't tensing into a ridge along your neck anymore. It's softening like dough left to rest. And with it, the base of your skull, the place where tension used to gather like static, begins to loosen. not in one moment, but in small pulses, like ripples across water. Each exhale carries away another bit of stored pressure, not erased, just released. Your tongue, it's not pressing against your teeth anymore. It isn't pinned behind the front molars, as if trying to keep silence from escaping. It rests now just under the roof of your mouth, as if remembering how to be still. No need to speak, no need to swallow or move, just lying there, quiet and unclaimed, like a forgotten word in a dream. Your eyes are closed, not out of effort, but because they've stopped searching. There's no reason to look for threats, patterns, shapes, shadows. The dark isn't threatening. It doesn't hide danger. It hides nothing at all. And so your eyelids don't feel heavy. They feel like doors that have finally been allowed to stay shut. There's a rhythm in this now, not the kind you can count, but one you can feel beneath your skin. A slow pulsing of stillness that isn't silence, not exactly, more like the absence of interference. Like when wind stops blowing through trees and leaves just hang there, not falling, not moving, just existing. And in this quiet, something else begins to happen, not a thought, not an image, but a sensation, a kind of warmth spreading up from your hips, not like heat rising from fire, but like the slow melt of snow under sun that isn't bright enough to burn anything. It moves through your lower back, along the curve of your spine into your mid-back, and then down again, not rushing, just flowing, like water finding its way through soil. You don't have to follow it. You don't need to notice where it ends or how far it goes. It's not a journey. It's just happening, like the blood moving through veins, like breath filling lungs without you telling it to. And in that warmth, your body begins to feel less like something separate from itself, and more like something returning, not coming back to life exactly, but coming home to stillness, to what has always been there underneath all the effort, a quiet capacity for rest. Your hips, still slightly locked in their memory of standing, now begin to unclench not with force but with patience, with time, as if they've finally realized no one is watching, no one cares how long you stay like this, so they don't need to be firm anymore. They can let go, not all at once, not dramatically, but slowly, like a door that swings open after years of being held shut by wind. The space between your legs, once tight with effort and focus, now feels loose, not slack, but free, like air moving through an open window, no resistance, just the softness of being unoccupied. And in this openness, there's no need to protect anything. There's no reason to brace for impact. The body isn't preparing for a shift, a demand, a test. It's not waiting for anyone. It's simply letting itself be. You're not trying to sleep. You're not even trying to rest. But you are resting deeply, not because it was planned, but because the nervous system has finally stopped shouting that danger is near. The brake pedal has been released, not forcefully, not suddenly, but gently, like a hand pulling away from a wheel after hours of grip. And now there's only this: breath meeting stillness, weight meeting support, presence meeting absence, each one flowing into the other without resistance. The room doesn't change. The light doesn't come back. The night stretches on, not as something to endure, but as something that is already here, already whole, and already yours. And you're not apart from it. You're part of it now. Not in any way that needs defining or naming, just being held by the dark, held by gravity, held by time that doesn't care how long you stay. Your chest rises slowly, as if even motion has forgotten urgency. And your stomach, the place where worry used to live like a small storm, it's not flat, but not tense either. It's soft, not empty, not full, just calm. There are no thoughts about tomorrow, no replaying of the day, no need to analyze anything that happened earlier. The mind isn't working. It's not even quiet. It's just letting go. And in that absence, the lack of effort, the surrender to what already is, there begins a kind of deep stillness, deeper than silence, deeper than sleep. Not unconscious, not unaware, but uninvolving, no longer engaged with the task of being aware, just present, and not even trying to be that. There's no need for anything at all. The body isn't holding on anymore. It doesn't have to protect itself. It doesn't have to stay awake. Your knees still drawn up, not for warmth, but because they've forgotten how to be otherwise, like a habit of holding that's outlasted the reason. The weight between them settles deeper into the mattress now, not pressing down but dissolving into it, as if the bed has softened in response, yielding just enough to say, "I know you're here. I'm already holding you." There's no need to grip tighter, no need to make space for anything else. The body isn't asking for more than what is already beneath it. Your hips, still remembering standing, still keeping watch over a posture that no longer needs defending, are beginning to loosen in the quiet way of things that have been locked for too long. Not with a sudden release, not with a gasp or a shift, but with the slow surrender of something that's simply tired of being on edge. The muscles around your pelvis are softening like clay left out after rain, no longer resisting shape, no longer fighting to stay firm. They're just letting themselves be shaped by gravity, by rest, by time passing without demand. Your lower back, the place where tension used to gather like dust in a forgotten corner, now feels more like an arc than a strain, not rigid, not hollow, but curved, gentle, holding the space between your spine and the mattress with quiet dignity. There's no effort in it anymore. No need to brace against anything that might come. The support beneath you is steady. It doesn't promise safety, it simply is, and that's enough. Your breath moves through your chest like a slow tide, rising not for volume or force, but because the body remembers how to fill itself without being told. You don't have to control it. You don't even have to notice where it goes. It flows in and out with no agenda, no need to make more air than you used, just enough. Enough to keep things quiet, just enough to let your ribs settle back into their natural place. Your hands lie loose on the covers now, not curled, not clenched, not ready to catch anything that might fall. Their open palms, fingers slightly splayed like roots in soil that no longer needs to cling. The skin is warm, not hot, not cold, just present. And as you let them be just lying there, the pressure of the blanket presses gently back into each finger like a quiet agreement. We don't need to do anything. We're already doing it. Your jaw, so often clenched without knowing it, is no longer gripping at all. The tension in your teeth has melted away not with willpower, but with permission. You weren't ever told you could stop, but now the body knows. It's learned that silence doesn't mean surrender, stillness isn't weakness, and softening isn't failure. Your eyes, still open in the dark, are no longer scanning for threat or meaning. They're not looking at anything, and they don't need to. There's no need to see what's beyond this room. No reason to look for movement in shadows that aren't moving. The darkness isn't hiding anything now. It's not waiting to surprise you. It's just the night, and your eyes are learning how to rest within it. Your shoulders, once pulled up, almost touching your ears from hours of carrying unseen weight, are no longer hiking toward your head. They're sinking into the bed with a softness that feels like surrender without shame. Not collapsing, just letting go, not because you've decided to, but because your body has finally realized it doesn't have to carry everything all at once. Your stomach, the place where thoughts used to churn and tighten, isn't tight anymore. It's not empty or flat. It just is, soft, full of air that isn't rushing anywhere, not anxious, not hopeful, just there, like a quiet pool in the woods, still, unbroken by wind. Your legs, long and still, feel like they've been stretched out for hours, but not from strain, from release. The muscles along your thighs are letting go of their memory of holding tight, of standing through too many minutes that felt longer than they were. You don't have to keep them straight or ready. They can be soft. They can be heavy. Your feet, still in socks, still close to your body, are no longer bracing against the floor, even though you're not on it anymore. The toes are relaxed, not curled, not tense, just resting in their own shape. And the soles of your feet, the places that used to feel like they were always ready to step forward, now feel grounded by what is beneath them. Your spine, long and curved, supported where it needs to be, is no longer trying to hold itself upright against fatigue. It's not fighting gravity. It's letting go into the curve of rest, into the way that bones can simply be without having to prove they're still standing. And in this quiet unholding, the absence of effort, the lack of resistance, there begins a deeper kind of presence, not alert, not awake, but not asleep either, something quieter than sleep, a place where the body has stopped asking for permission to rest and instead just allows it. Your breath comes again, not fast, not shallow, but steady, slow, like water finding its way through mossy stone. It doesn't need to be deeper. It doesn't need to be slower. It's already in rhythm with what is, with the dark, with the weight of your body on the bed, with time that doesn't care how long this lasts. Your chest rises, not because you're trying to breathe, but because it knows how. Like a leaf floating on still water, moving only when pushed by currents too gentle to name. You are no longer thinking about breathing, not even noticing. You're just in it, like the air is part of your body's quiet conversation with itself. And as you stay here, not trying to be anything other than what you already are, the warmth in your limbs, the softness around your jaw, the open space between your knees, the world doesn't change. The room stays dark. The silence stays full. But something inside has shifted, something that can't be measured or named. You're no longer holding on to any version of yourself that needs to stay awake. And no need to prove you're still here. And no reason to keep watch. The body doesn't have to be ready for anything anymore. It's just resting, not waiting, not preparing, just being held by gravity, held by the mattress, held by time that moves without a purpose beyond itself. And in this soft letting go, the quiet unclenching of every place where you've been bracing, you begin to feel something like homecoming. Not because you've arrived somewhere new, but because you're finally allowing yourself to be where you already are. Your knees remain slightly drawn up, not because you're curling into protection, but because your body remembers the shape of comfort, the way warmth collects when the limbs are close to one another. The curve where your thighs meet your torso is soft now, not tense, not guarding against anything, just resting in the space that holds you like a nest made not of twigs, but of stillness. The hips, once locked from standing too long, are no longer holding their position as if they might have to rise again at any moment. They're not sagging or collapsing, they're just letting go. The muscles around your pelvis are unhooking, slowly releasing the grip that has been there since you last stood in the kitchen, since you last answered a call, since you first noticed how heavy time had become. They're softening into the shape of what is allowed, no more resistance required. Your lower back, the place where tension used to gather like dust under an old shelf, is not trying to support anything anymore. It's no longer doing duty for upright posture or bearing weight that doesn't belong to it. It's simply a curve, a gentle inward arc in your spine that needs only the mattress beneath it, and that's enough. The vertebrae are quiet now, each one resting on the next without needing to prove its alignment. There is no need for you to adjust, to correct, to push forward. You don't have to be straight or strong anymore. Just here. Your hands, still curled slightly inward, are not reaching for anything. Not for a phone, not for a glass of water, not even for the edge of the bed as if it might disappear. They're simply resting where they fell when you let go, the palms open, fingers loose, fingertips pointing toward the footboard like they've forgotten what direction means. The space between your hands is wide and empty, not because there's nothing in it, but because there doesn't need to be. You don't have to grasp anything now. Not even peace. Your arms, long and resting along your sides, are no longer bracing against the air as if you might fall. They're not tense with readiness or anticipation. They're heavy with permission to simply lie there, suspended by gravity, supported by soft fabric and stillness. The weight in them is not a burden, it's an offering, a release of effort that says, I don't have to do anything with these limbs anymore. Not lift, not reach, not protect. Your face, still turned toward the ceiling or perhaps slightly tilted, has stopped trying to manage its expression. The jawline isn't clenched. The tongue is not pressed against the roof of your mouth as if it might speak something you can't afford to say. Your lips are not parted in expectation, nor closed tight from holding back tears or thoughts. They're just still, not smiling, not frowning, just present, like a quiet breath that doesn't need to be named. Your eyes, closed now for so long they've stopped searching, are no longer scanning the dark. There's nothing to find, no shadow to fear, no shape to identify. The lids are heavy, not from fatigue, but from surrender. They don't have to open to see anything anymore. You're already in the room, already part of it. Your breath, still slow and even, isn't just flowing through your nose or mouth. It's moving through every layer of you, the walls of your chest, the quiet of your belly, the soft space behind your ribs. Each exhale isn't a signal to let go, it is letting go, not a decision, not an act, just happening like rain falling on dry soil. You're no longer aware of where your body ends and the air begins. There's not much border between you and what surrounds you, the fabric beneath you, the mattress holding its shape around you, the quiet in the walls that seems to press gently against your ears. It doesn't matter whether this is real or imagined. What matters is that there's no need to separate. Your skin, warm but not hot, isn't trying to protect you anymore. The surface of it isn't on alert for touch, for cold, for change. It's not waiting for someone to notice it, not begging for comfort, just existing like a field of grass at dusk, still holding the day's warmth without needing to prove it. You're no longer trying to be safe. You don't have to build a fortress around yourself anymore. The nervous system isn't scanning for threats because there are none. No one is watching. No one needs you to respond. You can stop being on guard, even if only for this moment, even if only in the dark. Your body has stopped asking permission to rest. It doesn't need a reason. It doesn't have to earn it. Rest isn't something you achieve, it's something you allow. And right now, there is no resistance, no friction between what you want and what you're doing. There's not much left to hold. Not tension, not thought, not expectation. Just the weight of your limbs on the bed, the way they settle into it like stones in a shallow stream, not sinking but resting where gravity places them. And that's enough. It doesn't matter if you've been awake for hours or only minutes. It doesn't matter if you're still thinking about tomorrow or what happened earlier today. The body has already moved beyond those things. It knows how to stop carrying, and so you can too. Your feet, still in socks, still curled slightly inward, are not tense against the mattress edge. They don't need to press into anything. They're just there, warm, still, not trying to move forward or backward, just present. The air around your ankles is soft. It doesn't rush in like a warning. It just stays calm, quiet, uninvolved. Your thighs, the long muscles that used to hold you upright for hours, are no longer on alert. They're not ready for anything, not even standing, just resting, letting the weight of them be held by the bed, letting it all go, not in a sudden drop, but in slow waves of softening. You don't have to keep your knees up anymore, but you can if you want. And if you don't, your legs still stay where they are, not because you're forcing them, but because that's the way the body wants to be right now. It doesn't need a plan, just this shape. And the curve of your spine, the gentle arch from lower back up through the middle, is no longer fighting gravity. It's letting it in, letting it rest where it belongs. Your pelvis, once tight with standing, with tension, with endurance, is not holding itself anymore. The muscles are quiet. The bones aren't trying to keep their position. They're just resting, not collapsing, just allowing the shape of you, the way your body naturally curves when no one's watching, to be exactly what it is. And in this stillness, this deep, slow unclenching, not a single part of you has to try anymore. You are not trying to fall asleep. You're not even thinking about sleep, but the body knows what it needs. And it's already beginning to shift into something deeper than wakefulness and lighter than dreaming. It's like the air in your lungs is no longer just oxygen, but stillness. Like every breath carries with it a little less effort and a little more surrender. Your chest rises not because you're forcing it, but because there's space for it to rise. Not from will, not from need, just from what is. And the dark around you, full of quiet that doesn't demand anything, is no longer something to hide from. It's just here, like a blanket, like a room with no doors. You don't have to be afraid of it anymore because you're not alone in it. You're part of its stillness. You are not broken for being tired, not weak for needing rest, not failing for not being able to stop thinking, for not being able to shut down on command. You're just a body that has carried too much, too long, and now, finally, is allowed to let go. And you don't have to do anything about it, not even notice how good it feels. Just stay here, in the softness, in the weight, in the quiet. Let the bed hold you. Let your muscles remember what it's like not to fight. Let your spine rest in its own curve. Let your breath move through you without direction. There is no goal, no finish line, no reason to hurry. You don't have to arrive anywhere, just be. Your hips still locked, still holding the memory of standing, don't have to stay there. They can soften now, not because you've decided to relax, but because your body has already begun to accept that it doesn't need to be on guard anymore. The pressure in the joints, the quiet ache from hours of upright waiting is no longer a signal to brace. It's just sensation, something passing through, not something to resist. Let the pelvis release its grip on itself. Let the tailbone sink deeper into the mattress, like it's finding a shape that was always meant to be there. Not forced, not arranged, just allowed. In the space between your legs, the softness of your inner thighs, the quiet warmth where skin rests against skin is not empty. It holds you. It doesn't ask for anything. It just is. And in this stillness, it's possible that you're no longer trying to keep yourself together. You don't need to hold the shape of a person who has been standing too long. Not anymore. The body can unfold now, slowly, without shame, as if it were breathing out for the first time after years of holding. In your lower back, the small muscles that have been contracted all evening are not required to do anything. They don't need to keep your spine upright or prevent you from collapsing. They've done their job, and now they can rest. Let them drop into the mattress like water spreading across stone, not fast, not dramatic, just quiet release. The vertebrae are no longer trying to stay in place. They're just resting where gravity pulls them, one after another, down through your core. In the small of your back, once tight with tension from standing on hard floors, is not a battlefield anymore. There's no need for vigilance here. No reason to keep the spine upright like it's still at attention. You can let the arch soften, let the curve deepen where it wants without resistance. The muscles aren't holding anything, they're just breathing with you. In your belly, once clenched from stress or anticipation, is not a place of tension anymore. It's soft, not loose, just relaxed, like fabric that has been laid out after being folded for too long. You can feel the warmth there, not heat, but presence. A quiet pulse beneath the skin, like something remembering how to be still. In your hands, still curled slightly at the wrists, are not clenched around anything. They don't need to grip or protect. The fingers are not searching for a door handle, a phone, a pen. They're just resting. Let them uncurl slowly, not because you told them to, but because they've decided that they no longer have to be ready. In the palms, facing upward now, as if the body is offering something to the dark, are soft. The skin isn't tight anymore. It's not trying to shield anything. You can feel each fingertip, not with attention, but with awareness as part of a whole, not separate, just here, unhurried. In your shoulders, the ones that lifted toward your ears all day, don't have to stay there. They don't need to be high. They don't need to carry the weight of what you've been through. Let them fall, like laundry left on a line, slowly slumping under its own softness. Not down in panic, but down from release. In the arms, you've held them close, almost like they were protecting something, can now let go. They don't need to be stiff or ready, just rest at your sides. Let the weight of each arm settle into the bed, like a leaf falling into still water. No splash, no noise, just sink. In your neck, the place where you've carried tension from turning, from looking up, from scanning for danger, doesn't have to stay upright anymore. It can let go. The muscles there are not holding your head in position. They're just breathing with the rest of you. You don't need to keep it straight. Just let it ease into a shape that fits where you are. In your jaw, the one that's been clenched for hours, even when no one was around, is soft now. The teeth aren't pressed together. The tongue isn't pushing against them. It rests gently in the mouth, not doing anything, not resisting, just present. In the muscles behind your eyes, once tight from staring at screens or scanning rooms, are quiet. You don't need to see anymore. No one's watching. There's no task ahead. Your eyelids are closed not because you're trying to sleep, but because they've decided that this is where it feels safest. The darkness isn't threatening, it's just the shape of now. In the air around your face, the space between your cheeks and the pillow is still, not rushing in, not pushing against your skin, just there like a quiet breath held for you. And when you exhale, long, slow, unhurried, you don't need to pull in fresh air, you just let it be. In your ears are not listening anymore. They're not waiting for footsteps or voices or alarms. The sound of the house, the soft hum of appliances, the creak of wood settling isn't a threat. It's just part of the quiet, part of what you're resting in. You don't need to name it, don't need to understand it, just let it be. In your skin, every inch of it doesn't have to feel anything, not even warmth or coolness. It can just be, not reacting, not defending, just receiving the weight of your body with no resistance, like a blanket that knows how to hold without effort. In the pressure under you, the bed beneath your hips, thighs, spine isn't something to move through. It's not a surface to escape from. It's just holding you. And in its quiet support, there's no need to fight. You don't have to be lighter or softer or different. Just here. And your body is not trying to fix itself, not trying to change, not trying to become anything else. It's already doing what it needs to do, resting, releasing, sinking into the space that has always been there for you. And as long as you stay in this shape, knees slightly drawn up, pelvis soft, spine curved just so, the body knows how to keep going without effort. You don't have to guide it, don't need to push or pull or breathe any differently. Just be the weight of your own being, resting where gravity allows. The dark isn't closing in, it's not swallowing you, it's simply what surrounds you now. And in its quiet, there's no demand for movement, no urgency, no reason to wake up. You don't need to remember anything, don't have to plan, just be the softness of your body as it settles into where it is. In your breath still moving through you, not fast, not shallow, is just happening. Not because you're doing it, but because it's possible now. Because there's no reason for it to stop. Because you don't need to control it anymore. And the longer this continues, the slower it becomes, the more your body feels like something that was always meant to be still. Like you've come back to a place you forgot existed. Not asleep, not awake, but somewhere in between, where release isn't earned, but simply allowed. And there's no need for any of it to end. Not yet, not even close. You don't have to hold onto anything, just stay here, in the quiet, in the softness, in the weight that doesn't ask anything back. And if you drift, just a little, just enough, the body already knows how to keep going without your attention. It can rest on its own now. It's not waiting for permission, not needing approval, just being. Let it go, let every muscle, every joint, every nerve cell that has been holding tension finally let go. Not all at once, but slowly, one breath after another, one release after another. And you don't need to be strong anymore. You don't have to carry the day. The night is not a task. It's just happening. And you're allowed to be part of it without doing anything. In the bed holds you like it always has. like it was made for this shape, for this weight, for this quiet surrender. And if you don't wake up until morning, or even later, no one will know. No one will care, you'll just be here, resting, softening, letting go. And this isn't a moment to survive. It's not something to push through. This is what it means to rest, not escaping from your body, but returning into it. Not fighting against tiredness, but letting yourself become it. And the longer you stay in this shape, the knees drawn up, hips soft, spine curved, the more your body feels like a place that has always been safe, like home, like where you were meant to be all along. Your hips are not locked anymore, not the way they were when you first came into this shape, tension coiled at the base of your spine, a low hum beneath the surface like something straining against stillness. Now that grip has softened. It's no longer holding on to memory or momentum. The tightness in your pelvis, it's not gone completely, but it's changed. It has become less like resistance and more like depth, like how water settles into a basin after the storm passes. You are sinking into yourself now, not falling away from anything, but finding that quiet center where movement no longer matters. Your knees press slightly inward against each other, not out of effort, but because they've found their place in this shape. The way your body remembers what it's like to be cradled by gravity. Not held up, not propped open, but supported from below, shaped around the curve of rest. The inside of your thighs, there's a warmth building where you used to feel tension. It spreads slowly, not rushing or forcing its way through, but arriving gently, as if it had been waiting all this time for permission to be felt. In your lower back is not rigid anymore. It doesn't need to brace against the weight above it. The spine has released its arch just a little, and now there's space between each vertebra where no strain exists. You can feel that gap like air slipping through your bones, quiet and soft. Not empty, but open in the way an old room is when all the furniture has been taken out for good. Your feet are still flat on the mattress, no need to lift them, no urge to curl or tense, but they're not pushing forward either. They've stopped fighting gravity's pull. The soles of your feet, there's a dull awareness in their surface now, not sharp, not active, just present. Like skin that remembers how it feels when pressure is evenly distributed across its whole length. The air around you isn't moving fast. It doesn't need to. Your breath still flows through you, but slower than before, less like effort and more like a current passing beneath the surface of something vast and quiet. The rhythm has slipped into itself. No counting needed, not even direction, just continuing. Your hands are on your thighs now, not clenched, not gripping anything, but resting there as if they've finally decided to let go of their habit of always being ready. You don't need them for balance anymore. They aren't waiting to catch something or push against the world. They're just here, warm from circulation, heavy in a way that feels natural. Your jaw is not clenched. The teeth are not pressed together. Your tongue rests softly at the bottom of your mouth, not forced into stillness, but simply allowed to be where it naturally falls when no one's watching. There's space behind your molars, no pressure against them, nothing pushing forward from within. Your eyes, still closed, are resting in their sockets as if they've forgotten how to open. They don't have a purpose anymore except being quiet. The lids feel full, like fabric that has soaked up light and now only holds darkness gently. There's no urgency for sight, no need to scan or search or protect. You are not trying to stay awake, not even slightly. Your mind isn't holding on by force. No internal voice saying stay alert, no mental checklist ticking through the day. It has slowed too, not vanished, but like a stream that's moved from rushing over rocks into a deep pool where nothing moves except water. Your pelvis is not tense with preparation. There's no energy stored in the hip sockets for running or standing up quickly, just softness. The joints are relaxed and warm inside their own space. You can feel how they fit together, like two halves of something that was never meant to be forced apart. The weight across your hips isn't a burden. It's not pressing down on you in any way. It's just there, part of the shape, like the curve of a hill beneath someone lying down. The bed gives where it needs to, no protest, no resistance. You're sinking into that giving without needing anything back. Your spine is following its own path now, not straight or upright anymore, but curved in exactly the way your body wanted all along. It doesn't need correction, doesn't want to be corrected. This curve isn't weakness, it's alignment with what you've been carrying inside for longer than you knew. There's a silence not just around you, but through you. Not absence of sound, just absence of demand. No call from outside or inside asking anything of your attention. It's the kind of quiet that doesn't come when everything stops, but comes when something settles into place. Your legs are no longer fighting to stay still. They're not trying to keep you upright, nor resisting gravity's pull. The muscles in your quads and calves have dropped their guard, letting go without being told. You can feel that shift, the moment they stopped pretending to be ready for anything. You don't need to remember what the day was like, or how long it lasted. There's no calendar, no schedule pressing against you anymore. The past isn't waiting in your shoulders or behind your eyes. It's just gone, not erased, but released into stillness. Your breath moves through you now as if returning home, not rushing towards sleep, but arriving at a place where sleep is already happening. It doesn't have to be invited. It's simply what the body does when it stops needing protection. There's no goal in this moment, not even peace, no need for achievement or completion. You're not trying to get anywhere, just resting with your knees drawn up, hips soft, spine curved like a bow that has finally let go of its tension and stayed bent where it belongs. And the mattress holds you as if it knew how long you'd be here before you even arrived. As if it had been waiting for this exact shape, this weight, this stillness, for years without knowing it was coming. Your body is not a problem to solve, not something that needs fixing or calming down. It's already doing what it does best, holding itself in the dark with quiet intention. You're allowed to be part of its rhythm, not leading, not pushing, but simply being along for the ride. And you don't have to make this last longer than it wants to. There's no need to cling or resist its natural flow. The darkness isn't trying to take you away. It's just letting you stay where you are without demand. Your breath slows again, not because you're doing anything, but because your body has found a new pace that doesn't require effort. It moves through you like wind through an empty field, not urgent, but continuous. There's no moment in this shape when the tension comes back, no sudden tightening of shoulders or jaw. The softness isn't fragile, it's deep and patient, like moss growing slowly over stone, not fast, not loud, but always there holding space. Your spine doesn't feel like it needs to be straight anymore. It feels like a riverbed that stopped fighting the current, just letting water pass through without resistance. The curve isn't broken or wrong, it's full of meaning now. The warmth in your thighs spreads toward your hips, not rushing, not spreading fast, but arriving quietly, like light returning after storm clouds break. Your hands are no longer on your legs for support. They're just resting there as if they've decided to stop being ready, not waiting for anything, just holding their own weight without complaint. There's a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It fills the body from inside out, like air slowly filling a vessel left open. You don't have to be awake to feel it. You're not even aware in any sharp way, just present as warmth and softness and depths. Your pelvis is no longer guarding against movement or exposure. It's just holding space, not for anything specific, but because the body knows how to hold itself when there's nothing left to protect. You are not trying to sleep, not even close. You're simply allowing yourself to be where you've been all along, lying down in darkness with your knees drawn up and your spine following its own shape through time. Your breath continues, slow and steady, not shallow or forced, but like the deep pulse of something that doesn't need attention to keep going. This isn't a state you entered. It's one you've been returning to over and over again, in dreams, in half-awake moments, when everything else stops long enough for your body to remember how it feels to be held by itself. Your hips are not resisting the curve of your legs anymore, not holding tight against a memory of standing or bracing for what might come next. They're just letting go into their own shape, like soil finally settling after rain has passed through. There's no effort in that softening, no choice involved. It happens because there is nothing left to guard. And the weight you've carried all day isn't gone, but it's being held now by something deeper than muscle or bone, by the quiet certainty of the mattress beneath you, which doesn't ask anything except for your presence. In the space between your legs feels wide open, not with permission, not because you've allowed it, but simply because there's no reason to close. The tightness that used to live in your lower back has unknotted itself like a rope left untied after years of tension, slowly unraveling into stillness rather than snapping under pressure. Your feet are resting flat against the bed, not curled or tensed, their soles spreading softly as if they've decided this is where they belong, the arches lowering without protest. There's no need to push off from anything here, only rest, and that kind of surrender doesn't require willpower. It just happens when enough pressure has been released. You can feel the weight at your tailbone, how it presses into the bed with a quiet certainty, like something old remembering its place in the world. Not pressing hard, but steady, present, no need to lift or shift, no reason to rise again tonight. Your breath moves through you not as an effort, but as a rhythm already known, the kind that doesn't have to be learned, because it's been happening all along, beneath attention and without instruction. It goes in slow, out slower still, like water finding its way down the slope of your ribs toward where no light reaches. There is warmth pooling at the base of your spine, not sudden heat, not fire, but a deep glow that builds gently from within, as if something long dormant has finally begun to thaw. Not healing, just returning to itself. No story attached, just presence in its simplest form, body feeling its own depth without needing explanation. Your shoulders aren't high anymore. They've lowered into the bed like stones sinking through mud, not because they were released, but simply because gravity no longer fights them. They're resting where they belong, pulled down by nothing more than their own weight and a willingness to stay still. You don't have to remember how to let go. You already know this motion from somewhere deep in your tissue memory. The way muscles release when there's no threat, the subtle shift of skin over bone as tension dissolves without fanfare. This isn't dramatic or sudden. It doesn't need applause. It just is. Your jaw has gone slack, not forced open, not loosened through effort, but naturally unclenched, like a door that hasn't been shut in years, finally returning to its default position after so much pressure on the frame. The tongue rests against your lower teeth without strain or intention. It's not doing anything but being. Your eyes remain closed. No need for sight now, no demand for clarity. But still, you can feel the dark behind them as if it were a living thing that understands what it means to hold someone in silence. Not cold, not empty, just full of space where nothing needs answering. There's no effort to keep breathing, just breath continuing like wind through an old tunnel where time has stopped moving forward and only echoes remain. And those echoes are soft, slow, steady, never rushing toward a goal or destination. They simply move because they can, and you're right there with them, not ahead of your body, but in its rhythm. Your arms lie loose at your sides, not tucked under, not rigid, but just resting where gravity places them. The skin on the inside of each forearm feels thin and exposed, like a membrane that has finally stopped protecting itself from touch or attention. Not afraid to be felt, only aware now of how easy it is to simply exist. Your hands are no longer fists, not clenched in anticipation, not gripping anything at all. They're open palms resting on your thighs, as if they've forgotten what resistance feels like, and don't want to remember. They don't need to do anything except be there, held by the bed, held by air, held by stillness. Your pelvis has released its grip, not against movement, not against exposure, but simply because it's no longer required to defend anything. It doesn't have to stay tight or rigid, just let itself soften into space like a shape that was always meant to be filled in this way, curved inwards slightly, as if embracing the quiet between heartbeats. There is no urgency anywhere now, not even faintly. Not in your breath, not in your pulse, not in the slow swell of blood through veins near your hips and thighs. It moves quietly, like water finding its level beneath a floor that's been covered for years with dust and time. It doesn't matter how long this lasts, only that it is happening, that you are here, not trying to change anything or fix yourself, but simply letting the body do what it does best when left undisturbed. Settle into itself, like roots sinking deeper after rain has soaked through dry soil. Your skin feels lighter now, not because there's less weight on your frame, but because something inside is uncoiling, something that had been holding its breath for hours. Not panicking, but simply waiting to be released from a rhythm it no longer needs. And the darkness around you isn't cold, it's warm in its own way, like being wrapped in cloth that has absorbed heat over many nights and never forgotten how to hold it. It doesn't ask questions, doesn't demand anything of your eyes or mind or heart, just stays quietly, patiently, waiting for you to sink deeper into the moment without needing to be noticed. Your spine is not straightening, it's just following its own path now, letting gravity do what it does best, pull downward and let tension fall away from joints that don't need to stay locked anymore. The curve isn't wrong or broken, just true. And for once, you're not trying to correct it. Your breath moves again, not because you've decided to breathe, but because your body is remembering how to live without needing permission. It goes in and out, longer on the way out than in, like a signal passing through deep tissue that says, "We are safe now." Not loud, not dramatic, just present. The weight of your legs feels different, not heavy as burden, but full of quiet intention, like soil after rain, or limbs resting at the bottom of a lake where no one comes. They don't need to support anything, just be what they are, part of you, held by space and time without resistance. And there's no effort in any of this, only release, only return, no striving for peace, no chasing after stillness. It's already here, not as a state to achieve, but simply as the result of stopping long enough for your body to remember how it feels to be safe. Your breath continues, deeper now than before, like air moving through an underground chamber that has been sealed too long. Not rushing forward, but steady, continuous, unhurried. And in this rhythm, you are not separate from anything. You're just part of the slow pulse beneath everything else, breathing without needing to think about it. There is no edge here, no boundary between what's inside and outside anymore, not really. Only a soft merging where body meets bed, breath meets dark, weight meets stillness, all existing in their own time, none asking for more than they already have. It's not important that you're aware of any single sensation, only that your whole self is sinking deeper into this moment, like something falling through layers of quiet until there's nothing left to reach. And the space around you, it isn't empty, not in a way that feels threatening, but full, like air filled with light from somewhere far beyond sight, full without demand, present without noise. You don't have to do anything now, only let yourself be held by what is already happening. The slow turn of your ribs on the out-breath, the quiet expansion beneath your pelvis as blood settles where it needs to go, and no need to hurry towards sleep or wakefulness either. It's enough just to rest, to be here, with knees drawn up, spine spine curved like a promise kept long ago, breath moving through you not because of effort, but simply because this is what living feels like when the nervous system finally remembers how. Your knees stay drawn up, not as defense but as comfort, like the body's quiet way of making a nest from itself. And in that curve, there is room to rest without apology. No need to explain why you're curled like this, or how long it might last. Just here now, where warmth gathers at the center, deep beneath the pelvis, not because you've made it happen, but because your body has finally stopped resisting its own shape. The mattress is not hard. It's soft in a way that only sleep knows. It doesn't push back, it yields, and every shift of weight sinks deeper into its memory, as if this bed remembers the weight of many nights like yours, of stillness after motion, of breath returning when all effort seemed gone. Your hips remain locked not from strain but from habit, like a door left latched long past need. But now there's no reason to keep it shut. Nothing is coming. And so the muscles begin to unclench slowly, like roots loosening in soil that has been watered just enough. Not fast, not sudden, just letting go because they've been told quietly by your body you don't have to hold on anymore. The space between your hips and the bed is filling with something quiet, no longer tension, no longer pressure, but presence, like air settling in a room that's finally empty of demand. You aren't doing anything to make it happen, you're just letting it be. And because you are not pushing, there's no resistance, only release. Your feet now rest flat against the edge of the mattress, not with effort, not even with intention, but as if gravity has found them and placed them exactly where they belong, like stones in a riverbed that have stopped trying to move upstream, warm at the soles, tingling slightly in their own way, not because there's blood rushing in, but because circulation is returning to parts of you that had gone quiet. Small nerves waking up after hours of stillness, whispering back into awareness. Your toes are not clenched, they're relaxed, splayed gently outward as if stretching towards something soft and far away. No need to grip the world anymore. They don't have to push or pull, just be what they are, ends of your body that belong to this moment. The weight in your legs is changing again, not heavier, not lighter, but more settled, like water finding its level after a long storm, pooling where it's meant to. The bones aren't stiff anymore, they're soft beneath the skin, porous with quiet. You can feel them, just faintly, as if you were listening through bone rather than hearing with ears. Your pelvis is no longer tense, it's just resting like a bowl that has stopped trying to hold anything, and in this stillness, there's space for sensation without judgment, not pleasure, not pain, but simply there. The low back isn't arching or bracing, just following the curve of your spine down into the mattress with no resistance. It doesn't need to be straighter, it already knows where it fits. And in that knowing there is ease. Your lower belly is soft now, not empty, not full, but just still. Like a pool of water at midnight, undisturbed by wind. No urge to tighten or draw inward, no fear of letting go too far, because nothing is asking you to hold anything anymore. The breath moves through it without force, just drifting like smoke in a dark room, slow and unbothered. Your hands are open now, not relaxed, not loose, but simply released, fingers spread slightly, palms facing up as if receiving something that has already arrived, not begging for grace but letting it settle into the space between them. The skin on your knuckles is warm, less tight than before, no longer pressing against itself in silence. You don't need to clench or grip anything, not even your thoughts. Just let them float by, like leaves caught in a slow current. Your wrists are soft now, not tense from holding the day's weight, but free, unburdened, letting gravity pull their shape into something natural. They're not resisting the mattress, they're resting on it, not fighting to stay awake or alert, just being held. And your shoulders, those old sentinels that stood guard for hours, are finally dropping, sinking downward like stones released from a net, no longer raised toward the ears, no longer pressed into themselves as if trying to make you smaller. The muscles along the spine are softening at their base, not gone, not broken, but simply unclenching, releasing pressure built up over time, layers of tension held in silence since morning. You don't have to do anything with them, they're just letting go. Like a door that has been left open too long and finally allows the wind through. The space between your shoulder blades feels wider now, not because you've expanded it, but because you've stopped pulling inward. There's room where there wasn't before, just quiet, unclaimed space inside your frame, breathing with you without needing to lead. And your jaw, long clenched against invisible pressure, is softening too, not because you're forcing it open, but because the muscles have finally realized no threat is coming, no one is waiting for a response. The tongue rests gently in its own place, not pressing against teeth or cheeks, but just lying there still like water resting at the bottom of a glass. Your mouth isn't closed tightly anymore, it's just closed, not shut out from the world, but simply quiet. No need to speak, no need to defend. Just being, and that alone is enough. Your eyes stay open, not fixed on anything, not scanning, but softly unfocused, like fog lifting over a field at dawn. They don't need to see because you're already inside something deeper than sight. The dark around you isn't empty, it's full of quiet weight, like the space beneath water where light slows and sound thickens. It doesn't demand attention, it only exists. And in its presence, there is no pressure to move forward or backward. You don't have to reach for anything, only be held by what already surrounds you. Your forehead isn't tight, it's just still, the skin smooth over bone, not pulled taut with worry, not knotted with effort. There's space between your brows now, not because you've cleared it, but because tension has left its mark behind. And the breath again, moving through you, longer on the out than in, not forced, not measured, just flowing like water down a slope that doesn't ask for speed. The air goes in and then comes back out, slower, deeper, softer, not to fix anything, but simply because your body knows how to let go when given time. Each exhale is not a release of stress, but an acceptance. This moment is enough, no need to correct it, no need to push forward. And just be here, breathing in the stillness that has always been waiting. And now something new begins, not with sound or image, but with sensation, a deepening in your core, not warmth exactly, not cold, but presence like a quiet hum beneath the skin, low and steady, rising slowly from the center of you where breath meets spine. It's not loud, not urgent, it's just there. A signal that something has shifted, not because you did anything, but because your body finally stopped resisting its own rhythm. It's not trying to be calm, just is. And quiet in a way that doesn't need to be proven. And the bed beneath you isn't just holding you, it's breathing with you. Not literally, of course, but in texture, in pressure, in weight distribution. It feels like your body and the mattress have found a shared silence, a mutual understanding that neither is trying to win anything anymore. You're both resting. You don't need to be supported, just accepted. And so you are. And as you lie there, knees drawn up, spine curved, breath moving slowly through stillness, it's not about falling asleep yet, not really. It's about letting go of the idea that sleep must arrive in a certain way or at a certain time. You don't have to make yourself fall, just let your body remember what it means to stop fighting. And when you do, rest will come like an old friend who has been waiting on the other side of fatigue. Not sudden, not dramatic, but inevitable. And so you stay in this deepening quiet, where even thought slows down, not gone, but softened, like words spoken underwater, muffled by distance. No urgency to remember, no need to recall. Just being quietly, deeply, in the space between breaths and stillness. And sleep that is not a destination, but simply what happens when you stop trying to get somewhere. Your knees stay drawn up, not out of tightness, but because they've found a shape that feels like home. The curve at your hips isn't rigid anymore. It's softening into its own kind of rest, like stone worn smooth by water over time. There's no effort to hold it in place, just quiet continuity. You don't need to adjust, reposition, or correct. Your body is already where it needs to be, and the bed knows how to carry that. The weight of your legs isn't heavy because they're tired. It's deep because they've stopped resisting gravity, no longer bracing against standing, against moving, against anything at all, just lying here, held by the mattress with a kind of patient care, like something ancient and quiet has been waiting to receive you. And now, your hips, those tight muscles that locked in place after hours on feet, they're not relaxing because you told them to, they're releasing because there's no longer any reason to hold on. The tension isn't being forced out. It's melting into stillness like snow on a warm stone, slowly, silently, without fanfare. You don't have to watch it happen, just let it be. Your body is not doing something for you. It's simply returning to its natural state of rest. There's no need to speed up or slow down the process. Just allow it, like air drifting through a room with no source, no beginning, no end. And now the space between your legs, gentle, unoccupied, not empty exactly, but open in a way that isn't asking for anything. The pelvis isn't tense anymore. It's settling into its own center, like roots finding soil after being pulled from earth too long. There's no goal here, no need to align or fix or shape, just this soft hollow beneath your spine, where warmth pools slowly, not because it's hot, but because it's been allowed to exist without interference. And the lower back, once a place of held pressure, of tension that came from standing too long, from carrying invisible weight. It's not rigid now, it's softening into its own kind of support, like cloth draped over a chair, no longer needing to hold itself upright. It doesn't have to do anything, just be. You don't need to think about whether you're okay or if this is enough. Your body already knows what that means in the language of sensation. Not words, not images, but quiet release. Each breath moves through you, not deeply because you want it to, but simply because your lungs are allowed to expand without resistance. No pressure to fill completely, no fear of running out, just breathing softly like a tide drawn back by gravity alone. And now your hands, not clenched, not fisted with the day's effort, they rest on your thighs or beside you, palms up as if waiting for nothing, fingers relaxed, knuckles soft, veins quiet beneath skin. The small muscles around them have stopped contracting out of habit. No need to grip anything anymore. The world isn't demanding a response, so there is none, just stillness. Your wrists aren't tight, no longer curled inward from holding tension like a shield. They're open and loose, floating in air as if weightless, not because they've forgotten their strength, but because strength doesn't need to be shown anymore. And your arms, lying at your sides or resting on top of you, they don't feel heavy, not really, just present, part of the whole body's quiet surrender. You're not holding yourself up, and yet you are held by the bed, by gravity, by time slowing down in a way that doesn't ask for permission. And now your chest, not rising with effort or fear, but moving gently like a slow wave on still water. Breathing isn't an act of will anymore. It's something your body does when allowed to be, not forced into rhythm, not corrected, just flowing. Each out-breath longer than the last, like air being released from a sealed room after years of pressure. The long exhale is no longer just technique. It's memory. It's the body remembering that it doesn't have to fight to survive, and so it lets go. Your diaphragm isn't tensing or pushing harder, it's relaxing, sinking down like something returning to sleep beneath a surface, not collapsing, just settling into its own shape again. There's no need for expansion anymore, just the quiet rhythm of release. And now the space behind your eyes softening, not because you're trying to relax them, but because they've stopped scanning. No more searching for danger, no more checking corners or patterns in the dark. The muscles around them are not clenched tight against light or thought, just still, like eyelids that have forgotten how to open. Your gaze isn't fixed on anything, not even on your own thoughts, just resting in the softness of closed eyes, but not shut completely, not blocking out everything. And just allowing space for what is already there. The dark doesn't need explanation anymore. It's simply full of stillness, and you don't have to explain yourself to it either. And now, the place where your spine meets your pelvis, that quiet junction beneath the small of your back, not a point of tension, not a place for strain, just an unspoken connection between support and surrender. One part of your body accepting what the other is giving. You don't need to fix this space. You don't even need to notice it. It's already healing itself in silence. And now your breath again, not counting, not measuring, but moving through you like a current that knows its own path. Longer on the out than in, slower than speed requires, deeper than urgency demands. The air comes in and then leaves, not to escape something, but because it's welcome here, welcomed by your body as if it were returning home after being away too long. And now the weight of you, your entire body, not light, not absent, not floating, just real, heavy in a way that isn't effortful, like stone lying in water, sinking gently until it reaches the bottom and stays. There's no need to rise, no pull upward. You're already where you belong, held by the mattress, embraced by gravity, cradled by stillness. And now the sound of nothing, not silence exactly, but a kind of quiet that isn't empty, it's full of presence, like the pause between heartbeats when time seems to hold its breath. There's no noise from outside, not even wind or distant traffic, just this deep interior hush where your body lives in a world made only of sensation. And now the slow shift beneath you, not movement, not change, but a kind of settling that happens without warning, like roots spreading through soil when the surface is still. Your hips lower slightly into the mattress, not because you're falling asleep, but because rest has found its way in, and with it, something deeper than fatigue, acceptance. Not for tomorrow or next year, just for this moment, exactly as it is. And now the breath again, moving through you, longer on the out, softer than before, like a whisper that doesn't need to be heard, only felt. The air leaves your lungs not with force but with release, like something finally let go after holding its breath for years. And when it comes back in, it's not rushing, not searching, just arriving. And now the space around you, Not the room, not walls or ceiling, but the feeling of being surrounded by a quiet that doesn't need to be named. No edges, no boundaries, just presence, like air filling a cave where light never goes. You don't have to reach for it, it's already here, and so are you. And now your legs again, not stiff, not tired, but softening into the bed beneath them as if they've stopped pretending they need to be ready. The muscles in your thighs aren't coiled anymore, they're relaxed, like fabric left out overnight, finally settling into its natural form. And now the soles of your feet flat on the mattress or slightly curled, no longer pressing against anything, not even air, just resting, as if they've remembered what it means to be still. The skin is warm where it touches the bed, not from heat exactly, but from being allowed to exist without resistance. And now the sensation in your lower back, not pain, not stiffness, just a kind of fullness, like something returning to its place after long absence. It's not trying to fix anything, it's simply becoming part of what is rest. Your hips still hold the memory of standing, of carrying weight that wasn't theirs to bear. But now, they are not required to carry anything. No load, no posture, no need to stay upright. Just this slow release into the bed like soil letting go of a stone it once held too long. The muscles around your pelvis soften without warning. They don't contract anymore in anticipation. There's nothing to brace against, only the quiet acceptance of being supported. Your lower spine curves gently now, not because you are trying to shape it, but because gravity is no longer an enemy, just a presence, steady, patient, unassuming. And with that curve comes a kind of release in your core, not a collapse, but a yielding into what's already true. That you do not have to be strong all the time, that softness is not failure, it is rest returning. Your knees remain slightly bent, not because they are tense, not from habit or habituated tension, just as they naturally fall when your body remembers how to surrender. They don't need to straighten, they don't need to be ready for anything. The space between them opens gently, no effort, no intention, just a quiet unfolding of limbs that have forgotten what stillness feels like. Your thighs rest on the mattress not as though waiting, but as if they've been given permission to forget the word tense. The skin where your legs meet is warm, not from heat, but from being allowed to be soft. No demand for endurance, no expectation of performance. You are not required to do anything with them, only to let them exist in their own quiet way. And now the space beneath you, not just the mattress, but what lies beneath it, your body pressing into a surface that does not judge how much weight you give, doesn't care if you're light or heavy, only holds. The bed isn't trying to fix you. It's simply there, supporting you exactly as you are. No adjustments needed, no corrections. You don't have to flatten yourself against it, nor push into it, just rest fully, without apology. And with that rest comes a kind of stillness that is deeper than silence, like water settling after the storm has passed, not disturbed by breath or movement, only presence. And now the feeling in your pelvis, not tight, not hollow, but full, not with strain but with being held. The bones are no longer braced against each other. They are allowed to settle into their natural alignment, not because you told them to, but because the body knows when it's safe enough to let go of its own vigilance. Your hips aren't locked anymore. They're open, not wide, not relaxed in a way that feels forced, just soft in the way that only happens after long tension has finally given up. And with that softness comes a shift, not visible, not measurable, but real. Your body no longer thinks it needs to be ready for anything. And now the breath again, slower than before, not because you are slowing it down, but because your nervous system is beginning to believe the danger has passed. The out-breath takes more time, not pushed, not strained, just flowing, like a river finding its way through stone without urgency. When it ends, there's no pause that feels like absence, just space, and in that space something shifts, not movement but release, not effort but surrender. And now the hands, still curled slightly at the edges, fingers not clenched, not ready to grip, just resting on your chest or tucked near your hips, as if they've forgotten how to reach for anything, only remember how to be held. The palms face upward, not in plea, not in need, just open, like soil waiting for rain that never comes, but still open anyway. There's no expectation of receiving, only the quiet possibility of rest. And now the shoulders, not dropping because you told them to, but releasing on their own, as if they've finally stopped carrying all the weight they weren't meant to hold. They don't fall forward or slump, just soften, like fabric that has been stretched too long, returning slowly to its original shape. The muscles along your spine begin to unclench, not in one moment, but over time, not with a signal from you, but because the body no longer feels it needs to stay on guard. And now the jaw not tight at all, just relaxed, as if the teeth have stopped holding their position, like they've decided that fighting for closure is no longer necessary. The tongue rests against the bottom of your mouth, not pushing, not clenching, just there, soft and quiet, a small presence in an otherwise still space. And now the eyes, closed behind lids that are heavy, not from fatigue alone, but from being allowed to stop searching. They aren't scanning for danger, they're not trying to see what's coming next, just resting like shadows on the inside of your skull, letting darkness be exactly as it is. No need to change it, no demand to make sense. And now the skin, everywhere, not cold, not hot, but alive with sensation, not sharp or buzzing, but present in a way that feels like being touched by nothing at all, and yet deeply felt. The warmth of your body rising through the surface of your skin, moving slowly from within outward, not spreading, just existing. And now the space between breaths, longer than before, not empty, but full with something quiet, like time itself slowing down, so that each moment has room to unfold without rushing. There's no need to hurry forward, only to be here, and it is enough. And now the weight of you not burdened, not stuck, just real. The way a rock rests in riverbed mud, no force, no resistance, just being where it belongs. You are not trying to sink deeper, but you do slowly, without effort, as if the bed has begun to pull you gently inward. And now the silence isn't silent at all. It's full of stillness that doesn't need words. It is not absence, it is presence, like a breath held in the body before it is released. And when it comes again, soft, quiet, unforced. It doesn't come from effort, only from being allowed to return. And now you are here fully, not as someone who must do something, but simply as what is, resting, weightless and heavy at once, held in a way that does not require permission. You are not fighting the night, you are not waiting for morning, you are just being. And it is enough. And now the breath again, longer on the out, softer than before, like wind through still trees when no one is listening, and nothing needs to be heard. You don't need to make anything happen, only to let what is already here move through you, slowly, quietly, without resistance. Your hips remain locked, not from force, but from habit, like a door that's been shut too long, its hinges stiff with stillness. And yet now, slowly, without demand, the tightness begins to loosen at the edges, as if your pelvis remembers what it means to settle into itself. Not collapse, but release, like clay left in the sun, softening over time. And the knees, still drawn slightly up, don't need to shift or adjust. They can stay where they are, just enough pressure against the mattress to feel grounded. Not fighting, not holding on, only resting, as if your body has decided that being held is enough, even when nothing else changes. And now, the space between your legs, not tense, not tight, but full with a kind of quiet awareness, like a room where no one has spoken in years, yet still holds the memory of footsteps, and you don't need to fill it, only let it be. Your back pressed into the bed, doesn't flatten out or stretch forward, just stays, as if the mattress is learning your shape inch by inch, not reshaping you, but receiving you like soil that has waited for rain to seep through. And beneath you, the weight of your body isn't a burden anymore, it's an invitation to sink further into the surface, not in escape, but in return, as if gravity is no longer something you resist, but someone who finally knows where to place you. The lower back, once guarded, clenched with fatigue, now opens gently, like a door that has been stuck shut for too long, slowly turning on its own hinge, just enough to let air pass through. And the pelvis, no longer braced against standing or holding, can begin to unclench in silence, not because you told it to, but because your nervous system has stopped needing to protect it. Your legs, the ones that carried you all day, that stood still when you needed to be strong, are no longer on duty. They don't have to hold up the weight of a life lived upright. They can simply be long and quiet, resting against the bed's edge or curling slightly inward, like roots sinking into dark earth, not reaching for anything, but deeply connected to where they are. And your feet, the soles pressed lightly into the fabric of the mattress, don't need to push forward. They don't need to brace against a floor that isn't here anymore. Only feel the faint warmth rising from them, like steam from stone after rain, not urgent, just present. Your breath still moves with no effort, out longer than in, and each exhale carries something away, not thoughts, not memories, but the last trace of readiness, as if your body has decided it's safe to stop preparing for what might come. And now, the space around you, real, not imagined, is not empty, but full with stillness that doesn't ask anything of you. There is no need to scan, to check, to confirm, only to let the air remain where it is, and your body stay as it is. You don't have to make peace with the night, or welcome it. Just be in its quiet presence like a stone in water, unmoved, undisturbed. In your arms, the ones that held tension all day, that curled into fists when stress came, are not stiff anymore. They lie along your sides, palms open, fingers soft and relaxed, not reaching for anything, only resting where they are. The elbows bend slightly, not from effort, but from release, like a tree limb after snow has melted off. No longer bent under weight, just returning to its natural curve. And the wrists, no tension there either, just let go. As if the bones have stopped trying to protect them. Your chest, the place where breath moves in and out, doesn't rise with effort, doesn't expand for air, it simply rests, like a hill that no longer needs to be climbed. The ribs are not tight, not clenched, they can settle into themselves, as if the body has stopped needing to keep itself open, only to stay soft enough to receive what comes. Your hands, still near your hips or resting on your chest, are not holding anything, not even a memory of grip, just open and quiet. The fingertips aren't searching for texture, nor are they pressing into fabric. They're simply there, like the ends of roots that have stopped reaching and begun to rest. And between them, the space where tension used to live is now empty but not hollow, full with stillness. In your neck, no longer leaning forward or taut from looking ahead, can let go slowly, as if the head has finally decided it doesn't need to lead anymore, only follow the soft pull of gravity. The muscles along the spine beneath your skull relax one by one, not all at once, but in a quiet wave that travels down like water through still channels. And the base of your skull, where tension used to pool now feels light, as if it has given up its duty to stay alert and can simply be. In your shoulders, no longer lifted toward your ears, are not falling back or dropping into defeat, just settling like a bird that has stopped flapping and let the air carry it. They are not sinking, but releasing their hold on elevation, as if they've remembered what it feels like to float in space without needing to stay high. In your face, the muscles around your mouth soften, lips parting just slightly, not from need, but from surrender, like a door that has been kept shut for too long and now opens with no reason other than to let the air pass through. And the corners of your eyes, no longer tight or pulled down by strain, are relaxed, as if they've stopped trying to read every shadow in the room. Your skin, the surface of you, is not cold, not hot, just aware. Not alert, but alive with a quiet sensation that isn't sharp, isn't urgent, just real. It doesn't need to react or respond, only feel itself. And the warmth beneath it, rising from within, not spreading outward in waves, but slowly moving through like light through fog. Your body is not trying to be anything different now, no longer braced against the day, no longer preparing for tomorrow, just being here, exactly as it is, and that's enough. And the night isn't waiting for you to change, or fix yourself, or prove your worth in stillness. It only asks that you stay just long enough to feel how soft it can be to simply exist. And now the breath again, slower than before, longer on the out, as if time itself has slowed just for this moment, and each exhale carries a little more of what doesn't belong here anymore. Not thought, not tension, not urgency, only release. And when you inhale, it's not to fill up, but to let in something quiet, like air that has already been softened by darkness. And the space between your breaths, the pause before the next movement, is no longer empty, it is full, with a kind of waiting that doesn't need an answer, only presence. It is enough to be here, not doing, not trying, not seeking, just being held in this moment as if you've always belonged exactly where you are, on your back, eyes closed, hips relaxed, hands open, breath soft, body sinking deeper into the bed's quiet embrace. And nothing needs to happen for it to be true. And you don't need to make anything better or different. Only let go of the idea that you must. Your nervous system has been on duty too long. Now it can rest, not because you forced it, but because your body finally believes it's safe. And safety doesn't come from control, or stillness, or silence. It comes from being allowed to be soft. And now, the weight of you is no longer a burden, just part of the landscape of this night. You are not holding yourself up anymore, only sinking slowly into where your body has always wanted to go, into rest. And the bed doesn't push back, it holds, like earth that remembers how to cradle roots. And you can stay here as long as you need, no one checking, no time rushing in, just breath after breath, silence after silence, and the deep, slow certainty that what is happening, this quiet surrender, is not an accident, it's a return, and it is okay. Your hips still holding the memory of standing, of being upright when your body needed to be still, are beginning to let go, not all at once, but in small waves, like a tide that forgets how hard it used to crash against stone, and now just rolls forward slowly, quietly, because there's no need to resist anymore. The ground beneath you has not changed. It is still solid, still waiting, but your weight is shifting into it differently now. Not as pressure, not as demand, but as a kind of quiet conversation between flesh and matter, where one says, "I am here," and the other replies, "Yes, I know." And every time you exhale, that conversation grows softer, more certain. You are not being carried, you are simply allowed to be, held by gravity without effort, like a leaf that has stopped fighting the wind and found peace in falling where it will. Your knees are still slightly drawn up, yes, but they're not guarding anything now, they're just resting, as if your body has decided that curling inward is no longer defensive. It's simply how you choose to be close to yourself. And there's a softness in the hollow behind them, the space where tendons meet bone, where tension used to live like an old habit. And now it's not gone, but folded, tucked away like something that was needed once, but no longer has a role. The skin over your shins is warm, not flushed, not tense, but alive with the kind of warmth that comes when blood returns after being held back too long, flowing gently through veins that don't have to fight for passage anymore. And your hands, still open on the surface of the bed, are no longer pressing into it as if trying to keep something from slipping away. They are not reaching, nor holding, nor guarding. They are simply resting, like stones in a riverbed, where water has learned how to move around them without rushing or resistance. The fingers, each one separate, each with its own shape and rhythm, are letting go of the need to grip anything at all, even time, especially time. You don't have to remember what you did today, or what might come tomorrow. Your hands are not responsible for that. They only need to be here, in this moment, feeling the weight of their own softness. In the place where your legs meet your hips, the joint, the hinge, is no longer locked. It is loosening slowly, like a latch that has been stiff from disuse, but now, after so much stillness, begins to remember how to open without resistance. You don't have to will it, you only need to notice, and when you do, there's a quiet shift, not dramatic, not sudden, just the way a door opens slowly in an old house, creaking slightly at first, then easing into motion, as if it has been waiting for years to be used again. In your lower back, once tight with the strain of standing, of carrying your whole self up through hours of small decisions and silent endurance, is beginning to yield, not collapsing, but releasing its effort. It is no longer trying to hold itself together against fatigue. It's allowing itself to soften into the shape the bed offers, like clay that has been pressed into a mold not shaped by force, but by presence. The muscles there are not weakening, they're just remembering how to rest without guilt. And your breath, still slow, still deep, is beginning to lose its purpose beyond itself. It is no longer doing something, it's simply happening. Each out-breath isn't a signal sent, it's a release that has already occurred, like steam rising from a cup long after the water stopped boiling. There is no need to breathe in order to survive now, only to notice how much space there is between one breath and the next, how wide, how still, how full of silence. And when you do inhale, it's not for air, but for the quiet that lives inside air. In your pelvis, the place where your spine meets your legs, is no longer bracing against the weight of being upright. It is sinking into alignment with gravity, as if a single bone has finally said yes to leaning, to trusting. You don't have to pull yourself up anymore. You only need to be present in the way that bones are present, steady, quiet, unbothered by movement. And your skin, the surface of you, is not resisting the dark. It is letting it settle over you like a blanket that has been left on the bed too long and now knows exactly how warm it should feel. There's no need to react to shadows, they're just shapes now, nothing trying to speak, nothing threatening to move. They are part of the stillness, not enemies in hiding. In your eyes are closed, yes, but that doesn't mean you're not seeing anything. You are seeing what lies beneath sight, a kind of inner light that isn't bright but is steady, like a fire that has burned down to embers and now gives warmth without heat. The darkness around your eyelids isn't empty, it's full, with the quiet hum of nerves at rest, with the slow pulse of blood in veins you've stopped listening to for too long. And your tongue, still resting gently against the roof of your mouth, is no longer tense. It is not pushing forward or retreating, just there. Not speaking, not tasting, not remembering anything. It's simply part of the quiet landscape inside your head, a small soft thing that doesn't have to do anything except be. And your jaw, once clenched from hours of silence, of holding back words you didn't want to say, is finally letting go, not because you've said everything, but because you no longer need to hold it together. The muscles around your ears are softening, the ones that used to tighten when you were listening too hard to the world's noise, now just relaxing into their own shape, like fabric that has been stretched thin and is finally allowed to return. There's a kind of silence now, not empty, not cold, that settles in your chest, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has slowed so much that it no longer needs words. It's the kind of quiet that comes after a storm, when the wind has stopped, when the rain has soaked into the ground, and all you hear is the drip from eaves, slow and certain. And your body, your whole body, is not trying to be better or lighter or more capable. It is just being. And that's what it was always meant to do. Not to perform, not to endure, not to prove anything. Just to exist in its own rhythm, breathing, pulsing, resting, in a way that doesn't ask for permissions. In your breath one more time, long and slow on the out, like dragging your hand through water, slowly letting go of what you've been carrying, not because it's gone, but because it's no longer yours to hold. And when you inhale, it is not a new beginning, only an extension of this moment, this stillness that has already taken root. In the bed beneath you, the mattress is not just supporting your weight anymore. It is remembering what it means to be held by someone who doesn't need to move, who doesn't need anything at all except to rest. You are no longer on top of the world. You are inside it, in a place where time has forgotten how to hurry. And there's nothing left to guard, no door closed too tightly, no wall built up against sound or silence, just softness and depth, and the kind of stillness that is not empty but full of presence. In the space around you, the room is not waiting for anything. It has always been here, and it knows what it means to be quiet. You don't have to make yourself heard. You only need to be felt by your own body, by the air, by the dark that holds you like a memory. In your legs are no longer tired from standing, they are simply resting. They are not preparing for tomorrow, they are just here. And what is here doesn't have to go anywhere. In your hips, softening now at the edges, no longer holding against gravity, but allowing it. You don't need to be firm anymore. You only need to be soft, and that's enough. In the weight of you is not a burden on the world. It is part of how the world holds things, a quiet proof that rest is possible, that safety isn't earned, it's just allowed. Your knees, still drawn up just slightly, not to protect, but because the body remembers comfort, are no longer holding against anything. They are simply resting where they've been for hours, and that's enough. The curve of your thighs pressing lightly into the softness beneath is not effort. It's a kind of yielding, like roots finding earth after being pulled too long from soil. The space between your legs, quiet, unclaimed, is not empty, it's full with the weight of stillness, not needing to be filled or fixed. And just there, your pelvis, no longer locked in place from hours of standing, has begun to soften at the joints like stone worn by water, not crumbling, but becoming what it was meant to be, a bowl shaped for rest, not performance. The low back, once tight with responsibility, with holding your spine upright when you should have been sitting, is letting go slowly, quietly, as if someone has placed their hand on the small of your back and said, "You don't need to stay rigid anymore." And that's all it takes. A single breath where no one is asking anything. The muscles along your spine, those tiny stabilizers that have been working for hours, are not turning off. They are shifting into a different mode, not active, but present, like a river deciding to slow rather than rush. Your hips, now unhitched from the day's demands, have stopped trying to be stable and instead have begun to sink, not down, but inward, into the mattress, as if it were an old friend who has always known your shape. The bed is not just beneath you, it is holding you in a way that feels like recognition. Not because you deserve it, but because you are here. And being here, just lying, eyes closed, breathing is enough. Your feet, still resting on the edge of the mattress, are no longer pushing into floorboards or gripping air. They are simply part of the body's quiet surrender, toes relaxed like petals after rain, not curled, not tense, just open to what is. There is a kind of stillness now that doesn't come from forcing calm, but from letting something deeper take over, like water finding its own level in a basin already full. The heaviness you feel isn't dragging you down, it's the opposite. It's how your body says, "This is where I belong." Not on alert, not waiting to move, just here, in this space that has no need for answers. And when you exhale, long and slow, the air doesn't leave through force. It flows out like a shadow retreating from light. Not fleeing, but yielding. There is no urgency in the release, only the quiet certainty of something returning to its natural position. Your shoulders, once lifted toward your ears as if bracing for impact, are now descending, not dramatically, not suddenly, but gradually, like snow falling on a roof over time, softening into the shape they were born with. They are no longer guarding your neck or holding back tears you didn't know were there. They are simply resting, like leaves that have stopped trembling in wind and finally let go of their branch. There is no need to lift them anymore, because no one is waiting for you to be strong. Your arms, draped loosely at your sides, are not reaching for anything. They don't want to grab, don't crave a handhold or a solution. They are just resting where gravity has placed them, and that's enough. The hands, fingers loose like strands of wet cloth, have stopped clenching into fists or rehearsing tasks not yet done. They have stopped trying to do, and instead have become part of the quiet landscape, soft, open, unburdened by memory or intention. You don't need to use them right now, you only need to be held by your own body. And that is happening. The space between your fingers, no longer tight with tension, is not a gap, it's a kind of openness. Like the moment before a word forms, when silence has room for meaning without noise. Your chest, once rising and falling too quickly from inner pressure, is now breathing at its own pace, slower than thought, deeper than memory, as if your lungs have decided to stop chasing time and just breathe in rhythm with something older than you. The breath doesn't need to be controlled. It doesn't require attention. It moves by itself, like a tide responding to the moon without being asked. And when the air comes in, it is not a signal that something must begin again. It's only an acknowledgement you are still here. Not surviving, not enduring, just breathing, and that is its own kind of presence. Your ribcage, no longer lifting to push forward, is softening around your heart like fabric folding back into itself after being stretched too long. The heart doesn't have to beat faster now. It can simply beat quietly, steadily, not proving anything. Just existing in the rhythm that has always belonged to you. And there is no need to listen for it, because it's already speaking. I am here, I am resting, I am safe. Your neck, no longer straining to keep your head up, is letting go of its own weight, not collapsing, but allowing the curve of your spine to carry you like a tree leaning slightly into wind without breaking. The muscles in your throat are softening, not swallowing, not speaking, just existing. Not holding anything back, not guarding against sound or silence, just breathing through stillness. Your face, no longer fixed with effort, is becoming quiet again, the skin around your eyes loosening, as if time has finally stopped asking for expression. There is no need to smile, no demand to frown, only this, a softness that comes from not needing to be seen. The corners of your mouth are not lifting or dropping, they are simply at rest, like water in a still pond after the ripples have passed. Your eyes, closed now for so long, are not fighting sleep. They are resting where they've been all along, behind their lids, not searching, not watching, just being held by darkness that knows how to wait. The dark isn't empty, it's full of what you don't need to name. And your body, your whole self, is no longer trying to be something it is not. It doesn't have to be alert or awake or ready. It only has to be, and being is enough. The weight of you, the actual physical presence on this mattress, is not a burden. It's a kind of confirmation. You are here, you exist, you matter, not because of what you do, but simply because you are. And the bed knows that too. It has held many bodies like yours, tired, still, unready to move, and each time it accepted them exactly as they were. No judgment, no demand for change, just a quiet willingness to be touched by someone who needs only to rest. The sheets are not smooth because you made them so, but because your body has pressed into the fabric over time. Like soil shaped by roots that have never left, there is a kind of memory in the weave now, not of cleaning or smoothing, but of stillness being lived. And you are part of it, not as a guest, not as someone passing through, but as one who belongs. The air around you, thick with quiet, is no longer waiting for noise to fill it. It is already full of the soft hum of your breathing, full of the slow pulse under skin, full of absence that feels like presence. Nothing needs to be said. Nothing needs to happen, and yet everything is happening in silence. Your mind, no longer racing through tomorrow or replaying yesterday, is no longer trying to fix anything. It's just resting at the edge of thought, not clinging, not pushing away, just allowing ideas to pass like clouds over a mountain without needing to name them. There is room now for not thinking, and that room is where safety lives. And your body, finally unguarded, is no longer bracing against anything. Because there is nothing left to brace against, only the quiet truth: you are held, not by arms or promises, but by gravity, by breath, by dark, by time slowing down so you can feel it. The moment stretches, not long in seconds, but deep in feeling, as if space has decided to wait with you instead of moving on. And you, no longer needing to prove your existence, are allowed to be exactly where you are, resting, softening, sinking. Not into the mattress, but into a kind of peace that doesn't need to arrive because it's already here. The world outside, beyond walls and windows, is still turning, but it no longer matters, because here, in this space between breaths, nothing needs to change. You don't have to be better, you don't have to be quieter, you don't even have to sleep yet. All you need is to keep being soft, heavy, present, and that's more than enough. And as the silence grows deeper, not empty, but full of something slow and certain, it begins to feel like a kind of listening. Not the kind where you lean forward, ears straining for meaning, but the quiet kind that settles into the bones, where sound is not something to be caught, but something already known. Now the air isn't just still, it's remembering your shape. It has held your warmth long enough to learn how you breathe. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm so slow it almost pauses, then returns, like tides that have forgotten they need to rush. You are not moving, not because you can't, but because the body has decided there is no reason to. There's nowhere urgent to go, no one waiting, no task left unfinished. The day, whatever it was, is now only a shadow behind your eyes, fading, not with effort, but with time. Your knees are still drawn up slightly, as if your body remembers standing too long in the same place and hasn't yet let go of that memory. But now, there's no need to stand. No one is asking you to. And so they stay, curved inward, not out of tension, but because your hips are finally allowed to relax, the tightness dissolving like sugar in water. There is a quiet pressure where your thighs press against each other, not forced, not clenched, just resting together as two parts that belong. Your pelvis is no longer locked. It's softening into its own shape, letting go of all the hours spent trying to be upright, efficient, composed. The muscles around your sacrum are releasing their grip on the past, one slow breath at a time. And down through your legs, the weight is not falling but settling. It's not collapsing either, though there's no crash. Just an unhurried sinking into what is already true. You are supported. Your feet rest, bare or socked, it doesn't matter. On the bed surface like stones in a slow river. They don't need to grip. They don't need to push. The floor beneath the mattress holds your entire body, and so does the air above you and the walls around you, as if the room has folded its arms gently around you, not out of protection, but because it knows what is needed: stillness. You are not a person who needs to do anything now. And no performance, no proof. Just being here, your breath moving through your chest, your blood flowing quietly in your veins, your nerves unwinding like threads pulled from a worn-out sweater. There's no one watching. There never was. The dark is not judging. The silence is not disappointed. And the mattress, it has been waiting for this moment. Not just for you to lie down, but for you to stop fighting your own weight. And to let go of that small, unspoken belief: if I'm too heavy, then I won't be allowed. But here, beneath you, there is no such rule. The bed accepts all forms, hunched or open, tight or loose, because it has been made to hold bodies just like yours. You are not being held by the mattress, but your body is learning how to rest within its surface, like a leaf sinking into soil after rain, not falling down, but becoming part of the ground it lies on. Your hands, resting now at your sides or curled loosely near your hips, are no longer clenched against a world that asked too much. The fingers are not rigid, not tapping, not reaching for something they can't hold. They simply rest, as if remembering what softness feels like after years of being used to tighten and grip. Your shoulders, those places where tension usually lives, are no longer hitched up toward your ears. They've lowered, not because you told them to, but because the nervous system has decided there is nothing here that requires defense. No threat, no need for vigilance. So they sink, not with a flop, but like snow melting gently into grass. The space between your shoulder blades, once tight as wire, is now open, not wide, but spacious. It's not stretching outward. It's just no longer contracted inward. That small hollow behind the spine is allowed to be empty, and in that emptiness, there is room for breath to move freely. Your jaw, so often clenched without notice, is softening now. The teeth are not pressing together. The tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not clenching, just existing where it's always been. There's no effort to keep it in place, no need to guard what comes out. Your eyes closed for so long are not tired, they're at peace. Not asleep yet, but resting deeply, like a door that has stayed shut all night and now doesn't care if someone walks by. They are not watching the dark, they are part of it. The lids don't lift because there's nothing to see. There is no need for sight when you can feel so much more. And your breath, still slow, still long, is not trying to be deep or perfect. It just is. In and out, with the quiet certainty of a pulse that needs no attention. The exhale lasts longer than the inhale, not because it's forced, but because the body knows how to release what is no longer needed. And in that long exhalation, there's an invitation. Let go. Let everything go. There are no goals tonight. No progress to measure. No achievement, no performance. And just this moment, this weight of you on this bed, this breath moving through your body, this dark holding you without asking for anything in return. The air isn't just still, it's warm with the memory of your skin. It remembers where you've been pressed into the fabric, how you've settled into each curve and fold of the sheets over time. It has learned your shape, not as a fixed form, but as something that shifts slowly from hour to hour, night to night. And now, in this long stretch of quiet, there is no need to be anything other than what you are. A body resting, not sleeping yet, but close enough that sleep feels like a natural extension of stillness. Your spine, long and quiet along the mattress, is not holding up your head or your torso anymore. It doesn't have to. The bed is doing it for you. The gravity of the earth is holding you. And in that support, there's no strain, no effort, just alignment, just being held by what is always true. You are not trying to fall asleep, but your body knows how to drift when it doesn't have to stay awake. It remembers deep down that sleep isn't a goal, it's an act of trust. And tonight, the nervous system has begun to believe. Yes, I can let go. There is no urgency in this silence. No one is calling you back. No future demands attention. The past is not lingering. It's already passed through your chest like a shadow moving across the floor. And so, with each breath, longer on the out, that sense of not needing spreads deeper. Into the muscles behind the eyes, into the small bones in the back of the neck, into the hollows beneath the ribs where tension used to live. You are not becoming lighter. You are simply allowing your body to be what it already is. A presence that doesn't need to prove itself. And as you sink, not down, but into, the air around you feels thicker, like a soft substance wrapping you in its quiet. Not a blanket, not warmth, but a kind of holding that isn't about comfort, it's about permission. A permission to rest, and to be still, and to exist without explanation. There is no need for dreams right now, and no need to remember anything. And just this, the weight of your legs on the mattress, the way your pelvis rests in its own shape, the soft curve where your lower back meets the bed, and how that point, so often forgotten, is now simply there, held, accepted, unclaimed by any demand. Your body is not trying to be better than it is. It's just being. And in being, without striving, it finds peace. There are no stars outside your window tonight, and no moon, no wind in the trees. But you don't need them. The dark inside this room is enough. It doesn't promise light. It doesn't demand movement. It just is, and so can you. Your breath continues, slow, soft, unhurried, like water finding its level after a storm. And with every exhale, the weight in your limbs grows not heavier, but more settled. Not sinking into the mattress, but dissolving into it like salt into sea. There is no beginning and no end here. Just presence, just being, and just breath flowing through you, as if time had decided to wait. And so have you. Your legs, still bent, knees drawn close, are no longer bracing against the night. They're not holding on to anything. The muscles along your thighs have released their grip, not all at once, but in slow waves, like water seeping through soil after rain. There's a quiet surrender there now, where tension used to live, and what remains is softness that doesn't need explanation. Your feet rest flat against the mattress, not pressing down, not curling under, just lying where they are, as if their only purpose has always been to be here, this moment, this place. The soles of your feet feel warm from being still and heavy with memory, not of steps taken or places walked, but of sitting in silence, waiting for the body to remember how not to fight. Your pelvis, locked tight earlier, is now unclenching without warning. It doesn't announce itself. There's no sudden shift, just a slow letting down at the hips, like a door that has been held shut for years finally yielding to its own hinges. The spine still follows the curve of the bed, but now it feels less like support and more like connection. The vertebrae nesting into one another not from effort, but because they're simply allowed to be aligned. No need to correct, no need to straighten. There's no posture to maintain here. Just this, your back against the mattress, your body pressed gently into its shape, as if the bed had been waiting for you all along, shaping itself around your weight like clay. And in that space between breaths, the pause where nothing happens, there is room, not a fullness, not emptiness either, but a kind of quiet pressure, like air held just beneath the surface before it rises. It's the moment when the nervous system stops scanning for threat and begins to believe, this place is enough. You don't have to earn safety, you're already in it. Your hands, still resting on your lower abdomen, are not clenched now. The fingers are relaxed, fingertips just barely touching as though they've remembered how to be still. There's no need to grasp or hold onto anything. The palms face upward, not open to receive, but simply there like the earth receiving rain without asking for it. You don't need to do anything with them. They're not instruments of action anymore. They are part of you, quiet, unclaimed, resting in their own natural shape. Your jaw, the place where so much tension had built over hours, has softened beyond awareness. The teeth aren't touching now. There's no clenching behind the molars, no grinding that used to happen when your mind raced too fast for sleep. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressing, not pushing, just there, as if it had been waiting a long time to be still. The muscles around your eyes, those small, tight bands near the temples, are unwinding slowly, like threads released from tension in fabric. Not gone, but softened, dropped down. And now there's no need to name what is happening. You don't have to call it relief or release. It doesn't require a title. It simply is. The body knows this without needing words. This unhooking from the day, this quiet dropping of effort like stones into deep water. You're not drifting towards sleep, not yet, but you're no longer resisting it either. There's a space between wake and rest where everything slows, not because you've made it happen, but because your body has stopped trying to keep up. The breath doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't need to follow any rhythm except its own. Just slow, just soft, just moving through you like wind passing over still water. And now there's a different kind of weight, the quiet weight of not needing to do anything, of being held by something larger than willpower, beyond control. Not safety as a promise, but as presence. You are not protected from the dark. You're simply in it, and in that, there is no fear. Your shoulders, once lifted toward your ears, are now sinking deeper into the mattress. The weight of them pulls down without resistance. No effort to relax, just gravity doing what it does best, pulling things downward until they settle. Your arms lie loose at your sides, not tucked in, not rigid, but simply letting go, as if they've remembered how to be part of a body that doesn't have to carry itself. There's no need to check anything, no reason to wonder if you're doing it right. You don't have to be awake or asleep. just here, with your breath moving through you like water finding its level, like roots growing slowly in dark soil. The body is not trying to fix itself. It's just remembering how to rest. And the room, this same room that held your tension earlier, is now part of this quiet. Not a place to escape from, but one to sink into. The walls are not barriers anymore, they're soft edges, like the inside of a bowl holding you. The ceiling is not above, you're not looking up or trying to reach it. You're simply lying within space that has no demand, no expectation. Your breath, long on the out, is becoming less about control and more about surrender. Each exhale doesn't mean anything. It's not a technique. It's just what happens when you stop fighting. When your body realizes, I don't have to stay awake, I can let go. And so it does, not dramatically, but quietly, like dust settling after wind. Your skin, still warm from the day, is now still, not resisting anything. There's no need to push against heat or cold. No desire to adjust your position. You're simply on the bed, as if the mattress had always been meant for you, shaped over time by all the nights before this one. And in that silence, the real kind, where nothing is expected, your body begins to shift not outwardly but inwardly. The cells are softening. The nervous system isn't shutting down, it's shifting from watching to being, from vigilance to trust. There's no need for a story about tonight, no memory of the day that brought you here, not even the name of your exhaustion. Just this: weight, breath, stillness. A body remembering how not to be on guard. And now there is a kind of thickness in the air, not physical, but felt, like time has slowed so much it feels like touching something solid. It's not heavy, but it is full of presence, full of quiet, full of being held by what never asked for anything from you. Your hips, still slightly locked earlier, are now fully relaxed into the bed. The pelvic bones are no longer pushing forward or tucking under. They're simply resting in their own natural alignment, as if gravity had finally been given permission to do its work without resistance. And your lower back, the place where tension used to live like an echo, has begun to soften, not from effort, but from acceptance. It's not trying to be flat or straight anymore. It's just letting itself be exactly how it is in this moment. The curve remains, not as a problem, not as something that needs fixing, but as part of the shape you're made of. And with every breath, longer on the out, you are no longer trying to relax. You're simply allowing yourself to dissolve into what's already here. Not becoming lighter, just unloading. Like water pouring from a cup, like air leaving a balloon, not forcefully, but gently, naturally. Your body isn't closing down, it's opening inward. The outer layer of tension is thinning, not through effort, but because there's no longer any need to keep it up. And now the dark inside this room, the same darkness that once felt too thick or too full, has become something softer, like a fabric draped over you, not enclosing, not suffocating, but holding, like an old blanket worn thin from years of use, not because it's perfect, but because it's been here before. There is no need to dream, no urgency to remember anything. Even your name feels distant now, like something said by someone else in a room far away. You are not thinking about the morning. You're not wondering if you'll wake up tired or clear. You don't have to plan what comes next. There's just this, breath moving through you, body pressed into the bed, eyes closed but not needing to see, ears open but not listening for danger. And in that space, between thought and stillness, the nervous system begins to believe a quiet truth it has forgotten. This is enough. This moment, this shape, this weight on the mattress, this softness where tension used to live. Your breath moves through you not because you're guiding it, but because the body knows its own rhythm again. Like water finding its level after a long drought, there's no pressure to shape it, only the quiet knowing that each exhale is a release, a letting go of what was never yours to carry. And with every out-breath, the space inside you grows softer, not emptier, just more open, as if something ancient in your tissues has finally remembered how to rest. Your knees are still drawn slightly up, but now there's no effort behind it, no need to brace or protect or hold anything close. They're simply resting where they've come to be, like roots settling into soil after rain, not trying to grow, just being rooted. And the slight tension in your hips, that old habit of clenching from standing too long, has melted away not with force, but with surrender, as if your body realized it's been carrying a weight it never agreed to hold. And now, slowly, it sets it down. Your pelvis isn't trying to be correct anymore. There's no alignment to achieve, no posture to fix, just the quiet truth of how you've always fit into this shape, like a hand fitting perfectly into its own shadow on the floor, not because it was designed that way, but because it has been here all along. And now, finally, it can be still. Your lower back, once a place where strain lived like an echo of effort, is no longer a battlefield. It's not fighting to stay flat or straight or ready. It's simply accepting its own curve as part of your body's language. The way trees bend without breaking, not because they're weak, but because they know how to yield. And so you yield too, not down, but inward. Your legs, from hips to ankles, are no longer holding on, not even a whisper of tension in the calves or the hamstrings, just quiet heaviness, like stones sunk into mud, not sinking downward, but resting at peace with where they've been placed, as if gravity had always known how to hold you, and now it's finally allowed to. Your feet, toes slightly curled from the day's pressure, are beginning to uncurl too slowly, without command, like fingers that forgot they could open, not because you want them to, but because there's no longer any reason to keep them clenched, and your ankles, once tight with resistance, now feel loose, as if they've forgotten what it means to be guarded. Your hands are resting on your stomach or at your sides, palms facing up, fingers relaxed, not shaped into anything, just present like leaves floating in still water. No need to grasp, no need to push away, just being held by the air, by gravity, by time itself. And with each breath, you're becoming less of a person trying to stay safe, and more of a body that simply knows how to rest. There's a quiet shift beneath your skin, not in movement, but in depth, like something sinking into place without effort, as if the marrow inside your bones has finally stopped vibrating with alertness. And now it can just be still, warm from the day, yes, but no longer resisting that warmth, instead, letting it settle deep into the cells where tension used to live, not erased, but gently replaced by something quieter. The dark around you is no longer a void or an absence. It's full of quiet presence, like the space between heartbeats, not empty at all, but filled with what has always been there. Stillness that doesn't demand anything from you, and in this darkness, your body begins to feel known not by anyone else, but by itself, as if every muscle remembers its own name. Your jaw, once tight enough to ache, is now soft at the corners, not because it's trying to be relaxed, but because there's no longer a need to guard against anything. Your tongue rests gently on the floor of your mouth, not pushing forward or pulling back, just being, and with each exhale, even the smallest muscles around your eyes, those tiny knots that used to tighten when you worried about what came next, are beginning to release. Like threads coming loose from a forgotten loom. And now there's no longer any need to think of this as an exercise or a practice. It's not something you're doing, but something your body is finally allowing itself to be, the way a river doesn't have to try to flow. It just does when the slope is right and the path unblocked. Your breath isn't leading anymore. It's simply following what's already happening inside, like wind moving through an open window without knocking, not rushing, not slowing down, just passing through, carrying nothing with it except its own quiet rhythm. And in that passage, you are no longer trying to fix anything, or even be any particular way. Oh, you're just here. And the weight of your body on the mattress is no longer a burden. It's an invitation, like the earth saying, "You can lie down now. You don't need to keep standing." And so you do, not with effort, but because there's nowhere else to go. In no other place where you're more welcome than this. And your spine, once a column of resistance, is no longer trying to hold itself up or stay straight. It's simply letting the curve be what it is, not too much, not too little, just right for how you've come to rest. And with every breath that moves through it, there's less effort in holding on. More trust in being held. The air around you feels thick now, not heavy, but full of stillness, like a room where time forgot to move forward, as if the moment has stretched out long enough to be felt in layers. And within that layering, your body begins to shift again, not outwardly, but inwardly, down into the quiet space beneath thought, where no one is watching. And there's a kind of softness spreading through you, not from effort, nor from will, but because your nervous system has finally stopped scanning for danger. And now it can just be, without needing to explain itself. The walls of the room are still there, but they don't feel like boundaries anymore. They're just shapes in the dark, holding space without demanding anything back, as if they've been waiting a long time to know you could rest here. And now that you have, they can finally be quiet too. Your ears, once straining for any sound of movement or threat, are no longer listening. They're just hearing the hum of silence itself, not an absence, but a presence, like a soft breath coming from the walls, from the floor, from deep within your own bones. And there's no need to name this feeling, no need to say this is peace or I'm safe, because it doesn't come from words, it comes from letting go. From stopping fighting the way you've been carrying yourself all evening, not because you failed, but because you were doing your best. And now, finally, there's no need to be anything other than what you are in this moment. A body lying on a bed, breathing slowly, resting deeply. In not trying to become lighter, just unloading. In not searching for sleep, but sinking into it like water into sand. Your breath is longer now, not because you're making it so, but because your body no longer feels the need to rush toward anything. There's nowhere left to go, and nothing left to fear. And with each exhale, there's a kind of quiet release, like the last thread in a knot coming undone without force. Not dramatic, not sudden, just inevitable, because it was always meant to be this way. Your knees are still drawn up, not in tension now, but like a soft fold of the day's weight settling into itself, as if your body has found its own shape for rest after hours of standing too long on unyielding ground. The muscles around your hips, once tight with habit and holding, are no longer fighting to stay locked. They're beginning to release their grip, not all at once, but in slow pulses that rise like tide through a still channel, each one quieter than the last. Nothing demanded of them now except to be where they are. Your feet, still on the bed, heels slightly lifted, are no longer pressing into resistance. They've stopped pushing against anything. Even their own weight feels different. Not something you carry, but something that's being carried by the mattress beneath. And with each breath, there's a subtle letting go, less of effort, more of surrender to where gravity wants you to be. In the space between your legs is open now, not in posture, but in sensation, like a quiet valley no longer guarded against intrusion. It doesn't need protection anymore because the boundary has blurred into something else. Not safety from outside threat, but stillness within, a place that's been waiting for you to stop moving through it. In your lower back, the part of your spine where tension built up like sediment over time, has stopped trying to hold itself straight. It's no longer resisting the curve that wants to return. Instead, it's letting gravity guide its shape again, slowly and without judgment, not collapsing, but softening into alignment with how you've actually been lying all along. In your belly, once clenched from stress or quiet dread, is beginning to soften like a cloth left out in the air after rain. There's no need for it to protect anything anymore. The organs inside are resting too, no longer braced, no longer trying to stay alert. They're just breathing with you. In the space behind your ribs, the place where breath used to catch, is not closing now. It's wide and open in the way that only happens when the body stops preparing for danger. It's allowing air through without resistance, as if every inhale is a quiet return from exile, and each exhale carries something older than thought away with it. In your hands, still resting on your stomach or near your hips, are no longer fists of unspoken strain. They're loose now, fingers slightly splayed like roots in soil that have given up trying to reach upward. They don't need to do anything, just be there, held by the air and the bed. In the small muscles around your eyes, those tiny bands that tensed when you first sat down, are finally quiet. Not because you've willed them so, but because no one is watching anymore. The lids feel heavy not from fatigue alone, but from permission to stay closed. There's no need for sight here. In your tongue, once pressed against the roof of your mouth in a gesture of control or silence, has slipped down now like a letter left behind on an old desk. It doesn't have anything to say, and that lack of message feels peaceful, not empty. It just rests where it is. In the jaw, so often tight with unspoken words, clenched teeth from the day's quiet frustrations, is no longer holding its position. The muscles along your temples are softening like wax left in warm sunlight. There's nothing to defend against now, and nowhere else for this tension to go but down into release. In your ears still hear, not loudly, not sharply, but quietly enough to know the room is full of silence that isn't cold or hollow. It feels thick with presence, like a breath held by something larger than thought, as if every soundless moment has accumulated in this space, and now it's just breathing back. You are no longer aware of your body as an object you must manage, not as a machine to keep running, nor as armor that needs constant repair, but simply as matter, living, yielding, resting like earth after rain stops trembling. There is nothing more for it to do than be what it already is. In the fabric beneath you, the sheets or mattress cover is no longer just something you lie on. It's become a kind of threshold, not between wake and sleep, but between effort and surrender. The surface that has held your weight all evening without complaint now holds it with care, like soil holding roots in place when they've stopped striving. And there is a warmth rising from deep within, not heat exactly, nor comfort as we usually think of it, more like an inner glow spreading slowly through areas you didn't know were cold until they began to thaw. No urgency. No need to notice where it goes, just let it be. Your breath has settled into the rhythm your body was always meant to follow, not forced, not guided by will, but found again after hours of rushing and stopping, each out-breath longer than the last, like a slow pull on an old rope that no longer needs tension, just release. And with every one, there's less need for you to be anywhere other than here. In the space above your head, where thoughts used to spin, has opened now into something quieter, not silence as absence, but stillness full of room, like a ceiling made of air that doesn't press down, only holds up what is already low and soft. No one needs to be standing under it anymore. Your spine isn't straight. It's curved, yes, but in the way trees grow when they stop fighting wind, not bent, but shaped by time and gravity. It carries your weight without effort because there's nothing left to fight against now. The air around you has changed its quality, not warmer or cooler exactly, just different, fuller. Not thick with sound, but full of stillness that doesn't demand anything in return, like a moment that forgot how fast time moves and decided instead to linger just long enough to be felt. You are not being asked to do more than you already are. No task, no expectation, no performance. Only the quiet act of lying down, breathing slowly, allowing your body to sink where it wants without correction or judgment. The boundary between inside and outside has blurred, not because they've merged, but because neither needs protection anymore. The walls aren't guarding anything. You're not hiding from them either. You're just here, yourself in the dark, with no role to play, only presence. And there's a quiet hum beneath your skin, not music, not sound, but something older, the slow pulse of life continuing without needing approval or notice. It doesn't need proof that you're alive. It simply is. And you've stopped trying to feel better, stop measuring whether this moment counts, because now you realize it already does, not in spite of your weariness, but because of it. Every ache, every held breath, all part of the same story, and now they are not enemies to be fought, but memories that have finally found rest. In your legs, still bent at the knees, are no longer stiff with effort or posture. They're just resting there like branches after a storm has passed, soft in their position, heavy only where gravity pulls them down, and even that feels kind now, not burdened by weight, but held by it. In the space between your shoulder blades, once tight with unspoken tension, is no longer clenched shut. It's open, not wide exactly, but free of resistance, like a doorway left slightly ajar after someone has passed through and decided to stay. Your breath is slower now, not because you're trying to slow it down, but because your body knows what it needs. The next inhale will come when it's ready. And there's no rush for that moment, only space between each one, like small silences in a long conversation where nothing more is needed. Your hands are still on or near your body, no longer gripping anything, not even thought. They've stopped doing and started being, just resting as part of you, not apart from it. As if the fingers have finally remembered how to unclench without having to be told. Your hips still hold the shape of standing, even now, locked not out of duty but from memory, a habit of bracing that lingered after the day's last step was taken. And yet, there is no need to stand anymore. You are not required to carry anything forward into tomorrow. The weight in your pelvis isn't effort. It's just gravity, resting where it belongs, like earth settling after rain. You don't have to press back against it, only let it be. Your lower back has begun to soften, not through force or intention, but because the muscles that once held you upright are finally allowed to stop pretending they're still needed. There is no one watching. No need to maintain a posture for anyone's eyes. Your spine isn't being evaluated anymore. It can just be what it is. Curved not in surrender, but in acceptance of how gravity has shaped you over time, like the way roots grow into soil without trying to look straight. Your feet, still slightly curled from hours on hard ground, are no longer gripping the bedsheet or the air beneath them. They're simply there, bare and quiet, with no purpose other than being. Their soles aren't holding anything back now, not tension, not memory of pavement, not the echo of walking too long. Just skin meeting fabric, flesh meeting warmth. Toes gently splayed like petals that have stopped fearing wind. In the space beneath your knees, where you've kept them drawn up all evening, is no longer a fortress or a shield. It's an open valley between two hills now, not hiding anything from the sky above. There is nothing to defend in this hollow, only room for what lies inside. Breath, stillness, and the slow return of blood flow to places that forgot they were ever warm. Your thighs are heavy, not because you're tired, but because your body has chosen to let them be so, no longer tensed against fatigue or anxiety, not resisting their own weight anymore, instead, allowing it like a river settling into its bed after a storm, soft and deep, with nothing needing to move faster than it wants. Your hands, still resting on the curve of your lower abdomen, are beginning to feel more like part of you than tools that once tried to manage or control. Fingers not curled inward in anticipation, but spread gently as if receiving something from the air itself, not reaching for anything, just open. And when they shift slightly, just a millimeter, barely noticeable, it's not because you told them to move, but because your nervous system has decided that this position is enough, that holding still now is its own kind of action. There is no need to fix what isn't broken. Only let the body remember how it feels to be left alone with itself for a long time, without being asked to perform or prove anything about strength, endurance, or control. You are allowed to exist in this quiet state not as an achievement, but as a permission granted. Your breath has slowed so much that each one arrives like rain, unexpected, gentle, almost unnoticed, until it lands on the inside of your lungs and lingers there for longer than before. And you don't have to chase it. It comes when it's ready, not because you're trying harder, but because your body knows what happens next. Release after release, without demand or urgency. Your belly, once clenched from the day's stress, from too many decisions made in haste, is soft now beneath your hands, no longer tight with effort to hold things inside, nor pushing out against fear. It just breathes with you, rising and falling like a quiet tide that has given up on resistance. And when it expands slightly during the next inhale, it's not because you're forcing it open, but because your body is simply remembering how to let air in without hesitation or shame. The skin across your collarbones feels different now, not taut from tension, not stretched over anxiety, but loose and quiet, like fabric that has stopped fighting its own shape, no longer pulled upward by the weight of worry, nor holding itself together against collapse. Just resting where it is, with nothing to keep in or out. Your shoulders, once hiking up toward your ears from hours of unspoken stress, have finally settled into their natural place again, not relaxed, exactly, but just there, like stones that have stopped rolling and begun to lie still on the ground. As they don't need to be pushed down, they're already low. And in that lowness is safety, no longer straining upward for something that isn't coming. Your jaw, once clenched tight from holding back tears or words or frustration, is soft now, not because you've said anything important, but because your body has decided it doesn't need to hold its position anymore. The muscles around your mouth and teeth are no longer guarding against a threat that isn't here. The tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not clenching, just present like an old friend who's finally allowed to be quiet. Your eyes, closed now for so long they've stopped remembering how light feels, are no longer scanning the dark. They're not searching, not watching, not waiting, just resting behind their lids like birds in a nest after flight has ended. As they don't need to see anything, they've already seen enough today. Now they can stay closed and know that nothing will come through them uninvited. The space around your head, still full of air, still quiet, is no longer just empty. It's become a kind of container, not for thoughts or fears, but for the simple act of being here without needing to explain yourself. And it holds you like a room that doesn't need lights, because everything inside is already known. Your arms, one resting across your chest, the other along your side, are no longer carrying anything. They're not holding on or letting go. They're just on your body, part of it, as if they've finally remembered their place after being away for too long. And no need to fold them over yourself like a shield. No need to keep one close in case you must reach out again. And they are safe where they lie. It's not that everything is perfect. No, this isn't about fixing anything. It's just that the effort has stopped. And when you stop trying to be steady, the body finds its own center without needing to be told what to do. The air in your lungs now feels different, not lighter or heavier, but quieter. As if each breath carries less noise than before, not because you're breathing more slowly, but because there's less urgency behind it. No one is waiting for you to finish speaking, to wake up, to respond. And you don't have to say anything at all. The pulse in your wrists, once racing from anticipation or fatigue, has slowed to a rhythm that matches the space between waves on a calm sea, not fast enough to be noticed, but steady enough to remind you. Life is still moving forward, even when it feels like nothing is happening. And that's okay. Your hips, still locked in their slightly bent position, are beginning to soften where they meet your lower back, not collapsing, just releasing the strain of holding on so long, as if gravity has finally been invited inside and told, "You can have this now." And it does, without protest, without resistance. Your legs, still drawn up slightly at the knees, are no longer resisting their own weight. They're not fighting to stay in place or push away from pressure, just letting themselves sink deeper into the mattress, as if sinking is what they were made for. As they don't need to be strong anymore, they only need to be here. Your feet, still on the bed, are no longer trying to brace against anything, not even the edge of sleep. They're simply resting like roots that have stopped searching and just begun to grow inward instead. There's a kind of stillness now that isn't quiet because there's nothing happening, but because everything is allowed to happen without interference. No correction, no adjustment, no judgment, just the slow, soft unfolding of being in your own body when you don't have to do anything about it. Your lower back, where tension used to live like an echo of the day's weight, is beginning to yield not with force, but with release. It's not that you're relaxing into emptiness. It's that space is being offered back to you by your own body, as if the muscles remember what it feels like to be held without having to hold on in return. They're letting go not because there's nothing left to carry, but because something else has already arrived, and it's quiet enough to stay. Your pelvis, still slightly tilted forward from standing too long, is no longer bracing against gravity as an enemy. It's just meeting the mattress now with softness, like a hand that finally stops pushing away from warmth. You don't have to tilt back or straighten up. The bed holds your shape without asking for corrections. Your thighs, still curled slightly toward your torso, are no longer resisting their own natural curve. They're not trying to be long or stiff or ready for movement, just soft, full of quiet substance, like soil that's stopped fighting the rain and is simply letting it in, each muscle fiber unspooling slowly, one by one, as if you've finally remembered how to let your body remember things on its own. The air around your knees, still pressed together a little too tightly from habit, has become less like pressure and more like insulation, not protection against cold, but protection against the idea that you must always be ready. Your legs are no longer waiting for anything. They're just here, and being here is enough. Your shins, stretched out beneath the covers, but still curled at the ankles, have stopped fighting their own length. They don't need to reach forward or pull back anymore. They can simply rest, like branches that have fallen and now lie quietly in the earth, without needing to grow again. Your feet, still touching the mattress with their full soles, are no longer pressing down to stay grounded, not because you're floating, but because grounding has changed. It's not something you must fight for anymore. It's not a battle against falling. It's just that your body now knows what it means to be held by the bed and the floor beneath it, without having to prove itself. Your toes, curled slightly at first from old tension, have begun to spread out like roots in soil that no longer needs them to dig, not trying to find purchase, not looking for anything beyond this moment's breaths. There's a kind of stillness now that doesn't come from stopping movement, but from letting all movement be allowed. Every small shift your body makes, the subtle slide down the mattress, the quiet sigh in your hips, the slow unfurling beneath your ribs, is not something you have to control or name. It's just part of how your nervous system settles into its own rhythm when no one is watching. Your breath, still moving softly through your lungs, is now more like a current than an effort, not trying to reach any goal, not aiming for depth or length, just flowing between inside and outside, as if the body has finally stopped asking permission from itself to do what comes naturally. You don't need to guide it. You only need to notice that it's already doing exactly what it needs to. Your tongue, still resting in your mouth after hours of holding its shape, is no longer clenching against the roof or pressing into teeth for safety. It's just lying there, like a small thing that has given up being useful and is now allowed to be soft, not weak, but simply unburdened by purpose. Your jaw, still slightly tight from hours of silent effort, has begun to loosen at its hinges, not through will, but through surrender. It's not opening wide. It's just relaxing the muscles that have been holding on for so long they've forgotten how to let go without pain. And now, in this quiet space between breaths, there's room to breathe into the slackness. The small muscles around your eyes, once narrowed from focus or strain, are no longer knotted at their corners, not because you're smiling, but because your face is finally allowed to be still. Your eyelids don't need to stay closed. They can rest as they are without needing to fight the dark, and when they do move slightly, just a flicker of tiredness in the corner, it's not an alarm. It's just sensation. The space behind your sternum, once tight with worry or effort, is no longer pressing forward like something trying to be seen. It's softening into itself, not collapsing, but letting go of the need to carry anything more than breath and blood. You don't have to stay upright in this moment. You only have to let yourself sink. Your shoulders, still high from holding on too long, are beginning to slide down their own arms like stones that have finally stopped trying to climb. They're not falling, but they're no longer pushing up against the sky. They're just letting gravity take over with quiet kindness. And as they do, your upper back begins to widen slightly, not because you've opened it, but because it's been allowed to be closed for so long that now it can simply return to its shape. Your arms, still lying where they fell hours ago, are no longer trying to protect anything or reach towards something. They're not guarding your chest. They're just there, as if the body has decided that being quiet is more important than doing anything at all. Each arm, one along your side, one across your belly, has stopped measuring its own weight and now simply accepts it as part of itself. You don't have to carry them anymore. You only have to let them be held by the bed and the air around them. And beneath your back, where pressure used to build from standing too long, there's a new kind of presence, not emptiness, but fullness without resistance, as if your body has finally stopped trying to fix itself and is simply letting gravity do its work. It's not that you're sinking into the mattress like something falling. It's more like the mattress has grown softer in response to your weight, not because you've changed, but because it knows what happens when someone stops fighting their own body. The line between where your hips meet the bed, once tight with tension, is no longer a boundary. It's just a place where warmth begins to pool, not hot, not cold, but steady enough that you can feel it without needing to think about it, like water settling in a bowl after all the ripples have died down. And your legs, still bent at the knees, no longer need to brace against sleep or stay ready for morning. They're just letting their joints settle into soft angles, like branches bending under snow, but not breaking, not resisting. Just yielding, and in that yielding, there's a kind of strength that doesn't shout. And the space between your breaths, once filled with the noise of racing thoughts, has become quieter than silence itself. It's not empty. It's full of stillness so deep it feels like an invitation to stay. There's no need to fill it, no need to reach forward or pull back or even remember what came before. It's just here, and you're allowed to be in it. And as your body continues to soften where it meets the bed, not with force, but with gentle persistence, there's a sense that something has been released, not from effort, but from surrender, not because you've done anything wrong or right, but because the nervous system finally knows what it means to stop being on guard. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be here. And in this moment, where nothing is required of you, your body begins to feel less like a structure that must stay upright and more like something that can simply exist without explanation. Your hips, still locked tight from standing too long, are beginning to understand that holding is not the same as staying. They're not refusing to let go, they're just learning what it feels like when the body stops measuring how much effort it takes to stay upright. And in that softening, There's a kind of quiet permission. You don't have to hold yourself together anymore. The bed has taken over that task. Your pelvis is no longer bracing against gravity. It's just letting itself be cradled by the surface beneath, not sinking into it, but resting within it, like water finding its own level in a basin where nothing else matters. And your knees, still drawn up slightly, are no longer keeping you safe from falling. They're not holding anything back. They're just bending because that's what soft bodies do when they stop needing to be ready. The angle of each joint is not a defense, but a kind of surrender. And in that surrender, there's space where warmth can grow, like moss forming slowly between stones, unnoticed until it's everywhere. And beneath your spine, where tension used to stack up from hours standing with feet planted too firmly on the ground, there's now a quiet pressure, not pain, not numbness, just presence, as if your back has stopped trying to support you and instead begun accepting that you are already supported. The muscles along your lower back have finally relaxed their vigil. They're no longer scanning for danger in the small of your back. They've given up the job of protecting something that doesn't need protection anymore. And your feet, still curled slightly, toes tucked into the edge of the mattress, are not reaching forward or pulling back. They're just resting, as if their bones have decided there's no reason to stay tense. The arches are softening, the heels pressing gently downward, not because you told them to, but because gravity has made a new kind of offer: stay. You don't need to move, and so they do. And your breath, still slow, still deep, is now less like an effort and more like something that just happens when there's no one left to listen. It moves in and out without needing to be noticed. The inhale comes not as a pull, but as a quiet arrival. The exhale leaves not as escape, but as release. And between each breath, those small, soft pauses, the body remembers what stillness feels like when it isn't interrupted by thought. And your jaw, long clenched from holding tension in silence, is no longer gripping shut. The muscles at the base of your skull are quieting. The tongue has relaxed against the floor of your mouth, not because you're trying to do anything, but because there's nothing left to resist, no one to please, no need to speak, no one to hear you. Just this soft weight in your face, like a stone that has finally stopped being afraid of falling. And your eyes, still open in the dark, are not scanning, not searching. They're simply allowing the room to be what it is. The ceiling above you isn't hiding anything. The walls aren't judging. The door at the edge of sight doesn't need to be watched. There's no one behind it who could ask for your attention. And so your gaze, if it drifts, moves slowly, without purpose, like dust settling in a beam of moonlight, not seeking meaning, just existing. And as your body continues its slow descent into stillness, not towards sleep yet, but towards something older than sleep, there's a kind of listening happening deep inside, not with ears, but with tissues and blood vessels and nerves that have learned to wait. The nervous system is no longer on alert. It's not trying to protect you. It's just letting itself be quiet. It's like an animal after a long day in the wild, no longer watching for predators, only feeling the warmth of the earth beneath its belly. And your hands, still resting where they fell hours ago, are no longer doing anything. Their fingers have stopped curling or twitching. They're not reaching for something lost, nor holding onto something that's gone. They're just lying on top of your body, palms up, like cups left open to receive nothing. And in that openness, there's a kind of peace. You don't need to use them. You only have to be here with them, as if the world has finally stopped asking for performance and let you simply exist. And your belly, once tight from carrying the weight of worry, is softening not because it wants to, but because it no longer needs to. There's no reason left to brace against what hasn't come. The muscles under your ribs are quieting. The breath moves through them without resistance. And in that space, where tension used to live, is now just a kind of fullness, like air filling a room after all the doors have been opened. And you still lying there, knees drawn up slightly, hips locked tight from standing too long, are beginning to understand that being safe doesn't mean staying tense. It means letting your body know it's okay to be heavy, okay to be quiet, okay to stop pretending you're ready for anything. The nervous system is no longer scanning for threats. It's just listening to what's left, and what's left is this: a body that has stopped fighting itself. And in that moment, not before, not after, there is space. Not for thought, not for effort, but for simply being held by darkness, by air, by mattress, by earths. And the silence between your thoughts isn't empty anymore. It's full of something else, like a breath held so long you forget what comes next. And then it arrives anyway, soft, slow, inevitable, as if the body has stopped waiting for permission to rest, and just started doing it, not with force, but with quiet persistence, one release after another. No need to count them, no need to name them. They're simply happening, like roots spreading in soil without being told to. And your skin, still warm from hours of tension, is beginning to let go of its own edge. The surface isn't resisting the air anymore. It's just letting itself be touched by space, not cold, not hot, just present, as if every cell has decided that being alive doesn't require effort, only presence. And your heart, still beating with steady rhythm, is no longer working overtime to keep you alert. It's not trying to warn you of danger or speed up for something ahead. It's just moving slowly, gently, like water flowing through a quiet stream where nothing needs to be faster than itself. And somewhere beneath all this, in the deep stillness between breaths and thoughts and sensations, there is now a kind of knowing, not a thought, not an image, but a feeling that you are not broken, not failing, not too much, just tired deeply, profoundly tired, and that's enough. That's more than enough, because the body has finally stopped trying to fix itself and started accepting what it already is. And so, as the night continues, as the dark holds you without asking for anything back, your limbs no longer feel like they belong to someone else. Your breath isn't a performance. Your stillness isn't failure. And the fact that you're lying here, eyes open in the dark, hips locked tight from standing too long, is not a sign of resistance, but of surrender, slow, soft, real. And the weight you've been carrying, not just through the day, but through years of trying to be strong without help, isn't gone. It's just being held differently now, by the bed, by gravity, by time itself. And in that holding, there is no need to fight, only to rest. And so you do, simply, gently, one breath at a time, not because you've earned it, but because you are allowed. Your knees are still drawn up slightly, not from need, but from habit. Like the body remembers a posture it once needed to survive. And now that survival is over, there's no reason to keep holding on. Your hips remain tight, yes, but the tension isn't sharp anymore, it's softer, like stone worn down by water in time. You can feel how the muscles around them are beginning to soften, not because they've been told to, but simply because nothing else is expected of them. No one needs you to stand taller. No one asks if you're ready. And so your body begins to believe it doesn't have to be. And in that softening, something deeper starts to happen. Your pelvis isn't just releasing its grip on itself. It's letting go of the past, not with a sound, not with movement, but through stillness, like water slowly filling a basin no one ever thought would hold anything at all. And now it does, quiet, full, unasked for, yet here. Your breath slips into that space between your ribs again, gentle as dust settling after the wind has passed. And with each out-breath, there's less effort to keep things together. No need to brace against falling, because you're already down, and being down isn't failing. It's not a mistake. It's just what happens when something stops running. And your hands, still curled slightly at the edges, are beginning to unclench, fingers that have held on all day, gripping air like they were meant to catch something important. Now let go one by one, without resistance, as if someone finally whispered, "You don't need to hold anything anymore," and so you do. Your feet are warm against the mattress, still feeling their shape even though your toes aren't moving. And that warmth isn't just heat rising from muscle. It's a memory of standing, yes, but also an invitation to feel what comes after. Not action, not purpose, only sensation, soft and slow, like sunlight through glass at dawn. And the back of your neck, where tension used to live in knots, is loosening now, not with force or will, just letting go bit by bit, as if gravity has finally convinced it that resistance is pointless. And so it stops trying, lets its weight sink into the pillow behind you like a leaf falling without hurry. Your spine isn't straight anymore, not upright, not rigid, just soft, aligned in quiet acceptance of where your body lands, each vertebra resting on the one below it. No need to be perfect or strong, just present, and that presence is enough, because there's nowhere else for you to go, nothing left to prove. In the room around you hasn't changed, walls still here, ceiling above, but now they don't feel like boundaries anymore. They're not holding anything back. The darkness isn't full of threats or silence without meaning. It just is. And in that beingness, there's no demand for your attention, only space to be held by what already exists. And somewhere deep, beneath every layer of habit, effort, waiting, you're beginning to feel something like permission, not given from outside, but grown inside, as if the body has finally realized, I don't need to earn this rest, and so it stops trying. Lets itself be what it is, tired, heavy, soft. And your breath moves again through that quiet space between thoughts, the kind of pause where nothing happens and everything does, a moment without direction or reason, just stillness breathing you in, like the air knows how to hold on better than any hand ever could. In your shoulder blades drift down, not lifted toward alert, not pulled tight against fear, just slowly settling into their own place between your ribs, as if they've finally accepted that they don't need to guard anything, only be what they are. Two flat planes of flesh and bone resting in ease. And the space behind your eyes, the area where thoughts used to gather like storm clouds, is clearing now, not because you're thinking less, but because there's nothing urgent left to think about. No problem needing solving, no future demanding attention, just this moment, still here, quiet, with only a breath moving through it. Your hips are still slightly locked from hours of standing, but the lock isn't in force anymore. It's more like memory, like an old habit that forgets itself over time. And as your body rests deeper, even that grip begins to loosen, not by will, but by weight. Gravity pulling down on what no longer needs to hold up. And you're starting to notice how little effort it takes just to be, how much less energy is spent trying to be strong or present or alert, when all of it, every last bit, is already happening without needing to try. Your skin isn't resisting the air anymore, not pushing back, not tensing at touch, but letting itself be known by space, as if every surface has decided that being alive doesn't mean fighting for attention, only existing in soft contact with what is. And your legs, still bent slightly, are no longer holding anything, they're just there, heavy in the way things become when nothing needs to carry them anymore, like roots deep in earth, not reaching up but simply staying put. In your belly isn't clenching now, it's softening with each breath out, not because you told it to relax, but because there's no longer a reason to protect anything inside. No fear of being exposed, no need for armor. And your hands, still resting near your hips, are beginning to feel like they belong in this space. Not reaching, not holding on, just lying where gravity puts them, as if the body has stopped pretending it needs to do something and started simply allowing itself. And somewhere beneath all of this, the quietest part, you're becoming aware that you don't have to do anything at all, not even think about resting. Because rest isn't a task anymore. It's just what happens when tension stops asking for permission. And the dark around you, still full, still deep, is no longer something to fear or avoid, but simply the way things are now. And in that simplicity, the fact that night is night, not an enemy, you're beginning to understand. Safety isn't a place you reach. It's just where your body lands when it stops fighting. And so with each breath, longer on the out, slower still, the weight of being here grows heavier, but lighter at the same time, because heaviness no longer means burden, it means belonging. And your knees stay drawn up not from fear or need, but as a quiet echo of what your body once needed to survive. And now they're just resting there, like two soft hills in the middle of this slow descent into stillness. And you're beginning to realize you don't have to fix anything, not even yourself, because whatever is broken was never really missing. It's been here all along, just waiting for permission to stop trying. And so your body lets go again, not with a sigh, not with movement, but through silence, the kind that isn't empty, but full of something quiet and deep. And the air shifts slightly around you, like breath moving over skin without being felt, yet still present. And your heart keeps beating, steady, slow. It's no longer racing toward tomorrow or warning about danger. It just is, rhythm in motion, not trying to be anything more than what it already is. And the quiet between your thoughts grows wider now, not because you're thinking less, but because there's nothing left to think about, only being. And so you sink further into the mattress, deeper into stillness, as if gravity has finally said, yes. And this time it means something real. And the weight of your body is no longer a burden. It's not even effort anymore. It's just what happens when nothing else needs to be done. You are here. You are held. You are still. And that's enough, because you're already there. And now, without asking or choosing, The breath moves again through the quiet space between your ribs. And something shifts, not with force, not with sound, but in silence. And like a door closing slowly behind someone who has finally remembered where they belong. You're not holding on anymore, not to the shape of your body, not to the memory of standing, not even to the idea that you must stay awake long enough to earn rest. No demand is being made, and so the space between breaths grows deeper, longer, as if time itself has slowed to match the quiet rhythm beneath your skin. Your hips, still locked from hours of stillness, are beginning to soften where they meet the mattress. Not breaking open, not dissolving, but simply letting go of what no longer needs to be tight, like soil yielding after rain, not because it's weak, but because it knows how to hold without strain. The weight in your legs, still bent at the knees, isn't a burden now, it's an invitation to rest as if you've always belonged here, and the dark around you isn't a void, it's a kind of presence, thick with stillness, like the air just before dawn when everything is waiting not for light, but for itself. Your feet, still slightly curled in the sheets, are no longer trying to push off or brace against anything. They're simply resting where gravity placed them, toes relaxed, arches softening into the fabric, as if your body has decided that touching the world doesn't mean needing to respond, only to be. And somewhere near the base of your spine, where tension once lived like a low hum, you're becoming aware of something quieter, not absence, but presence. A warmth spreading slowly through the hollows where strain used to live. Not hot, not urgent, just steady like embers after the fire has gone out, and still warm enough to feel. Your pelvis, still held in place by habit, is no longer pushing forward or pulling back, it's simply settling, letting the bones find their natural alignment without effort, as if gravity has finally made a decision about your shape and chosen not to fight it. The muscles along your inner thighs, once coiled from standing, from waiting, are softening now, not with release, but with surrender, like threads unspooling slowly in water. No need to pull them tight again, they're just letting go into the quiet. And even your breath, the long out that used to be a signal of relief, is slowing further, not because you've stopped trying, but because there's nothing left to push against, only this. The softness between inhale and exhale, where time stops being measured. Where the body doesn't count minutes anymore, just exists in the length of its own quiet. Your chest, once rising with effort, is no longer working hard to be full. It's simply allowing itself to rise and fall like a tide that has forgotten what it was meant to carry, not saving energy, not conserving, just moving with what is. And your shoulders, the ones that climbed too high for too long, are beginning to sink back down, not dramatically, not visibly, but slowly, steadily, into the mattress. As if gravity has finally remembered how to hold them, and they've decided to stop resisting. The space between your shoulder blades, once tight with tension, is no longer a place of pressure. It's becoming hollow in a good way, like an empty cup left on a table after someone else has finished drinking. Not needing anything more, just being there, waiting for nothing. Your jaw no longer clenched, no longer guarding the mouth or holding back words, is softening at the corners. Your tongue is resting gently against the roof of your mouth, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason not to, and in that small space, between teeth and gum, the body remembers what stillness feels like when it isn't afraid. Your eyes, still closed, are no longer scanning. They've stopped searching for meaning, for threat, for the edge of sleep. They're just resting. As if they've decided, there's nothing to watch for here, only silence, and that's enough. And your ears, listening to the quiet in the room, to the hum of distant air or a far-off fridge, are no longer on alert. They're not filtering, not separating sound from danger, just receiving what is like still water catching light without needing to know where it came from. Your skin, still warm from the night's heat, is no longer resisting touch. Whether it's the sheet against your side or the air brushing across your neck, you're beginning to notice how lightly things rest on you. Not pressing, not demanding. Just being there, and in that lightness, you realize your body isn't rejecting anything anymore. It's accepting quietly without fanfare. The space between your ribs, where once breath felt like work, is opening now, not wide, not dramatic, but gently, like a door left slightly ajar, letting air move through as if it belongs, and the air itself feels different tonight. Not sharp, not cold, but soft. As though it's been waiting for you to stop fighting so it could finally touch your skin without resistance. Your hands, still near your hips, are no longer holding anything. They've stopped pretending they need to be useful. They're just resting, and in that stillness, they begin to feel like part of the same thing as the bed beneath them. Not separate, not needing to do, only existing, like two small hills shaped by time, softened by weather, no longer trying to rise above anything. And your belly, no longer taut with anticipation, is sinking deeper into the mattress, not collapsing, but settling like soil that has stopped resisting rain and just lets it in. There's no need to protect what's inside, because nothing is being threatened, only held. Your back, the part where tension once lived, is no longer a wall. It's becoming a surface, flat, even unbroken, as if the spine has decided, I don't have to hold anything up anymore. Just be, and that's enough. And somewhere in the lower half of your body, where you used to feel restless, where energy once gathered like storm clouds, you're beginning to sense a different kind of fullness. Not tight, not anxious, but deeply, like roots spreading slowly underground, not reaching for anything, just anchoring themselves into what is. And even the darkness, still all around, is no longer something you must pass through. It's become part of your resting place. Like the inside of a cave where the air doesn't change, and nothing needs to move, only be. You don't have to think about safety anymore. Because your body has stopped checking if it's real. It's simply there in every breath, in every softening muscle, in the way gravity holds you now, not with force but with care. And so the quiet grows wider, not because there's less sound, but because there's no longer a need to listen for danger, only to feel what is. And that feeling is this: your body isn't fighting. It's just being here in its own way, without apology. You're not drifting anymore, you're sinking, like water finding the lowest place, not rushing, not struggling, just moving downward through stillness, until even motion feels quiet, until movement becomes part of the silence, and your breath, still long on the out, is no longer a practice, it's becoming natural again, as if the body has remembered how to breathe without needing instruction, how to exhale without counting, without effort. In just letting go, your mind isn't blank, but it's not full either. There are thoughts, but they come and go like leaves on still water, barely disturbing the surface. No need to grab them, no need to push them away, because you're not trying to be empty, only soft. And your feet, still curled slightly in the sheets, are no longer holding anything. They've stopped pretending they have to carry you anywhere, they're just resting. And in that rest, they feel like part of a larger stillness. Like two small anchors, not keeping you from drifting, but helping you stay where you are. And somewhere beneath all this, the quietest place, your body is beginning to know something it hasn't known before. It doesn't have to earn being here. It's already been allowed, not because of how hard you've tried, not because you've managed to calm down or complete the process, but simply because rest isn't a reward. It's just what happens when tension stops asking for permission. And so you are still, not pretending to be peaceful, not faking relaxation, just being softly, slowly, deeply, with no need to explain yourself. The air around you is thick with silence now, not empty, but full of the kind of presence that doesn't speak. And you're becoming aware of how little effort it takes to simply exist. Your body isn't trying to change anything anymore, not even itself, because everything it needs has already been here all along, just waiting for stillness to arrive. And in this moment, the breath slowing, the muscles releasing, the thoughts no longer racing, you're beginning to understand you don't have to fix yourself. Only let go, and that's enough. And so you sink again, not with force, not with will, but through silence, like a stone falling into deep water, where there's no sound, no echo, just the slow surrender to depths. Your knees still curled, but the tension in your hips has softened like clay left out overnight, not gone completely, just settled into a different kind of presence, no longer locked against time or duty, no longer holding up the weight of standing. Now it's as if gravity is doing its part, and you're letting go of having to do anything at all. There's space between your thighs that wasn't there before, not wide open, but just enough so the body doesn't have to push against itself. Like a riverbed, adjusting when water returns after drought, not rushing in, just filling where it can. The back of your skull is no longer pressing into the pillow. as if trying to make a dent. Instead, it's resting there lightly, like something that has finally decided this place is enough. Not perfect, not ideal, but true. And behind your eyes, the small muscles around them are beginning to loosen in ways you didn't know could happen without effort. No need to will the softness into being, just letting go like a knot untying after years of holding tight. Your breath still moves slowly through you, not fast enough to wake, not slow enough to stop, just flowing between your lips and lungs, as if it's always known where it belongs. Each exhale longer than the last, not measured, not forced, but shaped by what the body wants now. Release, not because there's something wrong with holding on, but because letting go is becoming its own kind of strength. The sheets against your calves feel like a quiet promise, nothing dramatic or urgent, just warmth settling into skin that had been braced all day. You're still wearing clothes from earlier in the evening, but they don't feel heavy anymore. They've stopped pretending to be armor, now they're only fabric, resting on top of you like shadows do when dusk arrives and nothing needs protection. Your hands, still curled slightly at your sides, are no longer gripping anything, not even air. Their fingers are softening one by one, each knuckle releasing its small hold. The tendons in your wrists unclenching as if they've forgotten how to tense up. There's no need for them to be ready anymore. Nothing is asking you to move. The low part of your belly, where tension used to gather like a storm cloud that never cleared, is no longer contracting against itself. It isn't trying to keep anything in or push anything out, just resting, soft and open, like soil after rain has soaked through but hasn't yet begun to dry. Your spine still curves slightly where you've been sitting all evening, curved forward too long. But now that curve is not a sign of effort. It's more like the way a tree bends in wind, not because it's fighting, but because its structure knows how to yield. And so your back follows suit, arches into itself gently, no longer trying to keep straight or tall, just being what gravity allows. You're still lying down, but you're not in the bed as if waiting for something else to happen. You're in it like water is in a pool. No purpose, no goal, just existing within its shape. And that's enough. Nothing about this moment requires explanation or completion. The dark around your eyes, the part of the room beyond where light reaches, isn't an absence anymore. It's not empty space waiting to be filled with sight. Instead, it feels like a kind of silence you can lie in, not escape from but inhabit. As if darkness isn't something that hides things, but holds them quietly, gently, without judgment. Your shoulders, the ones that climbed up toward your ears all day, are no longer lifting at the edges. They're sinking into their own space, not falling completely, just settling deeper into where you live in this body. And with each breath, there's less of a need to pull yourself upright. No one's watching, nothing demands posture. Your legs are still bent slightly, but now it feels different than before. Not like waiting for something to happen, but more like being curled around your own center. As if you've become the kind of shape that doesn't have to prove itself by standing up straight or moving forward. You're no longer resisting sleep, not because you want to escape from anything, but because it's beginning to feel natural to stop trying. Not a choice, just a return, like coming home after wandering too long through streets with names you can't remember. Your breath is now so slow that the pause between exhalation and inhalation lasts longer than before. Not broken by thought or worry, just space, full of stillness, as if time has slowed down enough for your body to catch up, to realize it's been here all along, just waiting for permission. The air in this room is no longer something you have to breathe through. It's simply present, like the inside of a cave where temperature doesn't shift and sound doesn't echo, because nothing needs to be heard or replied to. Your feet, still curled slightly, are now only part of your body's quiet story. They're not keeping anything from moving, nor are they trying to carry you anywhere, just resting, letting the weight sink. Like stones at the bottom of a lake that have stopped resisting their own depths. There's no urgency in any movement here, not even the slow shift of blood through veins. Everything is happening without demand or deadline. Your body isn't doing anything for you anymore. It's simply being with you, not helping, not fixing, just resting beside your mind like an old friend who doesn't need to speak. And that's okay. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't even have to remember why you're here. Just let the warmth of the sheets settle deeper into your bones, as if they've been waiting for this exact kind of quiet, not because it's rare, but because now, finally, it feels like something that belongs. The weight on your hips has softened so much that there's no longer a difference between what you're carrying and where you are. The two have become one, same place, same depths. And somewhere in all this, not far from any edge of thought or feeling, you're beginning to understand. Rest isn't something we earn. It's not earned by how hard we've worked, how many things we've done, how long we stood on our feet. Rest is simply what happens when the body stops believing that safety must be fought for. And so you are here, no longer in motion, no longer waiting, just being. With nothing to prove, nowhere urgent to go. You're not trying anymore, not even a little. The air around your skin feels still, not cold, not warm, but simply there, like breath that doesn't need an exit or return. Your hands are open now, fingers relaxed, and the space between them is full of nothing, which means it's full of everything, because emptiness isn't lack, it's presence. And this moment, you're in it, not watching it, not analyzing it, and just letting yourself be held by what already exists, not waiting for sleep to arrive, but allowing your body to stop pretending it has anywhere else to go. The slow exhale continues, deeper than before, longer than thought can follow. And with each one, no need to count, no reason to measure. The space between breaths grows wider, not because you're doing anything, but because the nervous system is finally saying, you're safe, not after a process, not once you calm down. Right now, and as you are, with every muscle softening, with each part of your body surrendering its small fight. The quiet has become so deep that even silence seems to slow, not rushing, not fading, just being. And in this stillness, there's no need for words, no instruction, no intention, as only the fact that you're here. And that is enough. Your hips no longer hold tension like a door locked against the wind. They've stopped resisting the shape of the bed, and the mattress has begun to remember your weight as something familiar, not foreign. It's not giving you support. It's simply holding what you are without asking for anything back. You're not sinking into the mattress. Your body is becoming part of its quiet architecture, like roots settling deeper in soil that doesn't ask why they came. There's no effort here, only a slow softening, like snow accumulating on branches that don't mind being bent. Your lower spine has uncurled without notice. The small muscles around it have released their vigilance, and now the space between vertebrae feels open, not because you made it so, but because for once nothing is pressing against it. Your knees remain slightly drawn up, still a shape of self-protection, but even that posture has softened, not abandoned, just no longer needed. Your legs are not guarding anything anymore. They're simply resting on the bed like old stones in a dry stream bed, worn smooth by time and water that didn't return. The air around you is still, not because it's frozen, but because it doesn't need to move. It holds itself gently, as if afraid of disturbing what is already quiet, and so does your breath, not shallow, not forced, just steady, like a pulse felt only in the veins behind your ears. Your feet, still curled slightly, are no longer trying to brace against anything. They're simply resting on the surface beneath them, feeling the slight give of fabric, the soft resistance of padding, as if the bed itself has begun to hum with the same slow frequency that runs through you now, not a sound, but a presence. Your hands open, palms up, are no longer holding anything. They're not reaching out or pulling back, just resting like two small vessels that have finally stopped trying to catch what slips away, and in their emptiness, they are full. You're not thinking about your body anymore. You're letting it think through you, not with words, but with sensation, the quiet weight of skin on fabric, the way warmth spreads from your core into your fingertips without needing permission. The slight pressure behind your eyes, not pain, just presence, like a memory that doesn't need to be recalled, just felt. The space between breaths has become so long now that time feels less like movement and more like depth. Not forward, not backward, but downward, as if gravity isn't pulling you down, but letting you settle into your own center. There's no edge here, only a soft boundary where body meets stillness. Your jaw, once clenched for hours without knowing, is now so relaxed that even the muscles around it feel like they've forgotten how to tighten. Not because you told them to stop, but because something deeper has said, you don't have to. And so they let go. In their softness, there's a kind of relief, not dramatic, but real. The back of your neck, once tight with strain, is no longer holding its position against the world. It's just letting gravity do what it wants, sinking slowly into the pillow without resistance, as if even that small curve has stopped pretending to be strong. Your shoulders, those high points you've carried all day, are not dropping so much as melting, like wax in low heat, forming a new shape, one that doesn't need to protect anything. They're no longer guarding your throat or your chest, just resting on the bed like two stones that have finally stopped rolling. The hollow beneath your collarbones, once tense with readiness, is now open, not exposed, but spacious. As if breathing through it is possible again, not because you've learned how, but because there's nothing left to defend. Your belly, often a place of tightness, of holding on, is no longer contracting or pushing back. It's soft, not flaccid, but yielding, like earth after rain has settled and stopped resisting the weight above it. The breath moves through it easily now, not forced, not urgent, just passing through, as if it were meant to be this way all along. Your skin is still warm, but no longer hot with alertness. It's just there, present, feeling the air, feeling the fabric, feeling the space around you without needing to respond, like a quiet surface that doesn't reflect anything, because it doesn't need to see itself. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds your shape now, not as something to be watched over, but simply as part of its own rhythm. No light needed, no sound required, just the steady hum of being present without effort. And somewhere in all this, deep in the quiet between breaths, You're beginning to understand. You don't need to do anything for sleep to come. You only need to stop believing that you must survive it first. The nervous system has shifted, not because you woke up or changed your thoughts, but because your body finally stopped needing to prove it was safe. And so the brake light turned off, not with a sound, but with stillness. And now there's no one pushing against anything, no part of you fighting for control, just breath moving through space that doesn't demand anything in return. The blood flows through your arms and legs without urgency, like water finding its own level, not rushing to the surface, not trying to escape, just continuing where it was meant to be. Your feet are still curled slightly, but now they're not holding on. They're simply shaped by gravity, as if their curve is no longer a sign of tension, but an expression of surrender, like roots that have stopped searching and started resting. The fabric beneath you, still soft, is beginning to feel less like something under your body and more like part of the same story. Not separate, not supporting, just one quiet presence among many. And in this stillness, you're no longer trying to find sleep.